Green nationalism applied to the climate, then, is one shade of denialism, or perhaps we should say a bastard child of it. The difference between saying climate change does not exist and climate change is caused by poor people living in the south and coming towards the north is rather like that between saying the earth is flat and the earth is a golf ball. Some of the contours of the thing have been hazily recognized, but that's about it. If attribution, trend, and impact are no longer denied or ignored, the entirety of the knowledge about the drivers is. Concrete proposals that can arise from green nationalism thus seem unable to hit any target other than innocents or victims. In the 2010s, the parties espousing it made no efforts to cut any actual emissions, the stance of the Finns being typical: we will continue burning our fossil fuels, it is the others who should not come here. Between 2009 and 2014, the Front National scored highest in consistency by voting against all the 13 major climate reforms discussed in the European Parliament. It opposed attempts to reduce oil and gas consumption in France, even under the reign of Marine Le Pen's patriotic ecology. 126 No organization dallying with green nationalism, the RN, the Finns, Jobbik, Der Flugel, made efforts to rid its economy of fossil fuels. Instead they seemed drawn to the ideal of undiminished national energetic strength. What about borders? Mitigation by border walls would be about as effective as preempting another financial crisis by gouging out the eyes of every 9-year-old. If further repression against migrants is all green nationalism can come up with, it would leave fossil capital in peace and, through yet another digression, extend the life of business as usual. On its own, it would probably be even more useless than capitalist climate governance, which has at least erected a few wind turbines and lowered the price of solar panels and put vegan options on some restaurant menus. So far, all green nationalism has to show for it is a body count and a series of contributions to the never-ending denigration of non-white people. Might this change? Could green nationalism mutate into a force against fossil fuels and shut down real emission sources? We shall return to this possibility. For now, we must judge green nationalism another modality of anti-climate politics, objectively if not subjectively. The fact that it is, in at least one sense of the term, a profoundly irrational response to a warming world is clearly not a reason to count on its irrelevance. It might have a future, much as greenwashing had and continues to have for fossil capital. When the 2010s drew to a close, hints of that future were given in one country on the fortified European border against Africa and the Middle East, the only one governed by a party subscribing to green nationalism, Italy. We already have too many here. Lega Nord started off as a separatist northern party with the typical Islamophobic leanings and default denial. After fiery journalist and orator Matteo Salvini took over in 2013, it flipped into Italian patriotism, abandoned the goal of regional autonomy for the typical master frame and eventually deleted Nord from its name. 127 The Lega opposed the Paris Agreement. As a member of the European Parliament, Salvini voted against it 128, but he subsequently steered his party towards green nationalism, giving in his election manifesto for 2018 an uncommon amount of attention, 8 pages worth, on environment and energy. It promised a national investment fund for the energy transition, support for enterprises in the renewable sector, a date for banning the sale of cars powered by gasoline and diesel, and a range of other measures. It also laid out visions of a green and circular economy. This should not be conflated with ecology of the unpatriotic kind. For too many years, environmentalism has spoken only to a limited and biased segment of the population, a euphemism for the left. Instead, green technology should be seen as an opportunity to advance homegrown innovation and beef up Italian competitiveness. 129 If the green nationalism of the RN was accented by agrarian lifestyles threatened by free trade, that of Lega had a more high-tech, industrial ambience. It was decidedly friendly to business. In the election for which that manifesto was prepared, the Lega leapt from 4.1 to 17.4% of the voters, thanks not, of course, to its climate policies, but to its very hard line on immigration. 130 Salvini gained notoriety not for envisioning a circular economy, but for claiming that Italy had lost control over entire parts of the country and needed a mass cleansing, street by street, piazza by piazza, neighborhood by neighborhood. 131 Forming a government with the Five-Star Movement, he became deputy prime minister and de facto leader of Italy, turning the force of the state against non-white people approaching from the sea or already settled, the Lega growing in the polls by leaps and bounds. Climate policy took a backseat. In May 2018, the government presented an agenda with unspecified intentions to accelerate the transition to renewable energy, increase energy efficiency and encourage the purchase of hybrid and electric vehicles. 132 Salvini then spent the summer blocking an NGO-operated ship carrying 600 African refugees from docking in Italian ports, calling for a census of the Roma population, sending in the police to clear Roma camps and implementing other high-adrenaline actions. 133. It was here, in relation to his calling, that climate change came to truly mean something for the Lega leader. He angrily disputed any connection between global heating and migration flows. In tweets and Facebook posts, Salvini sneered at the notion of climate refugees and climate migrants. 134 On Italian television, he questioned the existence of this category of people and pointed to the calamitous consequences if it were to be acknowledged. What is a climate migrant? Where do you go in the winter if it's cold and in the summer if it's hot? Enough now, we already have too many here. Should someone who leaves Milan because he doesn't like the fog also be considered a climate migrant? 135. When the World Bank 2 weeks after the 2018 election published the report Groundswell, Preparing for Internal Climate Migration, anticipating massive population movements within countries in Latin America, South Asia, and Sub-Saharan Africa in the absence of deep emissions cuts, Salvini, so worked up over the spectre, failed to spot the distinction between movements in the global south and flows to Europe and commented, "Crazy to exploit a serious issue such as the environment to justify illegal immigration." 136 He added the hashtag #StopInvasione. The logic could be pushed one notch further. In January 2018, Il Populista, a Breitbart-like news site and online channel for the Lega previously co-edited by Salvini, asserted that talk of climate justice and predictions of the displacement of hundreds of millions of people on a warmer planet constitute a quick and easy way to realize the Soros project of ethnic substitution. 137 Behind the fake climate refugees, a rich Jew. Here were the most salient climate-related motifs in the Lega's rhetoric: mortar in the wall into which boats trying to cross the Mediterranean now slammed. By 2019, little of ecology could be seen in the politics of the governing Lega. It was all about the border. Mightier than ever, just before he was elbowed out of government, Salvini posted a report from Sweden, aired on public Italian television, with the war headline Svea Invasa. Stop Eurabia. 138 The leader of the fourth most populous EU nation was working hard to stop Eurabia. In this crusade, as one of his last actions as interior minister, he ordered his police force to arrest the captain who had rescued 53 migrants on the rough seas off the Libyan coast and brought them to an Italian port. 139 Her name was Carola Rackett, a longtime climate activist. She had earned her skills as a captain on climate research expeditions at the poles. The collision between Salvini and Rackett ended with her going free and him losing his post. The first of its kind, it was unlikely to be the last. With pretty much absolute certainty, we can expect the far right to refuse climate breakdown as a reason to receive migrants. Already at the Nanterre conference, as we have seen, the elder Le Pen had the foresight to reject global warming as a pretext for bringing in these so-called climate refugees. Before the Austrian election of 2017, the FPO sent out a press release stating that climate change impacts must never become a recognized reason for asylum in Europe. 140 The AfD labeled the notion of asylum rights for climate refugees insane, to be urgently tossed out unless we want to become Africa ourselves. Rasmus Paludan stated that if Bangladesh were to be devastated and migrants from the country reach the borders of Denmark, it would be right to mow them down. 141 When figures on the American alt-right pondered the reality of climate breakdown, they concluded that it confirms their mission: as non-white parts of the globe will be wrecked, white nations must muster the will to guard their borders and maintain white majorities. In the words of Jared Taylor 142, the problem itself is not to be addressed, it merely loads the guns of white nationalism. Under Salvini, the Lega did what any far-right party will do. It will use its influence to block the path of victims searching for safer ground. 6. White presidents of the Americas. Underscore 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 on. It should now be apparent that the policies that Donald Trump pursued from the start were nothing if not ordinary. Their exceptionality pertained to the unique position of the United States in contemporary capitalism. In substance, they were remarkably close to the PIs or the FRP or the AFD, but the United States is a country very different from Poland or Norway or even Germany. It is an empire, it is the superpower of the fossil economy, responsible for more cumulative CO2 emissions than any other nation, 26% of all that was emitted up to 2016, compared to less than 22% for the EU's 28 countries. Second on the list, it is still, despite predictions to the contrary, the hegemon of world capitalism. One, for these and many other reasons, it had special significance that primitive fossil capital and the far right blended into the figure of Donald Trump. In his first week in the White House, in late January 2017, he manifested that unity in a cascade of executive orders: build the Dakota Access Pipeline, Tuesday; build the Keystone XL Pipeline, Tuesday; build a wall on the border with Mexico, Wednesday; implement the Muslim ban, Friday, setting the tone for a presidency that, despite all the talk of fitfulness and wild wobbling, followed these two tracks with the tenacity of a locomotive. Another, related source of the singularity was, of course, the role of the United States in the history of climate politics. Homeland of the denialist ISA, here its vindictive victory was the most consummate. From early 2017 onwards, the most intransigent, rabidly denialist wing of primitive fossil capital governed the U.S. in matters of climate and energy. Trump made arrangements for this transfer of power during his election campaign, when he picked as an informal advisor Robert E. Murray, head of Murray Energy. With 13 mines in operation and several billions of tons of coal in unused reserves, as well as transport terminals, a fleet of barges and factories for making mining equipment, Murray Energy bragged about being the largest underground coal mining company in America too. Coal was in decline in the years of Obama, but when the Republican presidential candidate sported a miner's helmet and raised his thumbs to ecstatic supporters who waved signs saying "Trump digs coal," Baron Murray saw a new morning dawning on his line of business. 3. In 2017, this man pronounced that the Earth has cooled for the last 19 years and claimed to have 4,000 scientists telling him that carbon dioxide is not a pollutant, for the hoax of global warming had been perpetrated by developing countries of the world to get American dollars. 5. Murray had a colorful colleague in the second energy advisor picked by Trump on his road to the White House, one Harold Hamm. 6. Owner of Continental Resources, Harold Hamm was the fortune seeker behind the rush to tap the Bakken Formation, a vein of oil-rich shale under the states of Montana and North Dakota. His towering rigs impaled land the size of Sri Lanka and outcompeted rivals by pumping at the highest speed, openly flouting environmental regulations, spilling the greatest quantities of oil and toxic sludge, sending injured workers on ambulances shuttling between fields and emergency rooms, all while Hamm steadily climbed up the Forbes list of the 400 richest Americans. 7. By 2018, he had reached number 29. In the business of energy, only the Koch brothers were richer, sharing the number 7 spot. 8. For some time, however, Hamm had been irked by one obstacle to even greater profits: high transportation costs, as Continental Resources had to use trucks and trains to carry its crude from Bakken. The Keystone XL and Dakota Access pipelines would solve that problem at a stroke. 9. Harold Hamm was a pioneer of the technologies of horizontal drilling. A drill descends down a straight line, then turns sharply into the thin bed of the reservoir from the side, like the elongated base of an L, and fracking. A thick liquid is injected at such heavy pressure that it fractures the rocks, shaking loose the hitherto trapped gas or oil and forcing it to escape through the fissures, by which unexpected quantities of fossil fuel suddenly became accessible. Without these keys to the shale chest, Hamm would not have been nearly as rich, nor the U.S. once again the world's top oil and gas producer. After opening Bakken, Hamm became the evangelist of American energy independence, the idea that maximum exploitation of domestic fossil fuels with the latest available technologies would make the U.S. self-sufficient in energy, without having to bother with imports from, in particular, Muslim countries. 10 In 2016, speaking at the Republican National Convention, this man said that climate change isn't our biggest problem. It's Islamic terrorism. 11 He did not like the sight of a wind turbine. Once they're there, they haunt you. All those things standing out in the distance, we have them all over Oklahoma, his native state. Environmental problems should be dealt with in a different manner. Overpopulation, that probably hurts the environment more than anything. Are we going to provide rules to stop overpopulating areas in Africa? Middle Eastern countries? Probably should. Time to intervene for real in Africa and the Middle East. Stop overpopulating areas with people. 12. Upon winning the election, Trump recruited Myron Ebell to lead the transitional team at the Environmental Protection Agency, EPA. Ebell was, and as of this writing is, the director of the Competitive Enterprise Institute. In that role, he was the one responsible for the energy commercial about the gas of life freeing white Americans from a black world of back-breaking labor. Having long served as a chauffeur of denial, Ebell warmed the seat at the EPA for Scott Pruitt, Attorney General of the oil state of Oklahoma, in which role he constantly sued the EPA on behalf of oil companies enraged by anything that looked like regulations. Funded up over his ears with fossil fuel money, Pruitt was a close affiliate of, among others, Murray, Hamm and the Koch brothers. 13 When he resigned as head of the EPA, he was succeeded by Andrew Wheeler, a coal lobbyist working mostly on behalf of Murray Energy and a confidant of James Inhofe, the man with the snowball in the Senate. 14. As his Secretary of Energy, Trump appointed Rick Perry. Funded in roughly equal measures by ExxonMobil and the Koch brothers, Texas Governor Perry also sat on the board of two companies in Energy Transfer, the pipeline conglomerate behind the Dakota Access Project. 15 As his Secretary of Commerce, Trump selected Wilbur Ross, a billionaire who founded the International Coal Group Incorporated. As his first Secretary of State, he chose Rex Tillerson, CEO of ExxonMobil, as his second. Mike Pompeo, nicknamed the congressman from Koch for his intimacy with the brothers, who supplied the seed money for his own aerospace company and, on some counts, donated greater sums to this one politician than to any other. 16 Trump's Vice President Mike Pence was yet another horse from the brothers' ranch. 40% of Trump's advisors had Koch pedigrees. 17 His first Secretary of the Interior was Ryan Zinke, who used to sit on the board of a pipeline engineering company. Upon his departure, Deputy Secretary David Bernhardt took over the department. He was a former lobbyist for the oil industry. 18 There might have been a high turnover in the early Trump cabinet, but with unfailing consistency it remained populated by stars and intimates of primitive fossil capital. 19. And that class fraction sent its most obdurate men. All of the names around Trump so far mentioned had years or decades behind them as card-carrying denialists. Indeed, with method in the madness and none of the impetuosity for which he became so famous, Trump let his administration fill up with personalities from the denialist ISA, merging that apparatus with the state apparatus proper so brashly that it would have made Althusser blush. Telling the Oval Office from the Heartland Institute was no longer easy. In 2017 and 2018, the latter organized a new event called the America First Energy Conference, a combination of cheerleading and planning for the next step, well attended by top officials from the Trump administration, rife with adoration of CO2, mockery of renewable energy and one-liners such as the leftist claims about sea level rise are overblown. This at the second conference, held in 2018 in New Orleans, Louisiana. 20 The phrase in the conference title was not coined by the Heartland Institute, but by Trump and his advisors, on the campaign trail, at a rally focused on the virtues of oil in North Dakota. The presidential candidate outlined an America First energy plan, subsequently written up as an official White House document 21. Then it was soaked up by the Heartland. The denialist ISA and the federal government could at most be told apart as partners in a call-and-response relationship. Of the first 15 individuals nominated to Trump's cabinet, 7 had ties to ALEC, whose efforts to rewrite state laws in even greater favor of the fossil fuel industry were going at full tilt. 22 This is why I love Donald Trump. He has rejuvenated this movement, said archdenialist Mark Morano. 23 This individual was seated in the front row at a fringe event, held by Trump administration officials at 24 Colombian pesos, that waxed at length about how great and clean fossil fuels are and how they ought to be dug up. 24 As dejected as he had been in Paris, Morano was elated in Katowice. In a hoarse voice, barely able to contain himself, he told a reporter from the far-right John Birch Society how proud he was that the U.S., together with Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Russia, had refused to accept the scientific findings, his words, of the latest IPCC report, the greatest progress we've had since the whole nightmare started. 25 Never before had the men leading the denialist ISA felt so confident about their success. And the apparatus eyed a repeat of the American victory elsewhere. The Heartland Institute sponsored the denialist think tank Europäisches Institut für Klima und Energie, or EIK, which had placed all its eggs in the AfD's basket. After the AfD's entry into the Bundestag, the vice president of EIK became the party's representative from the Lusatian coal state of Brandenburg. An industrialist in the printing business, he sat on the AfD expert group on energy policies. The Heartland Institute shared podiums with him, as well as its deep pockets with EIK. For American primitive fossil capital, nothing would be more comforting than Germany falling to the AfD. 26 The same applied to the FVD in the Netherlands, the Clintel think tank docking at the Heartland mothership. 27 The mutual embrace spanned the branches of government. Not only those dealing directly with matters of climate and energy, but pretty much every figure of some importance around Trump had, at one point or another, in passing or as part of a program, confessed in the faith. One could take Jeff Sessions, the anti-immigration senator from Alabama who served as Trump's attorney general for 2 years and on his way to the post declared that CO2 is really not a pollutant. It's a plant food, and it doesn't really harm anybody, or Ben Carson, the housing minister who suggested that African slaves headed off to the United States in search of this land of dreams and opportunity. He also knew that the temperature is either going up or down at any point in time, so it really is not a big deal. 28 In this roster, Steve Bannon deserves special mention for uniting denialism and fossil fuel chauvinism and white supremacy with slightly greater ideological profundity than the president. In his Breitbart world, the threat of the climate hoax corresponded with that of losses for white people. 29 As Trump's chief strategist, Bannon was the architect of both the Muslim ban and the pullout from Paris. After leaving the White House, his permanent world tour as the emissary of the far right confirmed his propinquity with global trends. As for Trump himself, his views on climate, transmitted to the world on a regular basis, are in no need of referencing. 30. From this platform, the 45th president acted to tear down all barriers to the accumulation of fossil capital, or, to use a favorite verb of his, unleash the energies hitherto blocked. A centerpiece of this agenda was the rollback of the Clean Power Plan. Bequeathed by Trump's detested predecessor, The Clean Power Plan was an attempt to very gently nudge the sector of electricity generation towards lower CO2 emissions, reaching a level in 2030 that would ideally have been 32% or below that in 2005. States were given the freedom to meet this target by any means they saw fit, trading in emissions rights, substituting one fuel for another, for instance, gas for coal, or increasing fuel efficiency in their power plants. Immediately waylaid by a battalion of lawyers working on behalf of people like Robert Murray, the Clean Power Plan never went into effect. Under Ebel and Pruitt and Wheeler, the EPA was assigned the task of finishing it off once and for all, which it did by deleting the 2030 target, leaving it to the states to set whatever aims they liked and handing them only one tool for tackling emissions, if they so wanted, burning less fuel, such as coal, per kilowatt-hour. 31 Capitalist climate governance was again turned into a carte blanche for doing nothing at all. Making a more immediate difference, however, was a series of measures that opened territory previously out of reach for extractors. The Trump administration lifted the moratorium on leasing federal land to new coal mines. It unblocked nearly the entire American continental shelf for offshore drilling, prepared leases for areas from the Arctic to the Gulf of Mexico, and invited investors to plow enormous amounts of fixed capital, the construction of the basic infrastructure might require 2 decades, into the virgin waters. 32 national monuments such as Bears Ears in Utah were opened, and the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge went the same way. The Trump administration also proposed the privatization of land in Native American reservations, 2% of U.S. territory, holding an estimated fifth of the oil and gas, so that it could be transferred to wildcatters like Harold Hamm. 33 Another presidential concern was methane. A greenhouse gas several times more potent than CO2, it leaks into the air from fracking wells, one driver of the massive spike in global methane emissions during the early millennium. Obama's EPA considered requiring companies to reduce the releases, but the rule was never implemented because it was challenged in court. When Trump rescinded it in October 2018, it was the 76th environmental regulation he did away with, the generality related to climate. 34. Business as usual received a shot in the arm. In the late days of Obama, progressive media and movements were mesmerized by the struggle at Standing Rock, but in 2017, the Dakota Access Pipeline came into operation, the oil flowing fast under the water sources held sacred by the Lakota and Dakota peoples, making the trains from the Bakken oil fields superfluous. 35 The dark seed of rigs sprouted in places until recently spared. In the fall of 2018, federal lands in the state of Wyoming, rich in rare wildlife, were being auctioned off to euphoric prospectors, it's untouched fields and you're making it easy. It's not like there's lots of red tape and documents and paperwork to sign. 36 The president himself missed no opportunity to take credit for the bonanza. He tweeted self-praise for fresh ExxonMobil investments in Texas and reveled in reports of new coal mines in Pennsylvania. 37 Energy independence. Ham was an article of faith for him, but he hardened it by a few degrees into his own doctrine of energy dominance, the idea that maximum exploitation of domestic fossil fuels will allow the U.S. not only to detach itself from other countries, but to dominate them. 38 Horizontal drilling and fracking had given the U.S. the means to satisfy the energetic needs of its own economy and those of foreigners, who could thereby be kept under the thumb. Or, in Trump's characteristic syntax, our country is blessed with extraordinary energy abundance, which we didn't know of, even 5 years ago and certainly 10 years ago. We have nearly 100 years worth of natural gas and more than 250 years worth of clean, beautiful coal. We are a top producer of petroleum and the #1 producer of natural gas. We have so much more than we ever thought possible. We are really in the driving seat. And you know what? We don't want to let other countries take away our sovereignty and tell us what to do and how to do it. That's not going to happen. Applause. With these incredible resources, my administration will seek not only American energy independence that we've been looking for so long, but American energy dominance. And we're going to be an exporter, Exporter. Applause. We will be dominant. We will export American energy all over the world, all around the globe. Such as to Mexico. A pipeline to Mexico will be built under the border wall. It will go right under the wall, right? It's going under, right? Laughter and applause, reads the White House transcript of this presidential address. 39 The perfect picture of the idea of energy dominance, a wall to keep non-whites out, a pipeline running under it to keep the same non-whites dependent on our oil and gas. In such a world, the power of primitive fossil capital operating in the US would be projected into other countries, whose ability to demand that American fossil fuels be kept in the ground would be proportionately diminished. All should have an interest in keeping the pistons of business as usual working. 40. The doctrine of energy dominance was annotated with some classical American freedom speak when the Department of Energy in 2019 began to refer to fossil gas as freedom gas, to be exported without constraints around the world. Official documents from the department, still headed by Rick Perry, spoke of fossil fuels as molecules of U.S. freedom. 41 The president concurrently stepped up his stout campaign against wind power. They say the noise causes cancer, he declared at a Republican fundraiser in the Capitol, the turbines causing cancer by their very sound, apart from, as Trump had previously claimed, inducing sleep disorders, killing bald eagles and making America ugly. 42 Dominance and freedom in the realm of energy could only come from under the ground. Alec was enamored with the doctrine, and so was the Heartland Institute. From the latter, senior fellow Peter Ferrara exulted over the statistics showing the U.S. to be the #1 producer of oil and gas in the world and couldn't wait for it to also overtake China and India in coal. America has enough coal, the original energy resource fueling the Industrial Revolution, which built the modern world and modern prosperity, to last another 500 years. 43 Coal to the boilers for another 500 years. The White House used only slightly less exuberant figures. It gloated over data placing the world's second largest reserves of coal in the U.S. and basked in a report saying that at least 60% of all the world's oil pumped between 2018 and 2023 would come from its territory. 44. The backers ticked off the items on their wish lists. In January 2018, the New York Times revealed that Robert Murray had served the newly elected president with an action plan detailing 16 requests, most of which were either fulfilled or on their way to being so. 45 The Heartland Institute handed him 13 recommendations. In August 2018, it was still waiting for him to dismantle the EPA as such, end climate profiteering in the form of every manner of direct and indirect subsidy to wind and solar and, crucially, repeal the so-called endangerment finding from 2009, in which the EPA classified CO2 as a danger for public health, anathema for carbon vitalists. The Institute also clamored for Trump to nullify fuel efficiency standards for cars, but that wish was fulfilled the very same month. 46 One of the last decisions Obama made in office was to review and tighten those standards. Not only the Heartland Institute, but the giants of the auto industry, GM, Ford, Fiat Chrysler, lobbied hard against it. 47 When Trump made clear that the standards would be frozen, meaning that new cars would not have to become any more efficient in fuel consumption over the next half-decade, it was one of his most consequential counter-reforms. It would spur another gasoline binge on U.S. roads. One team of researchers estimated that the ensuing growth in annual emissions by the year 2035, relative to a scenario where the standards would indeed have been tightened, will equal the combined annual emissions of the world's 70 smallest countries in 2018. It will also exceed the aggregate from some rather populous nations, such as Nigeria or Bangladesh. 48 And the Heartland and the auto giants cheered. The other recommendations had already been implemented, including the discontinuation of climate research and, of course, withdrawal from Paris. Just one more remained, creating a President's Council on Climate Change charged with spreading the faith of the denialist ISA to the world. This wish appeared to be nearly fulfilled in the spring of 2019, when the Trump administration did indeed prepare to set up its own climate panel to rival that of the UN. It would be headed by William Happer, a Princeton physicist with a good claim to being the most over-the-top carbon vitalist, funded by Peabody Energy and other such companies. He had argued that the abuse suffered by CO2 equals that endured by Jews under Hitler. Let me point out that if you have a well-designed coal plant, what comes out of the stack of the plant is almost the same thing that comes out of a person's breath. It was John Bolton who recruited him to the task of finishing off climate science. Both men had received money from the hedge fund capitalist Robert Mercer, whose carbon vitalism was accompanied by the belief that African Americans were better off before they were granted civil rights. 49. With carbon vitalism filling the halls of the White House, the U.S. now came closer to the position that global heating was a good thing. In May 2019, Mike Pompeo from Cook praised the disappearance of ice from the Arctic. That region, he said, is at the forefront of opportunity and abundance. It houses 13% of the world's undiscovered oil, 30% of its undiscovered gas, an abundance of uranium, rare earth minerals, gold, diamonds, and millions of square miles of untapped resources, fisheries galore. Steady reductions in sea ice are opening new passageways and new opportunities for trade. 50. When Interior Secretary Bernhard was asked about the news that the atmospheric CO2 concentration had passed 415 ppm, he said he hadn't lost sleep over it. 51 500 years of coal burning, joy over the melting Arctic, no sleep lost. One would be forgiven for the impression that these men on some level of their psyche actually desired the destruction of the planet. In the second part, we shall return to the question of what kind of drive this might represent. All of that desire would probably not be satisfied. As in Poland or Norway, there were factors preventing some of the dreams from coming true. 500 years of unchecked coal burning, for instance, was impossible by definition. The people burning the coal would themselves be burnt before halfway to the bottom. Coal was unlikely to undergo the same renaissance as oil and gas, as even Robert Murray admitted. 52. Its decline during the years of Obama was induced by the falling prices of gas, ironically, thanks to Murray's fellow advisor Ham and his band of frackers, as well as of renewables, both undercutting the black rock in power generation. Few believed that Trump could do anything to reverse that trend, especially since he would not curtail fracking. 53. But the gutting of the Clean Power Plan did give owners further incentive to keep their existing coal-fired power plants running and squeeze the last drops of profit from all that fixed capital. 54. And 500 years are not needed to damage the climate system beyond repair. A few decades of extended lifetime for American business as usual would be enough. Regardless of the exact fallout of any of Trump's specific reforms, he ensured that the federal state apparatus became in full thrall to primitive fossil capital, a mighty blockade against any meaningful measures to abate climate breakdown. The territory was secured by the Praetorian Guard that was never much tempted by greenwashing. In a penetrating analysis, Doug Henwood has explained why the most eminent men, the Cook brothers, Murray, Ham, all happened to run private companies, rather than publicly traded corporations. Inside their own fiefdoms, they did not need to bother with shareholders who might want to put a green tinge on their businesses. They could stick it out to the end, impervious to negative stimuli from science and society. 55. The old company form made for some of the crudely personalized influence in the web surrounding Trump, a narrow phalanx of capitalists who did not, however, operate in antagonism to the rest of the class. U.S. capital might originally have preferred Hillary Clinton over Trump, but after less than 2 years in power, it had warmed to him. In May 2018, The Economist published a summary of why corporate America loves Donald Trump: taxes cut, regulations removed, profits soaring, fossil fuels pouring out in ever greater quantities. 56. Primitive fossil capital had, of course, always existed in symbiosis with fossil capital in general, every Ford suckling a Rockefeller, every Bezos a Ham. Politically as well, the former fraction did the work for the entire capitalist class. in that it insulated it from any potentially traumatic weaning from fossil fuels. Some continuities with the previous Republican administration could be noted. Leaving Kyoto, voicing denial, axing regulations, cultivating ties to mining and dirty industry, Bush the younger prefigured several of Trump's moves. 57 But his administration was not nearly as retrogressive and predatory and, yes, consistent. During his 8 years in power, the rest of the world, led by the EU, experienced the great climate awakening that eventually left the Republicans looking like misfits. Trump was the mightiest bull in a herd that charged ahead even in Northern Europe. On the other hand, there were also continuities with the previous Democratic administration that shouldn't be overlooked. It was Obama who oversaw the renaissance of American fossil fuel production, sought to turn the bottomless well into a source of export commodities, lifted a 40-year ban on exporting crude oil. Incidentally, in the week after he had returned home from 21 Colombian pesos, approved every single export license for liquefied fossil gas put before him, expedited the licensing of pipelines, opened waters off the Alaskan coast for drilling, and expressed his pride in all of this in terms not dissimilar from Trump's. 58 Over the last 3 years, Obama said, vaunting these achievements in his 2012 State of the Union address, "We've opened millions of new acres for oil and gas exploration, and right now, American oil production is the highest it's been in 8 years, we have a supply of natural gas that can last America nearly 100 years. Trump, we have nearly 100 years worth of natural gas." In Obama's eyes, none of this came into conflict with the simultaneous expansion of renewables. This country needs an all-out, all-of-the-above strategy that develops every available source of American energy. 59. Obama found it politic to repeat the boast in 2018, "That was me, people," he told a cheering audience of oil men in Houston, pointing to the Renaissance. 60. Why, then, did primitive fossil capital whine so loudly? Why did Harold Hamm, in the same year as Obama gave that address, write an op-ed in Forbes in which he reproached this president and his administration for having done everything in their power to stop fossil fuel usage? 61. When Trump took over, Hamm told Fox Business that he was very excited about the fact that we can get back from the brink of extinction and have a future here in America as oil and gas producers. 62. Trump later reciprocated by telling a gathering of such producers that "You've gone through 8 years of hell, and actually I could say even a little bit more than that." 63. Extinction, hell, even worse, clearly not what transpired. So why the burning desire to annex the state apparatus? The answer seems to lie in the contradictions of capitalist climate governance. Based on adherence to the science, it has regularly aired the pretension to mitigate climate change. In his speech accepting the nomination as the Democratic presidential candidate in 2008, Obama predicted that people generations from now would look back upon his win as the moment when the rise of the oceans began to slow and our planet began to heal. 64. Just like the testimony of James Hansen back in 1988, but 2 decades deeper into a warming world, this carried the implication and risk of a sharp reduction in the burning of fossil fuels. Or, if Obama had been serious about slowing the ocean's rise and his administration willing and capable of initiating the showdown with fossil capital, extinction would indeed have been pending. The capitalists first in the line have always been most acutely aware of this logic, always most jittery about it, and always, from the early days of the Global Climate Coalition, most adept at preemptive strikes. But perhaps more importantly, capitalist climate governance of the enlightened kind Obama represented was susceptible to pressure from popular movements. Unlike institutionalist denial, it could be requested to adhere to science in practice as well in the effusion of words. Hence the suspension of Keystone XL in 2015, after the broadest and most persistent campaign ever undertaken by the U.S. climate movement and its allies, and of Dakota Access in 2016 after Standing Rock. These concessions augured ill for primitive fossil capital. They demonstrated the instability of capitalist climate governance and the danger that, under the pressure of mass mobilization, it might go beyond itself into actual limits on extraction. If Obama effused high-flown rhetoric during his 2008 campaign, only to superintend the oil and gas boom in his first term, he gave in to some of that pressure at the end of his second and veered back towards mitigation, at least in the form of shelving the most egregious expansionary projects. 65. The importance of his late decision on Keystone XL in particular can hardly be overestimated. Like the Hansen testimony once did, it sent shockwaves through primitive fossil capital, reinforcing a narrative of near-death experience at the hands of this president. That story had been spun since 2008 by the API, Peabody, the Koch brothers and their sort, but this was a rebuff with a qualitative difference. 66. In its wake, Andrew Wheeler vented alarm on behalf of his clients. The environmental organizations are going to be emboldened by this and going to go after more projects. On the industry side, they're going to have to step it up. People are going to take a step back and reassess what went wrong and what they could have done differently. Anybody representing any energy or infrastructure project is going to have to take a look at the tactics. Do you politicize it more or try to take politics out of it? 67. Evidently the industry side did step it up, reassess the tactics and chose to politicize energy by jumping on the bandwagon of ethno-nationalism. The nature of the latter was never in doubt. Spillover, smokescreen, misfit. Donald Trump's career in racism is by now at least as proverbial as that in climate denial. Laziness is a trait in blacks, he said some 3 decades before his presidential campaign. 68. When he launched it, his website contained opinions on a single issue, immigration. 69. From the moment he hurled himself into orbit with his speech on Mexican immigrants as rapists, he hailed Americans as members of a white nation. Make America Great Again did not, of course, refer to African or Latin or Muslim or Native American, but to a specifically white America that had lost its greatness, or, that space that we once occupied before Mexicans, immigrants, gays, and black presidents became an occupying force. In one decoding of the interpellation 70, a wealth of research has demonstrated that a significant enough segment of the white population felt summoned by this call. For a number of white Americans, their country was a rug being pulled out from under them, as Ashley Jardinas sums up the mood in white identity politics, amassing an abundance of evidence from polls, media, surveys, anxious about their privileges, fearful that non-whites were usurping them, including becoming more numerous. They were, by the time Trump stepped onto the stage, ready to defend themselves. 71. In another sign of transatlantic convergence, much of the enmity was directed against immigration. Whites were far more opposed to it than blacks or Latinos, although not if the immigrants were reliably white. We should have more people from places like Norway, as Trump would say. 72. He was the right president for racially conscious whites, the man to redress the affronts they had put up with for so long. Having a black president was not the least of these affronts. For the first time in history, the highest office had been lost to the white man. It concentrated the perceived loss of dominance at one point, as evident in the Tea Party movement, replete with Obama effigies and posters of Obama as witch doctor with a bone in his nose, and birtherism, the claim that this black man must be an illegitimate foreigner in the White House. It was in this moment the political phenomenon of Donald Trump arose, first as birtherist, then as candidate for obliterating all traces of Obama. For Trump, Ta-Nehisi Coates argued in a much-read essay, it almost seems that the fact of Obama, the fact of a black president, insulted him personally. Hence, replacing Obama is not enough. Trump has made the negation of Obama's legacy the foundation of his own. The idea of being white is the idea of not being a nigger, and so it has always been, but Trump was the first occupant of the White House to arrive. In the wake of something more potent, an entire nigger presidency with nigger healthcare, nigger climate accords, and nigger justice reform, all of which could be targeted for destruction or redemption, thus refeeing the idea of being white. 73. With regards to the nigger climate accords, Coates's essayist intuitions have been substantiated with rigorous analysis of attitudinal data by Solil D. Benegal. In 2008, the recognition of climate change as a reality and cause of concern suddenly plunged, but only among white Americans. Blacks retained it in full. Why? Benegal attributes it to a spillover of racialization, a process by which the primary perception of Obama as a black and thus anti-white president sloshed onto secondary fields of policy, such as climate 74. If global warming was something Obama believed in, it must be a hoax to disinherit the whites. Of a piece with this edgy atmosphere, or paranoia, if you will, was the rhetoric coming from primitive fossil capital and the denialist ISA about Obama killing coal, extinguishing oil, and causing general hell. 75. Needless to say, neither whites nor fossil fuels actually lost their dominance under his 8 years. Had they done so, had they undergone the feared replacement and disappeared into the margins, no vengeance on the ensuing scale would have been possible. But the privileges of both were, or were at least felt to be, in some minimal sense of the term, in question. Hence the fusional reaction. Under Trump, the combustion of fossil fuels came to connote propping up the white nation. Coates argued that Trump was the first white president, since no one had previously come to the highest office to negate an African American predecessor. On the same logic, he was the first president to fill up white skin with black fuel. How were the two moments related during the presidency? Laura Pulido and her colleagues sieved the output from Trump's first year in office: tweets, speeches, appointments, executive orders, memoranda, budget decisions, and ordered them into 195 environmental and 354 racial events. While the latter category was larger by number, it had less material substance. The bulk were rhetorical excrescences, in the nature of Trump talking about shithole countries, tweeting that Congresswomen of color should go back to such countries, calling neo-Nazis very fine people and immigrants animals, the whole unceasing discharge, whereas the environmental events tended to be earthy actions, like opening federal land to coal mines. The transfer of resources to private hands came with little presidential flourish. It proceeded quietly, methodically, indicating some level of prep-planning, the ground prepared by Alec, the Heartland, Murray et al. While the racism was enacted as spectacle on a whim. 76. The more outrageous the Trump show, the more spellbound the media and the less attention paid to the environment. In this analysis, the performance of whiteness worked as a smokescreen. But it could be argued that the two moments rather interpenetrated all the way down the line, up the sphere of virtual palaver. In Trump's world, the main global threat to the supremacy of white America was China, and it was in relation to China that he hammered out his view on climate, as in his single best-known pronouncement on the matter: the concept of global warming was created by and for the Chinese in order to make U.S. manufacturing non-competitive, a tweet repeated frequently with tiny variations. 77. Just as in the True Finns cartoon and innumerable other statements on the far right, the signal from the climate was here attributed to a racial other trying to rob whites of their wealth. The function of such communication was not merely to maintain the pandemonium and deflect attention from environmental destruction, but rather to build the case for the latter and lend it ideological content. 78. Conversely, some of the private proprietors that benefited most from Trump's silent deregulations had their own legacy of racist swagger. In her study of the Koch brothers, Dark Money, The Hidden History of the Billionaires Behind the Rise of the Radical Right, Jane Meyer reconstructs their education from Father Fred, who in 1960 published a pamphlet claiming that black commotion was part of the communist plan to take over America. One of the founders of the John Birch Society, Fred Koch, sponsored a colleague to run for president on a platform calling for racial segregation and total abolition of income taxes, in the year 1968. The Young brothers further learned from the Freedom School, which taught that it was a mistake to forcibly terminate slavery, people should have the right to sell their bodies if they wish, and introduced them to neoliberal theory. David Koch went on to explain Obama's vile radicalism as a product of his foreignness and more specifically his Africanness. His father was a hardcore economic socialist in Kenya. 79. These were not errant cases. One of the Koch brothers' closest cronies was Corbin Robertson Jr., owner of the largest private coal cache in the nation, he had inherited his wealth from an oil company set up by his grandfather, a member of the fallen gentry of the Confederacy, who hated Roosevelt's Jew deal and sought to form a third party for the restoration of the supremacy of the white race. How far back do these entanglements go? What is their significance for events in the early 21st century? We shall argue that white skin and black fuel are more deeply interfused than either the spillover or the smoke screen model, as much as they capture parts of the dynamics, would seem to allow. There is another reason to suspect greater depths beneath Trump, in his laundry list of Obama achievements to reverse, as written up by Ta-Nehisi Coates. Only one item resonated with ongoing attempts to shore up whiteness on its continent of origin. Nigger health care and nigger justice reform had no prominent places on the European far right. But nigger climate accords and their equivalents had. Trump emerged in a conjuncture when the themes of race and climate traversed the Atlantic. This has implications for our assessment of his historical import. Even as perceptive an observer as Doug Henwood maintains that no candidate had ever been as ideologically unanchored as Trump, but it would be more correct to say that he was the first candidate to become firmly anchored in a new ideological constellation sweeping through the global north. 81 Dylan Riley has built a theory of Trump as a patrimonial misfit, meaning that he entered the White House as the father of a household and counted on personal loyalty as the adhesive of the apparatus. Since the U.S. had the most advanced capitalist state in history, the project was a contradiction in terms. This state simply could not be governed as a private domicile. Hence the erraticness and weakness of Trump's rule, the dismissals from and backstabbing within the administration, the jerks of a bureaucratic machinery suddenly subjected to a personage who treated it as a family revolving around himself. Fluky in origin, this arrangement had no staying power, no ideology or cause, no moorings in any capitalist base layer. A sorry, lonely real estate mogul, Trump suffered the absence of any organic connection to the class of which he is part and tried in vain to make up for the lack with his all too few buddies. 82. In light of the above, this must be deemed an astonishing misjudgment. Only the conviction that matters of energy are utterly immaterial to a capitalist economy could buffer it against basic data on the campaign and administration of Donald Trump. In the longue durée of global warming, none of it was a fluke. If that is recognized as a relevant context, it would be more accurate to say that Trump properly shouldered the burden of the American empire by elevating trends in world capitalism to the highest office and giving vent to the associated ideas. It would also be more accurate to follow Nicholas Balances and say that in the homeland, the state of Trump reorganized the dominant classes under the leadership of one fraction, namely, primitive fossil capital, and drastically shrank whatever relative autonomy the state had possessed vis-a-vis the latter. Balances intuited that such a process would entail the decaying of parliament and other institutions of representative democracy and the rise of an ever more self-willed and capricious executive. But he also thought it would stir up tensions with other class fractions that would not, his own example, indulge big oil. 83 This did not transpire. The leadership of the Maois and the Hams induced no bourgeois infighting. One reason might be that renewables, or the flow of energy, had yet to support a well-endowed, well-organized counterweight to primitive fossil capital. Indeed, such a fraction was nowhere in sight. Panels and turbines had no Cook brothers. Given that, qua fuels, sun and wind cannot be extracted for profit, they might not ever sustain anything like the fraction that led U.S. capitalism to class-wide acclaim. In fact, the trifling political donations from firms in the renewable energy sector went increasingly to the Republicans under Trump, demonstrating that even they enjoyed him. 84 Clearly, they lacked any counter-hegemonic ambition to lead an actual shift from one type of energy source to another. Below the froth and show of Washington politics in the first 3 years of Trump's reign, consonance, not discord, characterized the inner relations of the U.S. capitalist class. The capital accumulation process now directly dictates the rhythm of state activity, writes Balances, and the accumulation was one of ever so ascendant fossil capital. 85 But this configuration was emphatically not unique to the U.S. We have seen similar things in Poland and Norway, and it is not unlikely that they would evolve in a Germany under the AFD or a Netherlands under the FVD or PVV. Yet the US is still observed with a degree of myopia. You have this enormous discrepancy between the White House and, essentially, everyone else, claimed top climate scientist Johan Rockström in 2018-86. Methodological nationalism cannot register the phenomenon, let alone plumb its depths. Instead, many cases suggest that in the climate emergency, the far right is a vehicle in which primitive fossil capital takes a seat, driving the state away from any limitations on fossil fuel use, and the rest of fossil capital, in the US, even non-fossil capital, comes along rather blithely. This clearly has not happened everywhere and might well be prevented from repetition. But Donald Trump had not even completed the first half of his first term before something similar unfolded in another giant country in the Americas. Seize the wealth while there is time. In the presidential election in Brazil in 2018, Jair Bolsonaro was the favorite candidate of domestic and global capital. Every single business association backed him in the second round. The Wall Street Journal endorsed him as the Brazilian swamp drainer, a southern duplication of Trump. After his victory, stock markets bounced with enthusiasm. 87 Bolsonaro had by then become a household name for his statements in support of torture and military dictatorship and mass killings of dissidents, threats to close down NGOs, advocacy of lax gun laws, loathing of LGBT people, blatant misogyny and contempt for marginalized communities of Afro-Brazilians. 88 He also had a PowerPoint government plan waxing lyrical about entrepreneurship, Brazil's true values, the conservative ones, and slim government. It contained not a word on the protection of climate or forests or anything else related to the environment, not a minus for the Wall Street Journal and its ilk. 89 But he did have things to say with bearing on such matters. When Bolsonaro prepared for the installation of his government, he fulfilled several of the expectations for a tropical Trump, for instance, by appointing Roberto Castello Branco as the CEO of state-owned oil company Petrobras. Until 2014, this man was the CEO of Vale, a multinational corporation producing more nickel and iron ore than any other in the world, as well as plenty of coal from mines in Brazil, Australia, and Mozambique. Bolsonaro's PowerPoint plan included the assessment that the energy sector of the country needs a liberal shock. 90 After the election, he selected a clique of ultra-neoliberals trained in the Chicago School of Economics to take the reign of the government, Castello Branco being one of them. As the director of Petrobras, he would not, he said upon his appointment, go for all-out privatization. Instead, the company should sell off some assets and focus on the core activities of oil exploration and production and speed those up. Petrobras had been at the forefront of deep water drilling over the past decades. Castello Branco aimed to go further and maximize the potential of the so-called pre-salt reservoirs, or oil embedded under salt and rock layers deep in the sea off the Brazilian coast, expensive to reach but in enormous supply. In a declaration of intent noteworthy for its candid expression of the outlook of his class fraction, Castello Branco said, "We need to seize this wealth while there is time. In some decades, oil will lose the relevance it has today." 91 He reiterated this position shortly after the cabinet was sworn in. Petrobras would not be fully privatized, but its monopoly, something Castello Branco considered inadmissible in a free society, should be broken up. Above all, Petrobras was now assigned the task of cementing Brazil's position as the world leader in the pre-salt field and seize the wealth at maximum speed. 92 Less than 3 weeks later, Vale, Castello Branco's old company, had a brief moment of fame when some 300 people lost their lives after a tailing dam at an iron mine collapsed and sent out a torrent of mud flow. Brazil does not carry a heavy climatic weight only in its very considerable holdings of fossil fuels. It also has sovereignty over 67% of the world's tropical rainforests. Left intact, such forests store immense amounts of carbon. But from the late 1940s to the end of the century, Brazil underwent agricultural modernization in the form of green revolution technologies, a mass exodus of small farmers, the spread of ranching and, finally, an opening of the soil to foreign investment, and intrinsic to these waves of capitalist incursion into the interior was the clear-cutting of vast tracts of Atlantic and Amazonian rainforest. Deforestation in the Amazon became particularly devastating from the mid-1960s onwards, when the military dictatorship, so admired by ex-paratrooper Bolsonaro, forcibly accelerated development. In later decades, the chainsaws and bulldozers were driven by the expansion of the soy and cattle frontiers into the hinterlands, fueled, in turn, by speculation in commodities and investments flowing into agrobusiness. 93. The Amazon received a respite from 2005 to 2012, the heydays of the Lula and Dilma regimes. Deforestation decelerated markedly in those years, thanks to fetters on the soy and cattle frontiersmen, tougher monitoring, enforcement of laws against illegal cutting, the designation of new protected areas and a host of other measures directed from the central state. Some forests even rebounded. In 2012, the rate of deforestation was 84% or lower than the 2004 peak. As a result, total emissions had gone down by some 40% or 94. Few countries had ever achieved a similar feat. But in 2012, the capitalist crisis from 4 years prior washed ashore in Brazil in the shape of a collapse in commodity prices, ending the social peace and sending investors back into the Amazon to recuperate their profits. Deforestation picked up further speed after the institutional coup against Dilma in May 2016. The right-wing interim government immediately set about lifting fetters and hastening the shift of the tropical rainforests of Brazil, and thereby of Latin America, and the world as a whole, from sinks to net sources of carbon, losing more into the atmosphere than they draw down. 95. That was the overture to the rise of Jair Bolsonaro. There is still space for deforestation in the Amazon, said the swamp drainer 96 during his campaign. He vowed to relax law enforcement in the Amazon, disperse licenses to entrepreneurs, open indigenous territories to mining, expel environmental NGOs such as Greenpeace and WWF from the country and essentially hand over management of the rainforests to the Bancada Ruralista, the staunchly anti-environmental political bloc representing large landowners and capitalists active in agriculture and livestock. This agribusiness fraction wholeheartedly backed Bolsonaro, not for his famed promise to restore law and order, but for his pledge to liberate agribusiness and mining from an industry of fines and ensure a free-for-all on the commodity frontiers. 97. As his Minister of Agriculture, Bolsonaro chose Teresa Cristina Dias, known colloquially as the Muse of Poison, for having sponsored a bill facilitating the approval of harmful chemical pesticides. She also had a history of commercial partnerships with JBS, the largest meat processing company in the world. 98. With her in charge of Brazilian soil, Bolsonaro clinched his alliance with the Bancada Ruralista, not to forget the mining community, which, according to a Bloomberg dispatch, was salivating over the new president. 99. In a separate but related move, he promised to criminalize the landless workers movement, or Movimento dos Trabalhadores Rurais Sem Terra, MST, so as to uphold the sanctity of private property. 100. Even before Bolsonaro took power, in the first 3 months of the election campaign, the rate of deforestation in the Amazon spiked by 50% as fortune hunters jumped the gun and converted forest to pasture. 101. There was a racial dimension to this whole enterprise that Bolsonaro did nothing to conceal. Minorities have to bend down to the majority, he declared in a speech in 2017, referring to non-white peoples inhabiting the Amazon. They faced the choice to either adapt or simply vanish. 102. Slated for such disappearance were indigenous populations and Quilombolas, or descendants of escaped slaves, also known as Maroons. Both groups inhabited lands in the Amazon set aside for them by previous governments, much to the chagrin of Bolsonaro and his followers. Here was a cardinal principle of the Brazilian far right: backward, savage communities have to be subordinated to the modern, developing nation, their resources subjected to maximum extraction. To the fossil fuels and the forests must be added Brazil's role in international climate politics. It is the country where it all started, Back in 1992, and during the very first COP summits, Brazilian delegations advocated a revolutionary principle for mitigation: industrialist countries should reduce their emissions in proportion to their historical responsibility for rising temperatures. The burden for phasing out fossil fuels should fall on those that have burnt the most, meaning the US and Western Europe, with a special place in hell and extra-large quota for the country that invented the fossil economy, the United Kingdom. Failure to honor the binding national commitments must result in financial penalties. The fines would then be redistributed to developing countries, free for the time being from any obligations to cut emissions. This became known as the Brazilian proposal. It was thrown out at Kyoto in 1997 because the industrialist countries considered it unfair to them. By any defensible ethical standard, it is one of the soundest ideas ever put forward in the UN climate negotiations and stands, to this day, as a monument to what could have been achieved. 103. Ironically, the Brazilian proposal was tabled by negotiators from the liberal government of Fernando Henrique Cardoso. 104. In 2009, at the height of his powers, Lula played a rather different role. At 15 Colombian pesos in Copenhagen, Barack Obama provoked nearly universal shock when, at the last minute of the drawn-out summit, he proposed that the principle of binding commitments be ditched in favor of voluntary pledges of no legal consequence. The COP ended in disgraceful acrimony, as all developing countries rejected the flagrant attempt to relieve mega-emitters of any duties to cut back, all but China, India, South Africa, and Lula's Brazil. In taking that position, the Brazilian government made a decisive contribution to the splintering of the global South as a front in climate diplomacy. 105. By the time of 21 Colombian pesos in Paris, the proposal of "do what you want if you want to" was accepted as the axiom of capitalist climate governance on a worldwide scale. And with Bolsonaro, Brazil, as the first major country of the global South, took the next step, into barefaced denial. When Trump quit Paris, Bolsonaro responded with a supportive tweet about the greenhouse fables. 106. He promised to do for Brazil what Trump had done for the US, his sons and political companions expatiated more. Carlos Bolsonaro, a city councillor in Rio de Janeiro, claimed that the Earth is currently in the midst of the most extreme period of cooling ever and blamed leftists for spreading the contrary idea. 107. Senator Flavio Bolsonaro considered global warming a fraud. 108. Senator Eduardo Bolsonaro, who received more votes than any other lawmaker in Brazilian history, produced a not-so-artful video in which he stands in a snow-covered landscape somewhere in the US, ski hat down to the eyebrows, launching into a diatribe against the globalism of the Paris Agreement and its attempts to force nations such as this cold snowy America down on their knees for no good reason. 109. They don't want to let developed countries keep polluting, in his own English translation, but still they give the right to pollute to undeveloped countries. It searches on a world level for a bigger equality between the countries. So the American society would be punished. This world equality search doesn't make any sense, he says, before claiming that all laws introduced in Brazil nowadays come from foreign agents such as George Soros. 110. The oracle conveying that latter truth in the video is Olavo de Carvalho, a thinker with a very special status in the fourth most populous nation of the world in the late 2010s, to whom we shall return. As his Minister of the Environment, Father Bolsonaro picked Ricardo Salles. Amigo of the Bancada Ruralista and the salivating miners, this man had never even visited the Amazon region. He contended that the discussion over whether there is or isn't global warming is secondary, an unusually self-effacing twist on denial. 111. When he ran for a seat in Congress in 2018, he designed a poster with himself smiling in the upper left corner, positioned above a sort of diagram or mind map centered on a cluster of bullets. Arrows connected a wild boar and a group of MST activists to those bullets. Both stood as enemies of wealthy landowners and should be dealt with accordingly. Zero tolerance, a solution that earned Salles the responsibility of overseeing the environment in the single most biodiverse country in the world. 112. As his foreign minister, Bolsonaro chose Beto Araújo, an eccentric career diplomat who had attracted a large, youthful audience through his blog Metapolitica, or Metapolitics, the term of the Nouvelle Droite. There he wrote, 5 days after Bolsonaro won the first round: "The left has appropriated the environmental cause and perverted it to the point of paroxysm over the last 20 years with the ideology of climate change, the climatism. The climatism gathered some data suggesting a correlation between rising temperatures and an increasing concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere, ignored data suggesting the opposite, and created a scientific dogma that no one can contest. Climatism is a globalist tactic to scare people and gain more power." But this seemed among the minor misdemeanors. 113 8 days before Bolsonaro won the second round, Araújo was back with a new post on how the left, and in particular the Workers' Party of Lula and Dilma, hates freedom and hates the human being. It therefore enforces the criminalization of everything that is good, spontaneous, natural, and pure. Criminalization of the family on charges of patriarchal violence. Criminalization of private property. Criminalization of sex and reproduction, justified by the claim that any heterosexual act is rape and every baby is a risk to the planet because it will increase carbon emissions. Criminalization of red meat. Criminalization of air conditioning. Criminalization of beauty. Criminalization of all Western thinkers since Anaximander. Criminalization of oil and any cheap and efficient energy. Criminalization of the existence of the human being on Earth. And the list went on, enumerating everything Araújo would set free and protect as foreign minister. 114 His words resounded through some camps. At 24 Colombian pesos, Brazil retracted its earlier promise to host the next COP, in a first step of disengagement. Mark Morano thanked the heavens again. There are countries now joining in, questioning the UN, Brazil announcing that they're not going to host a summit and that they think global warming is a Marxist plot. These are huge developments. 115 We shall revisit the origins of these ideas. As his vice president, Bolsonaro recruited General Hamilton Mourão. Himself claiming indigenous descent, the general on one occasion attributed Brazil's problems to the inheritance of a culture of privileges from Iberians, indolence from indigenous people, and malandragem, a term denoting a life of idleness, petty crime, and dishonesty, from Africans, refreshing centuries-old racial classifications. 116 On another, he stated that his grandson was a beautiful guy, exemplifying racial whitening, thus making clear what phenotypes he saw as ideal. 117 When the new president was inaugurated on January 1, 2019, one journalist reported an encounter with a black street cleaner, one of few black persons among the hundreds of thousands of white supporters who had congregated to praise Bolsonaro. 118 Brazil being a social formation very different from, say, Norway or Italy, immigration was not the funnel of its far right, although Bolsonaro did make clear that any immigrants reaching the country were the scum of humanity and should be dealt with by the army. 119 In the landscape of Brazilian racism, Bolsonaro interpellated white people as against quilombolas and indigenous populations in particular. But he also drew upon resentment against the modest redistributive gains from rich to poor, white to non-white under Lula and Dilma. That these measures granted a novel quotidian presence of Afro-Brazilians and working-class citizens in the heretofore exclusive spatial domains of the rich and the white, shopping malls, universities, and aeroplanes, was an affront to an elite way of life, Jeffrey Weber has observed, singular yet similar to trends in the US and Europe. Such grievances made up a powerful psychosocial component of upper-middle-class support for Bolsonaro. 120 His victory was most resounding in the relatively affluent South, where identities and origin myths are often derived from the white European migrants who settled there. He performed worse in the poorer, blacker North. The results of the second round triggered an outpouring of online abuse against black people. One jubilant Bolsonaro supporter dressed up his son as a blackface in chains. 121. Consequently, Bolsonaro's very first act as president consisted in seizing non-white land. Hours after swearing the oath, he signed an executive order transferring the regulation of two types of Amazonian territory to the Ministry of Agriculture, indigenous land and quilombos. Their inhabitants were isolated from true Brazil, but we will integrate these citizens, Bolsonaro offered as rationale for the decision on Twitter 122 the year before the election. He claimed to have visited a quilombo and found the people there to be parasites not even fit for breeding. 123 Around the same time, hundreds of quilombolas had celebrated newly issued titles to their land, on which they had lived since the days of slavery. 124 On January 1, 2019, these territorial possessions were handed over to the Ministry of Agriculture run by the White Muse of Poison. Of greater geographical extent, however, were the indigenous lands likewise allocated to the ministry, to all intents and purposes, now an executive committee of the Bancada Ruralista. No more land would be added to reserves. Instead, the state began the process of opening parts of the Amazon hitherto off-limits to entrepreneurs. A spate of invasions of indigenous reserves followed. Miners streamed into the vast Yanomami territory in the northern Amazon. Bolsonaro egged the land grabbers on by proposing to arm ranchers, cut up reserves and allow indigenous people to privately sell their lands. 125 Entirely predictably, the result was another surge in the rate of deforestation. In 2018 and early 2019, loggers and cattle ranchers acting on the mandate of Bolsonaro were responsible for the largest losses of rainforest on Earth. From the Ituna Itata Reserve, home to some of the last uncontacted peoples, satellite images revealed illegal clearing more than twice as extensive as all that had occurred in the previous 16 years. By May 2019, the rate of deforestation in the Brazilian Amazon had reached 2 football pitches every minute, the highest record since monitoring began. 126 By late July, the total area chopped out since Bolsonaro swore the oath was more than double that cleared in the same period in 2017. And now the rainforest was burning. 127. On August 20, 2019, around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the coastal city of São Paulo went dark. Smoke from fires deep in the Amazon had traveled some 3,000 kilometers to snuff out the lights in the metropolis. It was as if the day had turned into night, attested one amazed resident. 128 Unlike other wildfires sweeping through forests across the globe in recent years, these were not self-ignited by higher temperatures. Hotter though it was, the rainforest would not catch fire on its own. Instead, the fires were the work of loggers. To cut down a patch of the Amazon, they would move in with bulldozers and tractors during the wet season, leave the tree trunks on the floor and then torch them during the dry season, starting in July. 129 Early reports in the Brazilian press spoke of an explosion of fires in July 2019. 130 The initial estimates of an increase by 278% or over the same period the previous year were later confirmed. By August, the number of fires, some 80,000, was indeed 3 times higher. Although hot and dry conditions can exacerbate blazes and spin them out of control, this year the Amazon had no drought. But it had a deforestation orgy inaugurated by the highest national office. 131 On August 6, in the midst of the inferno, Bolsonaro complained that 60% of our territory is rendered unusable by indigenous reserves and other environmental questions, this to a gathering of car dealers in São Paulo. 132 Others saw another scenario building up. Before the end of the year, scientists were discussing whether it would take 2 more years or 2 decades for the maimed Amazon to reach the tipping point where the rainforest no longer generates enough rain to sustain itself, switches into a savanna and, in the process, regurgitates its colossal stocks of carbon into the atmosphere. 133. Meanwhile, on the petroleum frontier, Petrobras prepared for the world's largest expansion of offshore oil and gas production by putting out tenders for 7 huge vessels in that business. The state held an auction where oil companies bid for drilling rights. Production climbed steeply already in Bolsonaro's first year. The New York Times reported that a flood of oil is coming, complicating efforts to fight global warming, and named the sources of additions from fresh fields in the years ahead. In the top, Norway and Brazil 134. On his way to 25 Colombian pesos, Environmental Minister Salles met up with the Competitive Enterprise Institute 135. Foreign Minister Araujo dispatched his diplomats to represent the nation at the annual conference of the Heartland Institute. Myron Ebel was there too. 136. President Bolsonaro cut 96% of the funding to domestic mitigation efforts. Why he left the remaining 4% was unclear. 137. Furiously ripping up every measure and institution, every limit and fetter put in place since the Rio summit of 1992, with the Amazon falling and burning, he served the world the most vivid memento mori from the far right so far. But this was only what happened during the first year of his rule. Part 2. 7. Towards fossil fascism. Underscore 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 on. Sometime after the election of Donald Trump, comparisons with Europe between the two world wars became a cliché of the political conjuncture. Premonitions of fascism filled the air like some heavy smoke, setting off alarms for liberal and leftist observers alike. The prospect of a relapse into the interwar conflagration had haunted the West ever since 1945, but rarely before with such intensity as in the second decade of the 21st century. Leaders of the far right dutifully fanned the flames. In one instance, in October 2018, Alexander Galland wrote a piece for the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung on how the globalist elite rules the world. It joins together transnational corporations, the UN, media, universities, NGOs, and established parties, controls information, steals billions of dollars from taxpayers and showers them on banks and immigrants in equal measure, and makes sure to stay culturally colorful. The AfD leader also used the following words. The members of this elite live almost exclusively in big cities, speak fluent English, and when they move from Berlin to London or Singapore for jobs, they find similar flats, houses, restaurants, shops, and private schools everywhere. Their bond to any homeland is weak. In a detached parallel society, they feel that they are world citizens. The rain that falls in their homelands does not make them wet. 1. German historians were quick to spot a resemblance. In November 1933, Adolf Hitler gave a speech in the Berlin district of Siemensstadt, or the city of Siemens, on how a small, rootless, international clique ruled the world. He used the following words. These are people who are at home both nowhere and everywhere, who do not have anywhere a soil on which they have grown up, but who live in Berlin today, in Brussels tomorrow, Paris the day after that, and then again in Prague or Vienna or London, and who feel at home everywhere. To which the audience responded by howling, the Jews. The historians accused Galland of having had the Führer's speech in front of him on his desk when writing the column. He denied the charge and any knowledge of the passage in question. 2. Let us assume he spoke the truth. In that case, Hitler's words structured the text of the leader of the most successful far-right party in Germany after 1945 like an invisible ink, hardly a reassuring disavowal. The resemblance would not be any less uncanny for being unintentional. The same went for keywords appearing in certain AfD statements, like Lügenpresse or Volksstaat, not to mention Volksgemeinschaft, which appeared to have been plucked from the NSDAP lexicon. If AfD representatives just happened to use those same words, they did not thereby assuage concerns, but then again it was unlikely that the leaders of the German far right did not know what they were doing. 3. When Bolsonaro's Secretary of Culture Robert Alvim announced a new prize for artists, he laid out the criteria for good art under the new regime. The Brazilian art of the next decade will be heroic and it will be national, it'll be endowed with great capacity for emotional involvement and deeply committed to the urgent aspirations of our people, or it will be nothing. 6 years previously, a biography of Joseph Goebbels had been published in Brazil, containing the following line from one of his speeches: "The German art of the next decade will be heroic, it will be steely romantic, it will be factual and completely free of sentimentality, it will be national with great pathos and committed, or it will be nothing." A rhetorical coincidence, said the secretary, for when Marine Le Pen rechristened her party Rassemblement National, she picked a name used by Nazi collaborationists in the early 1940s. 5 During his time at the Interior Ministry, Matteo Salvini spilled phrases from Benito Mussolini and chose to address a crowd from the balcony where he used to watch executions. 6 Santiago Abascal of Vox was the grandson of a Francoist mayor and remained close to the loyal parts of the Franco family. Other party representatives attended mass for the old dictator, in which participants made the fascist salute, or published manifestos in defense of his honor, uniting Francoist colonels and veterans of the Phalange. Vox called for his name to be respected. 7. All of this and much more had the feel of an encore. It might as yet be less severe than the original event, a simulacrum or second time as farce kind of recurrence, maybe an obsessive-compulsive Nazi ventriloquism. It seemed more banal and insipid than classical fascism, but did it not come close to deserving that epithet? 8. Just how to understand the surge of the far right in Europe and indeed the world was far from clear, and here too the conjuncture mirrored the interwar period. When fascism burst into history, its enemies did not know what to make of it. There has been great confusion regarding fascism. Clara Zetkin opened her 1923 essay 9. She and her peers searched for clues in Marx's writings on counter-revolutionary politics, primarily in France after 1848, where the prototype of Bonapartism emerged, as a despotic state that appeared to stand above the fray of the struggling classes while beating back all democratic aspirations of working people, but the parallel did not fully capture what was going on. Fascism had no real precursor. Marxists and other anti-fascists continued to testify to theoretical confusion deep into the interwar period, and to feelings of being caught up in some strange social geology or of sliding down a steep slope, and being swept along by the laws of gravity. 10 A difference in the early 21st century was, of course, the very widespread knowledge precisely of fascism. This time, the analogy of that experience was fully available. The attempts at classification and comprehension pulled to it as to an irresistible magnet. But confusion prevailed. For some, the contemporary far right represented a neo-fascism, for others a post-fascism, a Kossafascism, a pre-fascism, a proto-fascism or a late fascism, not exhausting the flurry of suggested labels. 11. All such proposals came with a familiar risk: sloppy and hasty and politically misleading usage of fascism, whatever the preferred prefix. This was the cardinal error of the Stalinist Comintern, when it branded German social democracy a carrier of social fascism, twin of the Nazi variety. By foreclosing a united front between social democrats and communists against the NSDAP, such conceptual inflation merely facilitated the ascent of the real thing. 12. In the early 21st century, on the other hand, so different and yet so similar, the notion of Islamofascism gained purchase for the sole benefit of Islamophobia. "I want the fascist current banned," said Geert Wilders. 13. In between social and Islamo, inaccurate overextensions and cries of wolf were legion, providing another lesson for the present conjuncture. Some working definition, analytically precise, politically on target, is clearly of the essence. Here it is impossible to bypass the work of Roger Griffin, the Dean of Comparative Fascist Studies, who has spent an academic career distilling the essence of fascism. He treats it squarely as a set of ideas. It can be reconstructed from the texts that fascists wrote. The common belief setting their hearts aflame was fairly straightforward: the nation must, above all else, be reborn. The nation in question was not a constitutional entity defined by the rights and obligations of citizens, but instead conceived as an organic community, the patrimony of a race or culture or civilization united by heritage and blood. As such, it went beyond the liberal conception of the nation, and hence Griffin calls the faith in it ultranationalism, roughly corresponding to what we have previously termed ethno-nationalism. In the eyes of fascists, the noble nation had to be snatched from its deathbed. Over it hovered an existential threat, in the form of geopolitical demotion, military humiliation, racial miscegenation, economic reduction, loss of identity, cultural degeneracy, ideological deviancy, or some other grim reaper. The nation had to be rescued and given a new birth. All fascists posed as deliverers of their invaluable endowment. In Italy, they wanted to lead the inheritors of the Romans to take wing anew. In Germany, the descendants of the Nordic and Germanic race to fly über alles. In other countries, the heirs of some other glorious caste that risked being lost forever but would, by resolute action, soar to majestic heights. For this myth, Griffin has adopted the term palingenesis, combining the Greek word for birth, genesis, with that for again, palin. Fascism can thus be defined as palingenetic ultranationalism. Permutations were and remain possible. But whenever and wherever fascism appears, it will posit the sequence of past grandeur to present crisis to coming rebirth of an exalted and exclusive nation. 14. This definition has its undeniable merits. As Zetkin already appreciated, fascism cannot be understood without due attention to its stirring power, its appeal as a worldview sui generis and ability to kindle souls. Masses in their thousands streamed to fascism. It became an asylum for the politically homeless, the socially uprooted, the destitute and disillusioned. And what they no longer hoped for from the revolutionary proletarian class and from socialism, they now hoped would be achieved by the most able, strong, determined, and bold elements of every social class. All these forces must come together in a community. And this community, for the fascists, is the nation. 15. Or, in the words of Arthur Rosenberg, one of the most astute Marxist witnesses to fascism, writing in 1934, the leading idea of Nazi propaganda is national renewal. 16. Although Griffin would be loath to admit it, since he fancies himself the first discoverer of this kernel of fascism, perspicacious militants like Zetkin and Rosenberg again and again stressed that the enemy could never be defeated unless its ideological firepower be taken seriously and neutralized. But it would be silly to argue that the Marxists who wrestled with the behemoth in real time also laid down an unimprovable scientific understanding of it. In hindsight, its contours can be more precisely delineated. The widely influential formula of palingenetic ultranationalism does pin down an essential aspect of fascism, something like the equivalent of class struggle and equality in socialism or property rights and freedom in liberalism. It highlights something that has indeed often been left in the shadows, the ideas of the farthest right, strange to the non-initiated but of the greatest cogency to its adherents. It urges close engagement with these ideas. It allows Griffin to identify a whole plethora of movements and groupuscules in interwar Europe, post-war Europe, modern Latin America and South Africa and elsewhere as specimens of fascism, insofar as they shared the mythical core or fascist minimum he has specified. For this, they needn't be of any relevance to anyone. A lonely, pimpled, 17-year-old skinhead could sit in southern Sweden in the 1980s and put swastikas on his wall and dream of a new millennium for the Aryan race and clearly be a fascist, and maybe also member of a fascist sect, without him and his friends being able to influence the course of events on more than a purely local scale. A distinction is here called for, between fascism as a set of ideas and fascism as a real historical force. 17. A definition of the latter must go beyond doctrines and diction. In fact, programmatic content and philosophical coherence of the kind Marx supplied to socialism or Mill to liberalism were rather tangential to fascism in the two countries that produced the paradigmatic cases of its power, Italy and Germany. 18. Such accoutrements mattered less to fascism than to any of its contenders. Griffin himself quotes Mussolini spurning carefully crafted belief systems for the elemental force of the living act and will to power. 19. It then seems a bit inapposite to boil down fascism, of all historical forces, to what it thought and said, rather than concentrating on what it did and how it could do it. This is the argument of Robert Paxton, whose synthesis of the actual history in the anatomy of fascism competes with Griffin for authoritative influence. The perfect lexical definition frames a static picture of something that is better perceived in movement, something better understood as a process. 20 More particularly, fascism would never have become a historical force had it not come to power. Grasping it by pinpointing its ideational essence is rather like trying to taste a bread by looking at its recipe. There have to be ingredients, fermentation, hands kneading the dough, an oven set at just the right temperature, a series of historical events and conditions, without which the myth of the reborn nation would have been a passing fancy on a piece of paper. Or, from the heat of the combat, with Leon Trotsky. To our sage schoolteacher only the essence of fascism is important. But the whole matter lies in the fact that the pogrom essence of fascism can become palpable only after it comes to power. And the task consists precisely in not permitting it to attain power. It is not enough to understand only the essence of fascism. One must be capable of appraising it as a living political phenomenon, as a conscious and wily foe. 21. On the other hand, retaining a definition of fascism as a set of ideas is necessary for pointing it out in circumstances where it is not anywhere near attaining power. It can be a moribund phenomenon, a boy's dream or a nostalgic reverie, and still be a case of fascism, by dint of its ideational content. It can also travel from one context to another and keep its pogrom essence intact, even if unable to live it out. For fascism in this sense, we shall accept, but only for the time being, Griffin's definition. For fascism to exist as a real historical force, however, more was required, the first condition being a crisis. The ideas of a virulent nationalism, the nation as the supreme value, the conquest of foreign lands as patriotic duty, the demonization of Jews, a fad for uniforms, had achieved currency already in late 19th century Europe, but they could not seize the day as long as relative stability prevailed. Only the First World War opened the space for them. The mass slaughter in the trenches traumatized European societies, normalized violence, and discharged roving bands of veterans who considered themselves entitled to the countries for which they had fought, forming the nuclei of both the squadristi and the Freikorps. From Russia blew the winds of revolution, very nearly sending capitalist state apparatuses crashing down across the continent. Italy and Germany were especially close to falling. Those two nations also had their territorial ambitions denied by the peace treaties, their throbbing impulses to expansion held back and, in the case of Germany, reversed into outright loss of national and colonial land. On top of all this came, after 1929, the global depression. 22. Beset by enemies and corrosive forces external and internal, the states of Italy and Germany entered a post-war crisis so deep that their basic functions, to maintain the cohesion of their social formations and ensure continued capital accumulation, could no longer be exercised with anything like normal routine. This crisis was constitutive of fascism as a real historical force and not a spit in the wind, as Zetkin, Rosenberg, Trotsky and most other Marxists immediately saw, and as Griffin too acknowledges, although he does not make much of it. 23 For Paxton, on the other hand, this is the first item on a long list of passions that mobilized fascist action, a sense of overwhelming crisis beyond the reach of any traditional solutions. 24 But the modern historian who has done most to foreground this element is Jeff Ely, who speaks of fascism-inducing or fascism-producing crises. For anyone concerned with the possible reappearance of fascism, it follows that the key question becomes, what kind of crisis calls this politics to the agenda? 25. But no crisis has ever induced fascism through automatic causation, just as no ingredients bake themselves into a bread. Someone is always running the bakery. Paxton highlights the fact that both Mussolini and Hitler came into office by order of traditional power holders. Both men were invited to rule by the legitimate representatives of their respective states, King Victor Emmanuel III in October 1922, President Paul von Hindenburg in January 1933, who acted out a shared resolve among their dominant classes to bank on fascist forces as the best way out of the impasse. Both Il Duce and the Führer had taken a previous stab at seizing power on their own, the former in the election campaign of 1919, the latter in the beer hall putsch in 1923, and failed abysmally. Their route to government passed through an alliance with the existing establishment. Neither wished to break into palaces on the back of a general strike or armed insurrection or some other social upheaval that might unchain the forces of the left they were out to eradicate. Both craved the embrace of the army and police. An ordered transfer of authorities was the only conceivable scenario, and none other came to pass. No fascists ever installed themselves on the throne against the will of incumbent rulers. As long as they were spurned, as in France, Belgium, the United Kingdom, they stood not a chance, no matter how feverish the propaganda they churned out or how much muscle they mobilized on the streets. 26. Such an analysis should not be mistaken for a facile view of fascism as the string doll of big capital, designed by it and moving as it did. Keen observers from Zetkin onwards recognized fascism as a mass movement in its own right, with an authentic following, even among some proletarian strata, and a winning nationalist zeal irreducible to the needs of any dominant class fraction. 27. It was never the first choice of a king or a president. Rather it served as a last resort, to which official power brokers and bourgeois layers turned in an hour of desperate need. For a long time, they often found fascists repugnant, vulgar, eccentric, and potentially destabilizing, and would have much preferred the calmer waters of London or Stockholm. 28. In a study written under the shadow of Trump, Benjamin Carteret offers a careful reconstruction of the death of democracy, Hitler's rise to power, and shows how the uppermost echelons of the Weimar Republic, businessmen, top brass, landholders, conservative politicians, step by step moved towards a compact with Hitler. After his appointment as Chancellor, his predecessor Franz von Papen described the character of their choice: "We have hired him." 29. The second condition of the existence of fascism was the willingness of sections of the dominant class to call upon the fascists to relieve the crisis. 30. Fascism, then, was not for ordinary times. No masses would have found it attractive had they not felt the ground disappearing beneath their feet. No dominant classes would have called on its services had their dominance remained secure. As long as lives in advanced capitalist states proceeded in well-worn furrows, with only average levels of dislocation and disorder, as was the case for a long time before the First World War and again after the Second, politics could be managed with the normal procedures of a bourgeois democracy: peaceful party competition, regular elections, alternating governments, civil conversations, rule of law, at least some basic freedom of expression and other democratic rights. Countries barely ruffled by the interwar crises never developed fascism as a real historical force. Sweden, for instance, had its fair share of fascist dreamers and demagogues, but its territory was untouched by the First World War, its capitalist class free riding on larger imperial powers, its revolutionary working class movement defanged by reformism, the leaders of its contending classes partnering in a lasting peace during the Depression. But in the countries where the crises reached the greatest depths, the normal state gave way to an exceptional state in brown or black uniform. Its behavior massively overstepped the boundaries of normality. Poulantzas made this modality of a capitalist state central to his theory in Fascism and Dictatorship, the Third International and the Problem of Fascism. Under Mussolini and Hitler, the exercise of power was characterized by a general recourse to violence. The law was suspended to make way for the arbitrary will of the leader. Elections were discontinued and parliaments maintained as facades of one-party rule, the leaders of rivaling parties placed behind bars or worse. Ideological state apparatuses were fully merged with other branches, so that judges and police chiefs doubled as propagandists. 31. More so than with normal states, the fascist exceptions entered the economy with boots on the ground to buttress individual capitals. This aspect of exceptionality was later emphasized by Jane Kaplan, who argued that what really set the fascist state apart was its far more direct role in managing the day-to-day accumulation of capital, sourcing raw materials, opening markets, supplying and controlling workers, like a guardian caring for a minor in trouble. 32. The differentia specifica of fascism as force appears, however, to have been the level and extent precisely of physical violence in the internal affairs of the nation, as distinct from in the colonies, where it was nothing new. What is fascism? Asked Antonio Gramsci in 1921. It is the attempt to resolve the problems of production and exchange with machine guns and pistol shots. 33. Ely points out that socialists might have been harassed and discriminated against in Imperial Germany, but killing them amounted to a break with the relatively respectful manners of constitutionally constrained politics. 34. But socialists were not, of course, the sole target of such violence. A demagogic nationalism spontaneously seeks an object through which it can daily demonstrate its own superiority and onto which it can release the delirium of its racial frenzy, writes Rosenberg. 35. Fascism let loose a frantic mass terror on the vilified Volksfeinde, with a view to the elimination of their presence. As Griffin correctly notes, fascism was and always will be essentially racist, although its conceptions of race and choice of victims might vary. As pipe dream or practice, it seeks the dominance of the insiders of the ultranation over those outside it. 36. On the basis of this rather well-known history, we might venture a simple, provisional definition of fascism as a real historical force. Fascism is a politics of palingenetic ultranationalism that comes to the fore in a conjuncture of deep crisis, and if leading sections of the dominant class throw their weight behind it and hand it power, there ensues an exceptional regime of systematic violence against those identified as enemies of the nation. Such a definition takes on Griffin's common denominator of ideas but couples it to the temporal process and social relations pressed by Paxton and others. Rather than freezing the object in a still image, the motion can be followed from platforms and rallies all the way into an ironclad state of affairs. But, while Europe between the wars must serve as the template, we should reject an understanding of fascism as force as indissolubly tied to the unique conditions of the interwar period, since this a priori excludes a recurrence. 37. Those conditions will obviously never come back. There will be no second round of trench warfare in northern France, no toppling of a Russian Tsar, no pogroms smashing through Jewish villages in Ukraine, no black shirt columns getting on the trains to Rome, but as has been frequently pointed out, anyone who looks for an exact reincarnation is guaranteed to miss the return of precisely what they fear. 38. Historical phenomena never repeat themselves completely. Trotsky admonished those who searched for parallels in Bonapartism, but this does not prevent us from dividing human affairs into taxa that might come and go: capitalism, famine, democracy, collapse, rather than dissolving history into an infinite number of unrecognizable occurrences. 39. What cannot be ruled out, in our case, is the formation of a political pole with reminiscent ideas, a crisis of a similar magnitude and rulers and vested interests that arrange for the same sort of coalition. If something along those lines were to happen, then we can surely deploy the same term, to quote Ely 40. And something along those lines might be foreshadowed in the present. We should, Ely urges, concern ourselves with the production of fascist potentials, be alert to the kind of crisis where a politics that begins to look like fascism can coalesce. 41. A time-bound image makes for closed eyes, but a portable concept of fascism helps make these dangers legible. 42. And since we are dealing with a wily foe, the concept may have to be further adapted. Indeed, we shall revise our definition shortly. For now, it will do for heuristic and vigilant purposes. It maintains that any rise of fascism is resistible at every stage. The politics of palingenetic ultranationalism can be disarmed through ideological and other modes of attack. The deep crisis can be resolved in a different direction. If the dominant class leans towards a fascist solution, it can be thwarted, and if it succeeds and an exceptional regime is instituted, there is still scope, so the historical record suggests, for some forms of late resistance. Now, up until very recently, the prospects for fascism as force seemed non-existent. The consensus in the field held that its two chief conditions were absent. First, there was no deep crisis in sight. There might have been ruffles on the surface of progress, but at least in Europe, peace, prosperity, functioning democracy, and domestic order had been safely in place since 1945 and showed no sign of profound reversal. Paxton concluded his Anatomy of Fascism in 2004-43 in his magnum opus The Nature of Fascism from 1991. Griffin accepted that palingenetic ultranationalism will always appeal to some marginal existences, as an active factor in the transformation of history. However, fascism is a spent force. Tranquility ahead. There is every reason to assume that fascism will continue to be denied the political space it requires. 44 When Griffin updated his assessment in 2018, he took the deed of Anders Breivik as proof of the status of palingenetic ultranationalism. The mass murderer's ideas reflect the essence perfectly, as curiously private and socially isolated, no longer synchronized with the objective state of the world. 45 Breivik's was a shot in the dark. The misfires of fascism after 1945 could be attributed to the absence of a generalized subjective sense of an existential crisis of the nation and of modern liberal civilization. 46 No opening existed for the madman. No convulsions that could shake bourgeois society like the First World War and its aftermath were in view, no sense of an overwhelming crisis beyond the reach of traditional solutions, no anxieties about the future intense enough to twist people's heads. Second, it followed, capitalist classes seemed to have very little appetite for actually existing far-right parties. The scholar with the most comprehensive such assessment was Richard Saul, who argued that capital had undergone a metamorphosis since the interwar era, no longer formatted in national compartments but thoroughly globalist. In the early 20th century, capitalists latched onto their respective states and expected them to conquer territories and erect tariffs and fight it out with their rivals. In the early 21st, they merge across borders and send off stocks and factories without paying heed to nations. They have no desire for imperial adventures or walls. Instead they tend to look down on nationalists as uncouth bigots who imperil the free circulation of commodities, including labor power. Small firms cornered on national markets and other petty enterprises might be responsive to a nationalist agenda, but the commanding heights of capital are committed to a political economy directly at odds with it. Moreover, the far right has become increasingly decoupled from the leading fractions of capital, in the starkest possible contrast to interwar Italy or Germany. 47 On this view, the far right in the era of late globalist capitalism is an essentially plebeian force, doomed to impotent screams of rage against immigration. It will not morph into fascism, since the premise of dominant class support is bound to go unfulfilled. As of the early millennium, researchers from diverging schools were thus in complete agreement that anything like historic fascism is impossible in the advanced capitalist world today, because of the basic solidity of liberal democracy in this region. 48 These happy appraisals were logically consistent with our definition. Were they also empirically perceptive? The consensus was not without dissenters. In 2013, Jeff Ely ended his Nazism as fascism, violence, ideology, and the ground of consent in Germany 1930 to 1945 on a bleaker note, for he had picked up the signal of a deep crisis in the making. The global environmental catastrophe, and climate change in particular, now challenge the possibilities for effective and accountable governance and may well enable a politics that resembles fascism to coalesce. 49 2 years later, another prominent historian of the original cataclysm, this one of a liberal persuasion, Timothy Snyder, devoted the concluding chapter of Black Earth, the Holocaust as history and warning to global warming as the sort of crisis for which fascism waits in the wings. When an apocalypse is on the horizon, he ventured, demagogues of blood and soil come to the fore. 50 We shall return presently to the content of these scenarios. As for the dominant class component, we have acquainted ourselves with some fractions of rather considerable weight that seem tolerant, to put it mildly, of parties and presidents on the far right. It does not necessarily have to be the nationalism per se that beguiles them. Other attributes and corollary preferences could matter more. We shall return to this question too, but first we must ask what the term fossil fascism could possibly mean. 51 We can approach the phenomenon, if only in potentia, from two angles. We can see it as a compound of notions of energy and nation, or as a conjunction of a deep crisis and dominant class interests rooted in fossil fuels, a set of ideas or a real historical force? Let us begin with the latter. Some scenarios of fossil fascism. One could envision several kinds of crises inducing fossil fascism. Imagine that, at some point in the future, and considering the state of things, it cannot be too distant, a campaign for radical emissions cuts gains momentum. It puts on the agenda of some advanced capitalist country reductions of 5 or 10% per year. Oil wells and coal mines are marked out for immediate closure. A motion banning the construction of any additional infrastructure, not one more pipeline, not one more digger, is endorsed by a group of parliamentarians swiftly growing towards a majority. There is talk of prohibiting the still lucrative export of liquefied fossil gas already at the start of next year. A committee has drawn up a roadmap for the complete cessation of fossil fuel burning in electricity generation as well as transport. All sectors of the economy are to be subjected to the annual quotas, CEOs held legally responsible for compliance, overconsumers sanctioned with penalties and leakages plugged, so as to reach, no missed targets this time, zero emissions within less than 2 decades. Commensurate preparations are underway for scaling up renewable energy production and zero-carbon solutions as all-encompassing and, among some layers, wildly popular substitutes. The realities of global warming have caught up with the polity, its material foundation slated for extreme makeover. Here is a mitigation crisis. For some fractions of the capitalist class, this is a life-threatening situation. Primitive fossil capital is about to be liquidated, with no ability to reinvent itself for another life in the fossil-free economy. Coal mines cannot produce wind. The assets buried in the seams will be irretrievable. Mouth-watering business opportunities, fixed capital of mammoth size, an entire department of accumulation will be forever gone. Now dawns the existential crisis this class fraction has dreaded since at least the 1980s, mixed up with a structural crisis for other capital, all the more convulsive for having been postponed for so long. There will be little more than a dozen years to complete the transition, under the rigorous guidance of the state. The prime capitalist prerogative, control over the privately owned means of production, can no longer be considered untouchable. The structural crisis could grow into threats to the life of wider segments of capital too. But imagine there is also, in this moment of truth, a force on the far right picking up its own momentum. It sees the world in other colors. It recommends no action, it refuses to believe the hype, it rather wishes to attend to the health of the ultranation. It is fully available for a quid pro quo with the establishment and points its finger at some other group that ought to be removed from the body politic. In this scenario, we can imagine primitive fossil capital operating as the elite force of the dominant class, stepping forth to strike a deal with the far right, through funding, negotiating a coalition, siding with sympathetic elements within the repressive state apparatus or some other act of hiring, so as to protect itself from the existential and fossil capital in general from the structural crisis. The rest can be left to the imagination. Such a scenario would seem to be most likely in a country with extensive fossil fuel extraction and some tradition of ethno-nationalism. The US comes to mind, as does Germany, Poland, and Norway, to which we might add Australia, Canada, Russia, and perhaps other producing countries too. But we might also think of social formations where primitive fossil capital is less ponderous than the fraction presiding over agribusiness or the meat industry, whose very existence would likewise be in peril on the day real mitigation begins. Here it would also be a matter of ending entire lines of business that collide with the imperatives of climate stabilization, just as gas reserves would have to be left untouched, trees would have to be left standing, deforestation turned into its opposite for the long haul. 52. Nor should we discount fossil capital in general. Owners of the car industry in Hungary or Austria or Germany could face huge losses, even if they have a better chance of surviving a mitigation crisis. So far, there is little to suggest that these dominant classes would be prepared to give up their existence or undergo the required transmutation at the drop of a hat. They look rather more inclined to defend their crassest interests by any means necessary. In the absence of multiple mitigation crises with a non-fascist outcome, in which all of the above and more is implemented, we are, on the other hand, certain to experience a proliferation of adaptation crises. Imagine that repeated climate shocks chip away at the material foundations of societies at a level far deeper than in the first 2 decades of this century, heat waves 5 or 10 degrees hotter, wildfires roaring through regions for months on end, food provisioning systems at breaking point, storms pushing the sea dozens of kilometers inland. Here there is little need to exercise the faculty of the imagination. It is portended in the science. Adaptation crises would disrupt established stores and circuits of biophysical resources. Emergencies that put peace, prosperity, functioning democracy, and domestic order to the test are not, after all, quite so improbable. They are literally in the pipeline, and it is with them scholars of fascism such as Ely and Snyder are concerned. The former worries what will happen when serious shortages set in. If things like inhabitable land and edible food become scarce, those still blessed with plenty are likely to guard it more jealously than ever and keep outsiders at bay. We can look forward to fortress mentalities, idioms of politics organized by anxiety, gatedness as the emerging social paradigm. 53 The gates will be locked to keep ever more precious resources secure, a prognosis that has trailed climate projections for some time now. On a planet with shrinking habitable areas, the reasoning continues, fortunate strata might not only want to hold on to what they've got, but also create buffers. Kara Daggett alerts us to the possibility that climate change can catalyze fascist desires to secure a Lebensraum, a living space, a household that is barricaded from the specter of threatening others. 54 Snyder follows this train of thought all the way back into the concentration camps. In a scenario of mass killing that resembled the Holocaust, leaders of a developed country might follow or induce panic about future shortages and act preemptively, specifying a human group as the source of an ecological problem, destroying other states by design or by accident. There need not be any compelling reason for concern about life and death, as the Nazi example shows, only a momentary conviction that dramatic action is needed to preserve a way of life. 55. The people to be done away with could be Muslims, Jews, gays, or any other group to which anxieties attach. Even if they have nothing to do with rising temperatures, an extreme crisis, or just the subjective sense of one, might make some blood boil. No green politics will ever be as exciting as red blood on black earth. Snyder also thinks the Muslims of the Middle East could start blaming the Jews for cooking them and take it out on the state of Israel. Or, China might do in the 2030s what Germany did in the 1930s and strike out towards its own Lebensraum, colonize Africa or Russia and slay every Untermensch in its way. 56. Here is a risk of being carried away. Snyder does let his imagination run freely, to the point of projecting his future climate holocaust scenario back onto Nazism itself. Now he portrays Hitler as an ecological warrior. The Führer followed an urgent summon from the future, ecological panic. In Hitler's ecology, the planet was despoiled by the presence of Jews, whose disappearance was part of an ecological restoration. Contrary to received wisdom, the struggle against the Jews was ecological, since it concerned not a specific racial enemy or territory but the conditions of life on Earth. 57 These are some rather bizarre anachronisms that come with no substantiation. The Jews were nothing if not a specific racial enemy in the eyes of the Nazis, who did not speak in terms of ecological restoration and never bothered about life on Earth in general. 58 When Snyder concludes his Black Earth with the assertion that we share Hitler's planet and several of his preoccupations, he violates what must be the first rule for any such comparison. This time will be different, not the least because a climate crisis did not figure in the concatenation of disasters that linked the 2 world wars. Even speculations about fascism rearing its head must be subject to analytical restraint. Sticking to our ideal types, the accumulation of fossil capital would hang in the balance in a mitigation crisis. In an adaptation crisis, all categories of property might be thrown into disarray. Dominant classes would have interests to guard in both scenarios, and a politics of ultranationalism, palingenetic or with other banners, as we shall soon see, might come in handy. It could be used to beat back the challenge of a mass movement or other actor pushing for an across-the-board transition, or for redistribution of resources from those who have more than enough to those teetering on the edge. Indeed, any adaptation crisis is likely to provoke cries for the latter. Luxury enclaves should not expect peace in the heat. Both crisis types would then seem to hold potentials for a reappearance of several of the original components, states struggling to maintain the cohesion of their formations and ensure continued accumulation, traditional power holders scrambling for solutions, a readiness to experiment with more direct management of the economy to keep up business as usual, the hand reaching for pistols and machine guns. Race could be a vector of diversion and deflection. It might channel energies towards targets that can be safely destroyed with the status quo in one piece, or at least a semblance of it in place, an opportunity for the far right to realize its program of elimination, by means of an exceptional state. 59. We are here talking of strictly hypothetical scenarios. After a mitigation crisis with a fascist outcome, there would be fossil fascism as historical fact and force. What of adaptation? Here fossil energy would also be the firebox, not as object of contention, but as the material that has generated the immediate climatic stress. Furthermore, defensible concentrations of resources are likely to correlate with histories of such combustion. We know that the most vulnerable populations will be those that have done the least to cause global heating. Conversely, those who might garrison themselves on islands of riches will have built their stations on a century or two of burning. Fossil fascism would seem an accurate term for both scenarios. 60. The presence of racial others could be perceived as related to adaptation. Imagine the northern Nile Delta goes underwater. Imagine some of the Egyptians unable to squeeze into Cairo and unwilling to travel into overheated Upper Egypt try to cross the Mediterranean. Imagine this coincides with rising food prices in Europe, due to strains on the supply chains. Then some might want to bring on the gunships and burn the boats and, why not, proceed with the Muslims already on European soil, time to get them back to their shores. Entertaining such a scenario does not require subscription to a view of the world as a bellum omnium contra omnes. It merely presupposes that some regard it that way. In The Malthusian Moment, Thomas Robertson shows how American neurosis over population growth around the year 1968 was a mechanism for processing the turbulence in the Third World, Vietnam, the national liberation movements, the gangrenous poverty that carried the rising tide of communism, all conveniently projected onto a riotous urge to breed. 61. Now this does not mean that these developments were caused by overpopulation, only that some interpreted them through a Malthusian lens, and it is fairly likely that the far right will step forward to do the same whenever normal routines of resource consumption are stretched. There might well be enough food and land for everyone already in Europe plus the needy from the Nile Delta to survive, on condition that they are shared equitably. But ultranationalists will not accept that. For an adaptation crisis to break out and spiral into attacks on racial others, the scarcities, then, could be more imaginary than real. But they could also be more real than in the 20th century. One cannot rule out that this breakdown drastically shrinks resource bases in the aggregate. In that case, too, ultranationalists would leap forth with the demand to sever the extra hands, using racial classifications to sort those deserving of survival from those to cut down. 62. They can be counted on to regard non-whites as having no legitimate claims on the nation. Indeed, this would be prime time for a far right that has for decades obsessed over demographic apparitions. It's the birth rates. It's the birth rates. It's the birth rates, a fossil fascism of this type easily subsuming green nationalism. The Malthusian element of that current would have special traction. But the same muddle might develop in a mitigation crisis as well, as indicated by one text that begins to dissolve these distinctions. In August 2019, in response to the mass actions of Extinction Rebellion, a very gentle foreshadowing of a mitigation crisis, The Spectator published a piece on the real problem. The writer, Lionel Shriver, claimed to be agnostic about the reality of climate change, but accepted that it is caused by overpopulation. Contrary to what the rabble-rousers alleged, this crisis, insofar as it exists, is not at all the West's fault. It is the doing of the people of Africa and the Middle East, who insist on having too many children. Soon those children will move towards Europe, and they will all be branded climate refugees. But in the main, on a continent Africa that has never been especially hospitable to human life, they will really be population refugees. 63 Some sort of inherent deficiency in the African continent makes it extrude a surfeit of human beings who have no moral right to come here. The Spectator thus seemed to align with Der Flügel. Shriver pretended that the solution to any climate crisis is the distribution of contraception in Africa and the Middle East, but her argument cast another shadow onto the future. When conflicts over this crisis heat up, some will, they already do, point their fingers at non-white people simply because they exist. It is a line pregnant with violence. Whether it emerges out of a mitigation or an adaptation crisis, fossil fascism would have similar dispositions. And then one can, of course, envision climate breakdown interacting with any number of other crises, pertaining to finance, unemployment, inequalities, geopolitics, armament, soil quality, biodiversity, insect collapse, the state of the oceans. Indeed, a pure climate crisis is hard to conceive. Candidates for entry into an overdetermined existential crisis of the nation and of modern liberal civilization, what Breivik supposedly lacked, do not seem in short supply. Each ecological component has an inbuilt logic similar to global heating. Allowed to fester, it may, sooner or later, spark a mitigation crisis in which some stratum of the material base of the capitalist mode of production, intense industrial agriculture being perhaps first in line, has to be brought under public control and restructured root and branch, or else, or at the same time, a series of adaptation crises will kick in. The far right could respond similarly to them. Indeed, for Shriver of The Spectator, not only the climate crisis but every other global headache you care to name, from species extinction to desertification, is driven by overbreeding in Africa and the Middle East. But one could also imagine a scenario where the far right rapidly sinks into irrelevance in a chaotic moment for climate action, or in a mega firestorm or desiccation event that might not be conducive to any kind of politics at all. The climate crisis could perhaps run its course in an anthropic fashion, the human enterprise unraveling and its internal quarrels coming to an end not with a bang but a whimper. Or solar geoengineering could work so well that the whole dynamic is defused. Or put on hold. Or switched onto some other track, perhaps a kind of biogeochemical Bonapartism where the executive power of the aerosol injectors becomes so autonomous as to approach a dictatorship, with or without mass support. In short, anything can happen. 64 All depends on political battles and how they work their way through nature. It's just that some scenarios do a better job than others in extrapolating tendencies present in the early 21st century. Novelists working in the genre of climate fiction, or CLI-fi, have recently showed how. Imagining the change. One can, of course, envision mitigation and adaptation crises fusing into one. Given the resilience of business as usual over the past decades, a mitigation crisis might be unlikely without a very deep attendant adaptation crisis, radical emissions cuts enacted during a summer when, say, a fifth of European territory is on fire. But can we count on reason to prevail even then? In his novel American War from 2017, Egyptian-American writer Omar El-Akkad imagines the fate of a United States battered by global heating in the second half of the 21st century. Whole chunks of the southern states have been swallowed by the sea. The levees have been washed away for good, storm surges move back and forth across the remains of Mississippi and Louisiana, waves of refugees flow northwards, the capital has been relocated inland from Washington, D.C. In the early 2070s, the president finally introduces the Sustainable Future Act, a bill prohibiting the use of fossil fuels anywhere in the United States. 65 He is promptly assassinated. In 2074, the string of southern states most devastated by the rising sea and the scorching heat secede from the Union in protest against the act and plunge the country into civil war. The analogy with slavery is, of course, no accident. A major difference is the circumstance that the southern states would now seem to have the most to gain from the prohibition, and yet here, in the South, an entire region decided to wage war again, to sever itself from the Union rather than stop using that illicit fuel responsible for so much of the country's misfortune. The exceptional regime in American war is a war machine, a Sparta of fossil fuels, geared to defend the rights of combustion against the infringements of the North. Despite the analogy with slavery, we hear little of racist violence. Instead, the violence, which includes mass terror against the civilian population, is directed straight at the northern enemy. Here ultranationalism does not deflect from the threat of mitigation, but attacks it frontally. The ideology of the Southern cause is a generalist reverence for all things fossil. Anyone caught burning the fuel in territories controlled by the North is arrested, but in the South it is the object of a cult. Owning a vehicle powered by oil speaks not only of accumulated wealth, but of connections, of status 66 drawn to the memories of oil-fueled grandeur, clamoring for a new nation and excited for a fight. Masses in the South rally to the flag. The secessionist armies have an authentic following far beyond the magnates of the oil industry. Young Sherrod, the protagonist of American war, eagerly volunteers to join. On her way to the front, an old, fossil-powered muscle car screams past the bus, its hood decorated with a stylized rattlesnake. The war claims millions of lives. As a veteran, Sherrod remembers the old wartime footage of hollering Southerners on the back of huge fossil trucks, revving their engines in defiance 67. If an adaptation crisis touches off a mitigation crisis in American war, it could also go the other way. Fascist outcomes of mitigation crises would close the window for preventing ever-deepening adaptation crises and increase the likelihood that these in turn have fascist outcomes. A rightwards management of a crisis at one pole presumably boosts a further shift to the right at the other. Something along these lines appears to have happened in the United Kingdom, described at an unspecified future date in The Wall, British writer John Lanchester's novel from 2019. A wall has been built around the entire shoreline of the shrunken island country, 10,000 kilometers long, on average 5 meters high, with a watchhouse every 3 kilometers and ramparts and barracks and helipads made of concrete. The wall protects against the others. A fittingly floating residual category, the others are those people whose lives elsewhere have been ravaged by the change, as global heating is officially referred to. Some of them try to make their way to the relative safety of Britain, whose people still enjoy decent living standards and occasionally receive some big-picture news about crops failing or countries breaking apart or coordination between rich countries, or some other emerging detail of the new world we were occupying since the change 68. Lanchester drops enough hints about the ethnicity of the others. One individual is black, one family speaks Swahili, a group of infiltrators has embarked from sub-Saharan Africa. They come in boats. They come in rowing boats and rubber dinghies, on inflatable tubes, in groups and in swarms and in couples, in threes, in singles. The smaller the number, often, the harder to detect. If any of them manage to overrun the defenders and breach the wall, they will be caught, because all members of the nation have a digital chip necessary for residence. Captives then face 3 choices: euthanasia, deportation back into the sea, or enlistment as slave servants for the rich. As in American war, possession of a fossil-fueled vehicle is a token of might. The sound of a motorboat is reassuring for the insiders. The elite continues to take to the sky in private jets. Planes and drones are used for shooting down approaching others, who, in the middle of the novel, are projected to arrive in new groups of drowning, dying and desperate people fleeing temporary refuges serially devastated by the advancing change. A member of the elite prepares the defenders for the coming killing spree by praising the wall as the best in the world. You are the best in the world. This country is the best in the world. 69. The sea around a nation that first developed a fossil economy is a single mote of blood. a lesser sci-fi novel from 2019, which incidentally also refers to climate collapse as the change, paints an even grislier picture. The heat drives refugees towards Scandinavia, where the governments set up extermination camps as the only way to control the influx. At least, that's what they hoped. They ran liquidation shifts day and night and the skies turned black with incinerated flesh. 70 But the surge of the far right in the 2010s was not a precondition for such dystopias. Already in 1993, from her black feminist vantage point, Octavia Butler imagined similar devolutions in Parable of the Sower. Here it is Southern California suffering a withering drought in the late 2020s. A hurricane kills 700 in one day, tornadoes are smashing the hell out of southern states, sea levels keep rising with the warming climate and Americans still debate whether it's all real. People have changed the climate of the world, says the protagonist, whose friend retorts, your father says he doesn't believe people changed the climate in spite of what scientists say. 71 A newly elected president promises to take the country back to the good old days, the days when gasoline still fueled cars and trucks, and sets about dismantling environmental protection laws and breaking up scientific outfits. Refugees trek towards northern latitudes, trying to make their way through white enclaves, work conditions bordering on slavery and hostility to newcomers of color, elements of American war and the wall wrapped into one narrative. Obviously, future horror is the staple of this genre, which cannot aspire to the accuracy of something like integrated assessment models, but then again political crises in a warming world might not be amenable to computer simulations. Sci-fi authors can take the pulse of the present. The logic of the situation is now such that the plots of American War and The Wall do not come across as crazily implausible. Marxist anti-fascists used the logic of the situation as a barometer of the pressure in the interwar period and found that it forecast danger, mutatis mutandis. We can do the same and speak of fascist tendencies in the present. 72 Full-blown fascism as a real historical force, fossil or otherwise, is not yet found in any country we have examined, but we can make out tendencies operating in that direction, nationalist politics on the rise, deep crises afoot, dominant class interests in realignment. Another term for such tendencies is fascisation, used by anti-fascists in the interwar period who saw their societies sliding down the slope. 73 Perhaps we can now talk of fossil fascisation. The logic of a mitigation crisis with a fascist outcome appears to have been mildly prefigured in recent history, in primitive fossil capital affiliating with Trump after the victories of the climate movement in the late Obama era, in the limits on deforestation spurring Brazilian agribusiness to cast its lot with Bolsonaro, in the AfD's response to the German mobilizations, in the spread of the syndrome of selection. The defiant revving up of engines can be faintly discerned in the behavior and result of the SD in the Swedish elections of 2018. Indeed, one way of understanding the rise of the far right in the early 21st century is to see it as a reaction, first preemptive, later direct, to the quickly approaching crunch time of the climate crisis. Some of the deep structural forces in society that resist any transition appear to have gravitated towards this political pole. The worse the crisis, on this logic, the stronger the attraction, and these tendencies pertain not only to mitigation. If we accept the indications that an unprecedented anthropogenic drought in the Fertile Crescent was one of the many sparks that set Syria on fire, then we can see the European reaction to the so-called refugee crisis of 2015 as a portent of adaptation crises to come. 74 The treatment of migrants along the U.S. border is another omen. The causal link between climate shocks and migration from Central America might have been more direct than in the Syrian case, the poverty exacerbated by dislocated weather patterns, floods alternating with droughts, inundated towns, lost harvests. 75 When Hurricane Dorian destroyed the Bahamas in September 2019, 199 survivors landing in Florida were turned around, Trump explaining that he wouldn't let in a group with no right to be in the U.S., as it included some very bad people and some very bad gang members and some very, Very bad drug dealers. 76. It did not require a vivid imagination to believe that this designation had something to do with the blackness of the flotsam. We do not seem to be on a trajectory that takes us safely away from scenarios of fossil fascism. To the contrary, some major strands of recent Western history, from the responses to the Hansen testimony in the unseasonally hot summer of 1988 to the walls going up in the 2010s, can be read as adumbrations of this sort of future. It seems hard to demarcate sharply from the recent past. Primitive fossil capital already has operated as the de facto elite force of the totality of fossil capital and partnered with the far right, hiding behind and benefiting from its interpellation of the white nation. Its bankrolling of denial and obstructionist lobbying have protected fossil capital in general from a structural crisis, and the partnering with the far right has had the same effect. All of this has occurred because fossil capital, the totality of it, has faced a gestating mitigation crisis and spared no efforts in preventing it from breaking out. And the far right already has a radiative forcing in the climate system. The atmosphere of the future will have a political composition. Some of the CO2 will have been conducted there by forces like the AfD, the FRP, the PIS, FIDES, the Trump and Bolsonaro cabinets. They have fanned the actual, material flames, which in turn could send adaptation crises their way. The feedback loop might already be in motion. Post-fascism is an infelicitous term in this context. It implies that the contemporary far right is that which comes after fascism has happened, much like postmodernism succeeded modernism. 77. The question to ask rather seems to be if and how it anticipates fascism as force, in what ways it represents a pre-fascism or proto-fascism that may develop towards the end station unless actively and effectively resisted. 78. Late fascism is also a preferable term, since lateness is a feature of the whole ordeal. But we should not run ahead of events. Instead of staying with the task of trying to foresee the political future of a rapidly warming world, we can return to the ideas about nation and energy on the actually existing far right. More lurid speculations about how bad things can become are best left to the novelists. 8. Mythical energies of the far right. Underscore 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 on. If someone were to ask for a pedagogic example of the myth of palingenesis, Make America Great Again would be an easy choice. Once upon a time, white America was great, probably greatest in the world, a nation with an innate greatness living out its destiny. Then a period of decay set in, thanks to the evil ones who captured the nation. Now America will become great again, almost born anew, not by regressing to the 1950s or 1910s, but by resuming the journey the evildoers cut short. 1. The myth of palingenesis never recommended a return of the same old, a literal restoration of the Roman or Germanic order from 1 or 2 millennia ago, rather it pictured that past as a launching pad for a sparkling future. Looking back at the virtues and achievements of the Romans and Aryans helped reignite the nation for new great deeds, with the emphasis being precisely on the new, as in a new age, a new man, a total renewal shaking off the slow death and taking to the skies. Fascism had its eyes set on the future. 2. For all the crises that afflicted interwar Europe, fascism was thoroughly permeated by optimism about the enhancing forces of technology and a confident faith in industry, as we shall see in more detail below. Palingenesis was a myth in step with its times. It worked as the mythical core of fascism, in the sense that it spoke to the gut feelings of broad layers of people and inspired them to believe in the project of lifting the nation by extirpating its enemies. 3. It may be that the myth of palingenesis will never go fully out of fashion. But it is now also joined by another myth, with a different conception of time and political tonality, of particular prominence in Europe. It encapsulates the ideas with which the far right moves deeper into a warming world. As related above, on the day after the Swedish election in 2018, Magnus Carlsson of the SD posted a picture of soldiers solemnly bowing to their great 18th century king. He claimed that Sweden faced a time of tribulation, just as it had done before in history. It has seemed hopeless many times. We have been occupied by alien states, foreign lords have oppressed the people, we have been under attack and stood alone against a united force of European superpowers and experienced overwhelming numerical inferiority. Yet we have always resisted and defended ourselves and pushed the enemy back to where he came from, thanks to the supreme heroism of a patriotic guard, whose clothes were donned by the Sweden Democrats. For then as now, it is victory or death. Clearly meant to galvanize disciples in their fight against today's invaders, the message was mythical in another sense too, it had no relation to actual history. On any count, Sweden must be one of the countries in the world that has suffered least from occupation or incursion or the meddling of foreign states, unless one counts the colonization of Sami territory in the north of present-day Sweden. The trials Carlson described never happened. The fact that he invented a history of victimization out of thin air, however, did not necessarily impair the efficiency of his communiqué. The myth in question has both an exceedingly tenuous link to past, and present, realities and an ability to speak to the gut feelings of people. It had been popular among leaders of the Sweden Democrats long before Carlson's post, such as when Ted Ekereth explained that Islam has been in permanent war with the rest of the world since the days of Muhammad. A first invasion occurred in the 630s. A second was halted at Poitiers in 732. A third was repulsed in the Battle of Vienna in 1683, and here we are again, fighting the same enemy. Or, as an SD intellectual using the pseudonym Karl Martel, after the hero who struck down the Muslim armies at Poitiers, wrote in the party journal, this same old foe is now invading our territories by means of demographic warfare agents 5. Only Martel has yet to strike this time. This is the myth of Palin defense. It says, we defended ourselves and our inestimable estate in the past, we were under siege but eventually rebuffed the enemy, we fought hard and gallantly for what will always be ours, and now we have to do it again. Much like the myth of palingenesis, it deploys a certain vision of the past to stake out the present duties in the service of the nation. But where the former works in a generative mode and aims at a resplendent future, the latter operates in a defensive register and seeks to foment aggressive protection of existing traits and property. In palingenesis, a period of decadence has plagued the nation and must now come to an end. A new greatness will ensue, the inner energy of the nation reactivated. In Palin defense, the existential threat has been encroaching on the nation since time immemorial, sometimes raiding the homeland, sometimes sulking around its borders, never entirely absent, and now standing at our gates again. Only if we act with the energy of our forefathers will our way of life be saved for present and future generations. The myth of Palin defense became immensely popular in the early 21st century European far right and the body of ideas that nourished it, such as Eurabia and the Great Replacement. Batyer did more than anyone to embellish the notion of Islam as a permanent war against the West. From the 7th until the late 20th century, the leaders of Europe were wise and valorous enough to fight back, but then the fateful treachery of the Euro-Arab dialogue supervened. 6. For Mark Stein, the Battle of Poitiers had been reenacted with, so far, the opposite results. The Muslim armies had already reached the suburbs of Paris where they burned cars and the streets of Malmö where they blocked ambulances. 7. In the years of the War on Terror, so crucial for the Islamophobia that subsequently seized swathes of Europe as an organized political force, this myth was enunciated by outlets in the Western mainstream. 8. It was then sucked up by the fighters on the streets. There arose the English Defence League, with offshoots across Europe, wielding symbols from the Crusades. The EDL vowed to defend our land from 1,400 years of jihad and, addressing its Muslim enemies, to contest your kind, as our forefathers did, relentlessly pursuing you in our quest to see all Sharia banished from our great democratic country, this evocation of the Crusades being, of course, one of many points where the notion of defense collapsed into its opposite. 9. In France, Generation Identitaire emerged as the main direct action group practicing the ideas of the Great Replacement. The green piece of the right, in the words of one of Alain de Benoist's journals, and made headlines in 2018 when it sent 100 activists to patrol the border in the mountains between France and Italy, marching in blue windbreakers with "Defend Europe" written on the back, surveilling the woods with a helicopter and addressing potential immigrants with a giant banner, "Closed border. You will not make Europe your home. No way." But that wasn't the group's first newsworthy action. What marked the birth of the generation was the occupation of a mosque in the city of Poitiers. 10. The website Gates of Vienna, central to the counter-jihad movement, adopted the following motto: "At the Siege of Vienna in 1683 Islam seemed poised to overrun Christian Europe. We are in a new phase of a very old war." 11. The parties of the far right could not get enough of such mottos. In the city of Vienna itself, the FPO arranged an opulent celebration of the 333rd anniversary of the end of the Ottoman siege under the slogan "Defending the Occident." Then as now 12, it also produced a booklet retelling the battle in cartoons, complete with Muslim soldiers riding around with Christian babies impaled on their lances. Thankfully, early modern superhero Heinz Christian Strich appears on the walls of Vienna, dressed in a blue knight's gown, and teaches an enthusiastic blonde boy how to burn a Mustafa, that Mustafa, again. 13. The Lega had a special fetish for the Battle of Lepanto. In October 1571, a fleet led by the Venetian Republic sailed across the Ionian Sea and trounced the Ottoman fleet in a titanic naval engagement that arrested further advances from the east into the Mediterranean. In October 2000, 429 years after that battle, Lega Nord leapt into the public eye when it descended on the small town of Lodi, where some workers of Moroccan, Senegalese and Albanian descent had filed an application for a place of worship. The Lega activists marched into the town with flags and banners copied from the Battle of Lepanto. Chanting "No to the Islamic invasion," they reached the site of the proposed Islamic center, not a mosque proper, and poured urine from pigs on the soil. The party continued its long march with the promise to once again throw Islam back to where it came from, the other side of Mare Nostrum. 14. On his way to power over the fate of fleeing people approaching the shores of Italy, Matteo Salvini repeatedly invoked the spirit of Lepanto. 15. Vox styled its whole political project as a new Reconquista. To kick off the election campaign that took it to parliament, the party congregated with flags at the cave and statue in Covadonga, the little corner of Asturias where the lengthy reconquest, culminating in the final expulsion of Moors and Jews from Spain, is supposed to have begun in 718 or 719. Europe is what it is thanks to Spain, thanks to our contribution, ever since the Middle Ages, of stopping the spread and the expansion of Islam, a Vox leader said on his way to the cave. 16. The mythology of the Reconquista also crossed the Atlantic to Brazil, where the far right rediscovered the European Middle Ages as its cradle. It nurtured a narrative of the white Brazilian nation as the extension of the liberation of the Iberian Peninsula from Islam. In one popular documentary called The Last Crusade from 2017, intellectuals of the Bolsonaro sphere, foremost among them Olavo de Carvalho, took a dive into the remote origins of Brazil, namely the moment when Charles Martel halted the Muslim advance into Europe. From this moment, the Christians holding out in the Kingdom of Asturias began to roll back the Moors, until, after 7 grueling centuries, they had only the sea left to conquer, and so Brazil was born. The function of this newfound medievalism was, of course, to specify the nation as white in origins, not indigenous, not African, by no means polymorphous. 17. But it was in Eastern Europe that the myth of Palin defense held the greatest sway. When the Fidesz government began erecting 2 rows of 4-meter-high steel fence topped with barbed wire along Hungary's borders with Serbia and Croatia in 2015, so as to close the route migrants had used to travel to Germany and Scandinavia in search of asylum, it conjured up a millennium of bittersweet memories. No one had withstood the onslaught of Muslim armies with greater stamina than Hungary. It had paid the highest price, but always kept its fortress solid and proud. Throughout the centuries when the Ottoman Empire pushed into Europe, the Hungarian nation had been the forward defense base, without getting the recognition it deserved from other Europeans, safe in their homes, and now it was the same story all over again. 18. It was a narrative embedded in the deepest and broadest layers of Hungarian nationalist ideology. In polls conducted in 1993 and 2000, nearly 75% of respondents from all walks of life agreed with the statement that for 1,000 years, Hungary was the bulwark of the West, but we, even today, have never been thanked for this. 19. Fidesz and Viktor Orban had already made legend for the so-called refugee crisis, with the potential to reinforce their position as commanders of the fort. Once again, Hungary had took it upon itself to defend Europe from a Muslim invasion, and if some liberals in Brussels whimpered about the harsh methods, it was yet another sign of ingratitude. 20. The myth could be extended to other enemies, past and present. We sent home the Sultan with his army, the Habsburg Kaiser with his raiders, and the Soviets with their comrades. Now we will send home Uncle George, Orban thundered to 100,000 supporters in Budapest before the election of 2018, Uncle George being, of course, Soros, a native of the country. 21. At this point the myth had a palpable if diffuse impact on people's lives. It provided the ideological coding for a major section of the European wall that condemned migrants to hold out as best they could on the high waves of the Mediterranean, under the bombs falling over Aleppo or on the parched fields of drought-stricken Iran. But no matter how effective the Hungarian fences were in blocking the influx, with few if any migrants in sight, the Fidesz government in 2017 resolved to upgrade the construction with thermal sensors and electric shocks to anyone touching it. 22 measures like this turned Hungary into a utopia for much of the far right in Western Europe, a land attracting longing glances from inter alia Vox, which repeatedly cited it as the model for the Union. The Spanish party raised its nightly banners against migratory invasion, against Soros and his globalism and, of course, against Islam, all of which enemies were folded into the myth of centuries of defensive struggles uniting white Christians from Cordoba to Buda in a timeless bond. 23. Meanwhile, in Poland, the PiS drew on its own antique ideology of the nation as a Pérzedmers, bulwark, of Europe, or, in the language of Catholicism, antimural Christianitas. It was constructed in the late Middle Ages and early modern era, when Polish kings and their diplomats worked tirelessly to elicit support from the Vatican and other allies in their wars against Turks and Tatars. Fund us, arm us, because we are blocking the menace for the benefit of you all. Created by the top tiers of the feudal Polish state, the idea of the antimural trickled down to popular layers in the 17th century and ripened as a myth of national nobility during the 19th, when nationalists in partitioned Poland longed for their lost independence. 24. The heroism of Jan Sobieski, who arrived with his Polish cavalry at the gates of Vienna and lifted the Ottoman siege at the 11th hour, was the finest moment in this history. With the approach of the so-called refugee crisis, the PiS knew exactly what national pride to summon. And yet both Hungary and Poland must so far be considered second runners in the game of pale and defensive myth-making. It was another Eastern European country that claimed first place. While hundreds of diplomats and delegates made their way to Rio de Janeiro to hammer out the unfuck in the early summer of 1992, the tanks of the Serbian army and the jeeps of the Chetniks rolled ever deeper into the green valleys of Bosnia. Among the towns that fell in these weeks was Foča. A typical Bosnian population center, with some 20,000 inhabitants identifiable as Muslims and roughly as many as Serbs, its fate was like that of any other place subjected to occupation. The Muslims were rounded up and detained. They had their valuables taken away from them. Their houses were methodically burned to the ground, while fire brigades protected neighboring Serbs from the flames. Every mosque was blown up and bulldozed until only gravel remained. Commanders gave orders to shoot Muslims. Some 3,000 of them, virtually all unarmed civilians, were killed in Foča alone. Special detention centers were set up for women. For months on end, Serbian nationalist soldiers entered those centers and raped the women in groups and told them they would never again give birth to Muslim babies. In January 1994, the town was rechristened Srbinje, literally the place of the Serbs. No traces of a Muslim presence then remained. In its investigation of the events in Foča, the Hague Tribunal later observed that the sole reason for this treatment of the civilians was their Muslim ethnicity. 25. Why did the Serbian nationalists behave in this way? Or, rather, what did they think they were doing? We defended Europe from Islam 600 years ago, said Radovan Karadzic, president of the Serbian nationalist entity known as Republika Srpska. We are defending Europe again. 26. During the prelude to the war, no theme loomed larger than the endurance of the Serbs on the cross where the Muslims had nailed them. More precisely, the Serbian nation entered eternity through the Battle of Kosovo Polje, or the Field of Blackbirds in 1389. There the troops from the remainders of the feudal Serbian Empire met Ottoman forces and fought to the moment of bitter defeat. Legend has it that their leader, Prince Lazar, a Christ-like figure and nationalist martyr, was killed because a Muslim-loving Serbian Judas betrayed him. 27. In 1989, actually existing socialism, including the Republic of Yugoslavia, fell apart, and it also happened to be the 600th anniversary of the Battle of Kosovo Polje. Squeezing every drop of significance out of the occasion, Slobodan Milosevic, heir apparent to the disintegrating bureaucratic apparatus in Belgrade, ordered the body of Prince Lazar exhumed from its shrine and carried by foot to monasteries, all the way down to the original battleground at the Field of Blackbirds. Venerated in macabre revival meetings, the holy relics inspired nationalist pledges such as the following: "We will do our utmost to crush their race and descendants so completely that history will not even remember them." 28. In a long series of mass meetings leading up to the anniversary date, feelings of unjust victimization, of Serbs as heroes daring to fight against hopeless odds but never receiving their due, until now, acquired the delirium of a racial frenzy. The bureaucracy in Belgrade swung behind it, as did Serbian television, press outlets, and intellectuals, the ideological state apparatuses hanging on every word from Milosevic and, like him, baying for blood. 29. The campaign culminated on the day of the battle, a hot June 28, 1989, when Milosevic descended by helicopter at the Field of Blackbirds. Collapsing more than half a millennium into a single hyper-intense moment of defense, Milosevic told the crowd of between 1 and 2 million Serbs. 6 centuries later, now, we are being again engaged in battles and are facing battles. They are not armed battles, although such things cannot be excluded yet. However, regardless of what kind of battles they are, they cannot be won without resolve, bravery, and sacrifice, without the noble qualities that were present here in the Field of Kosovo in the days past. 30. When battles did break out, the Serbian regiments streaming into Bosnian villages crowed over their pale and defensive exploits. Upon cleansing a settlement of Muslims, they received medals named after the heroes of 1389. In the first concentration camps Europe had known since the Second World War, guards bawled songs in praise of those heroes and forced their prisoners to join in. 31. The late medieval burden laid the base for a shrill hysteria over Islamization. Serbian nationalists incessantly bellowed reports of Sharia laws, claims of Muslim backwardness, revelations of secret plans to turn the continent into an Islamic state and projections of a Muslim demographic takeover, first in the Balkans and then the rest of Europe. The Muslims were spawning into power, which was why, to quote Mark Stein, they had to be culled. Throughout the war, Karadzic and Milosevic and the other commanders never tired of telling Western Europe that it too would be overrun, unless the Serbian troops on the ground were supported and emulated. 32. The future of the continent was that of Bosnia. And the climax came at Srebrenica, where a platoon under the command of Ratko Mladic in July 1995 netted tens of thousands of famished and desperate civilians who had fled to the enclave during earlier phases of cleansing. UN troops from the Netherlands had been assigned the protection of the safe area but handed it over to the Serbian nationalists and assisted them in their work. The boys and men were placed on buses. They were thrown off at various sites around the town, blindfolded, pushed to the ground, executed and rolled over into mass graves. In some storehouses they were hacked to death with axes and crowbars, in others locked up in rooms where machine guns worked on the bodies for hours on end. More than 8,000 civilians were murdered in the worst massacre in Europe since the Second World War. 20 years later and counting, Bosnian Muslims still assembled in Srebrenica every July to bury the latest victims, identified through painstaking reconstruction of the disjointed corpses. What did the Serbian nationalists think they were doing in Srebrenica? Just before marching into the enclave, on June 28, the 606th anniversary of the Battle of Kosovo, Ratko Mladic swore to restore the glory of the Serbian Chevaliers, who, although they had fallen in battle, stopped the Great Arabic Flood that threatened to sink not only our nation but Europe as well. 34 The war was of a purely defensive nature, imposed on the Serbs. We were forced to create a bulwark to protect ourselves from Islamic expansion towards the west. Besides the enemies we are fighting in Bosnia, there is the entire Muslim world. The butcher of Srebrenica spelled out his cosmology before getting to work. 35 His and his peers' battles became a cause célèbre for much of the European far right, including parties such as the DF and the FPO. 36 One aspiring intellectual marveled at the War of Liberation and imbibed its gospel to the full. She called herself Batyaer. 37 The myth of Palin defense can do a great deal of political work. With its purported historical depth, it effectively separates two kinds of people, one bound by ancestry to the victims and heroes of the homeland, the other to the interlopers and usurpers from distant lands. The temporal collapse, 1389 is 1989, Poitiers is now, hypostatises a trans-historical antagonism between collectives of human beings defined by their descent. It supplies the central illusion that the generations which succeed one another over centuries on a reasonably stable territory have handed down to each other an invariant substance. 38 It constructs races. To the sons of Charles Martel or Prince Lazar, the myth has a rousing message: you are selected, nay, obliged, to assume our mantles and weed out the traitors and complete our work, with the beatification passing on to you at the end of the day. Nationalists can obviously take this hyperbole entirely seriously. Here they drink at their wells. Perhaps we are no less brave than our forefathers, Legonord pondered in a text on Lepanto, but only if we learn to think of ourselves as members of a community. A true community, with roots and a history that have shaped us and make us love one another, because we recognize each other as similar to ourselves and the others in our towns and on our shores as similar to our foes from centuries ago. 39. The ideological trick here, of course, so typical for nationalist interpellation, is that the brave, authentic, self-identical people is presumed to exist independently of the myth, when in fact the myth is used to call it into being. If identification with the nation came naturally, by origin and birth, nationalists would never need to say anything at all, hence every exertion on their part is a performative contradiction. People could just as well identify with their neighborhood or gender or dietary habits or pets or class, but nationalists interpellate them as, above every other loyalty, subjects of the nation, and only insofar as they respond to the call do they become subjects of a nation that they know and love and will defend against adversaries with all the requisite harshness. 40 By pumping up the volume of a battle story rarely heard in Yugoslav times, Milosevic and the other leaders of Serbian nationalism constituted their separate people. They hailed the Serbs as righteous victims who refused to be victims anymore, vowed to give them their rightful share of the earth, and demanded the forfeiture of the others' share. 41. The contemporary European far right has discovered the interpellative power of the myth of Palin defense. That myth clearly has an ability to play on some people's heartstrings and rally them to the cause. It can give their lives a heightened moral meaning. 42 It is also always a myth in that second sense of inventing history, even when it, unlike Matthias Carlson of the ST, deals in memories of actual occurrences. Historical evidence suggests that there were indeed battles at Poitiers, Kosovo Polje, Lepanto, Vienna. This is not the place for a thorough investigation of just how grossly the far right has distorted the record of what happened on those and other sites. Suffice it to say that, for a start, it was a tragedy for the people living north of Poitiers that the Muslims did not win that battle. As David Levering Lewis, the African-American historian and biographer of W.E.B. Du Bois, shows in his God's Crucible, Islam and the Making of Europe, 570 to 1215, life in Dar al-Islam was vastly preferable to that under the Frankish and Saxon and Slav kings in every conceivable respect: equality, religious tolerance, education, peace and civility, material standards of living. In the year 800, in Lewis's assessment, Muslim Iberia was at least 4 centuries more advanced than Western Christendom. 43 Continued expansion to the north of Poitiers would have thrown Europe half a millennium forward in social progress, for the unromantically minded, a counterfactual to mourn. As for Vienna, the Polish cavalry that Sobieski brought to the gates was largely made up of Tatars. They were practicing Sunni Muslims. 44 And so the distortions go, but they are of course utterly trivial to the far right itself, for which the whole point of the exercise is to energize defense of the nation against its present enemies. While seeking to create an ambience of animosities rooted in the very ancient past, the primacy of the present is here absolute, the hoary stories told to serve the agendas of the day. And here we can see how Palin defense is a myth in step with our times. It is the perfect far-right turn-on in a conjuncture marked by gatedness as the emerging social paradigm. It speaks to the anxieties over borders. Better than the myth of Palingenesis, it matches the mania of contemporary European politics, the phenomenon of immigration. It does not live on the optimism of the high modernist zeitgeist, but on the feeling that possessions built up over many years must now be safeguarded against various threats of diminishment. 45 It binds a history of victimhood to a sense of entitlement. If Palingenesis was a myth for the rising side of the curve of capitalist history, when this mode of production still had its best years ahead of it, its golden age and great acceleration, Palin defense is one for a long downturn. That includes crises generated by fossil fuels. In a moment of acute mitigation or adaptation crisis, fantasies of national renaissance seem less likely to catch on than tales of a defensive mission, connected to particular memorialized battles or not. Far-right politics would be more prone to defensive than to generative postures. If there is any climate-induced migration towards Europe, it will involve people identifiable as Muslims, because potential sending countries happen to have Muslim majorities. One could imagine how believers in the myth would read it. Palin defensive politics would seem a better fit for the plots of both American War and the Wall. But there could, again, be overlaps. The contemporary far right can segue between the myths with relative ease. The device "Take Our Country Back," used from Trump's White House to 55 Tufton Street, combines the two. Victorious defense will presumably give the nation new life. Griffin, for one, thinks that moments in history when an old order seems doomed to total annihilation still create the ideal climate for Palingenetic myth. 46. Now, is there any reason to consider the Palin defensive myth any less fascist in character? It seems prima facie hard to find one. Several factors point to the opposite conclusion. First, the two are homologous. Palin defense is but another modality of the or myth of a unity between present generations and distant ancestors of an ethnically constituted nation. As with the romances of Romanita or Volksgemeinschaft, perpetual invocations of bygone battles fix a white ultranation with a manifest essence and destiny. Palin defense has just the same capacity to cast the fascist death spell: you deserve to be killed because you are an enemy of this nation. Second, elements of Palin defensive myth-making were present already in classical fascism. Palingenesis functioned as its mythical core in a very general sense. More particularly, the myth of Judeo-Bolshevism was the pulsing rage of Nazi fascism, the idea that the Jews were plotting and spreading communism to realize their world rule. In his remarkable study A Spectre Haunting Europe, The Myth of Judeo-Bolshevism, Paul Hainbrink dredges up a forgotten far-right discourse from the interwar period, which likened the advances of Judeo-Bolshevism from the East to the Muslim penetration centuries earlier. In the 1920s, Central European ultranationalists saw in the Jews and the communists, one and the same gestalt, the ghosts from Poitiers and Vienna returning to take their revenge. The Polish army restaged the antimural Christianitas and plastered the country with posters of Leon Trotsky as a Jewish devil sending forth the Asian hordes of the Red Army. Hungarian would-be fascists equated revolutionaries with Ottomans. Far-right Catholics in Austria used commemorations of the Battle of Vienna to turn their spears against the Jewish Marxists. French anti-Semitic writers perceived Jewish refugees in Budapest, who had fled from the Tsarist pogroms, as the last onslaught of Asiatic peoples, even more dangerous than the Muslims of yore. 47 continuities can indeed exist in history. With such mythical gobbets, Hitler cooked the soup for his crusade. In Hitler's crusade, Bolshevism, the Jews, and the myth of conspiracy, Lorna Waddington shows how the Nazis banged on about Germany as a shield defending not only the Volk but European civilization as a whole. In the autumn of 1941, the Danish foreign minister recorded what Hitler had told him and other diplomats. "We have been fighting this tremendous battle against the constantly onrushing East for 1,500 years. Earlier there were the Huns, the Tartars, and the Mongolians. Today it was Bolshevism that had mobilized the whole of Asia against Europe. Germany, having borne the greatest blood burden in this struggle and again bearing it this time, was fighting for the whole of Europe. If Germany had not recovered and prepared herself for this great struggle, these Bolshevik Asiatic hordes would have rolled across Europe like a wave." 48. Palin defensive elements in classical fascism have so far received little attention, but Hainbrink keenly observes their return in the early 21st century. The myth of a racial adversary once again coming to erase borders and debase the nation has returned. Judeo-Bolshevism now goes under the name of Islamization. Where the Jew was demonized as an agent of subversion and erosion of national sovereignty, so is the Muslim today, without, as we shall see, supplanting the Jew. 49. Third, and perhaps most important, Palin defense has been the principal myth for actual fascists resolving their problems with machine guns and pistols in the recent European past. Griffin believes, as we have seen, that Anders Breivik demonstrated the hopelessly isolated position of Palin genetic politics today. That belief is based on a slipshod reading of the ideas, supposedly the forte of Griffin and other liberal scholars of fascism, inside the mind of this conscious and wily living phenomenon. 50. Why did Breivik call his monster manifesto 2083? Because 2083 will be the 400th anniversary of the Battle of Vienna. His entire worldview was steeped in the Palin defensive mindset, and it presumably remains as such, as he sits in his cell. Likewise with the slaughtering of 100,000 Muslims in Bosnia, this was a genocide committed under the sign of Palin defense. Paxton is entirely correct in suggesting that Serbian nationalism in the 1990s came close to the functional equivalent of fascism as force, closer than any other in Europe since 1945, because it emerged in a deep crisis, the collapse of the Eastern Bloc, during which leading sections of the dominant class threw themselves into ultranationalism so as to maintain power, Milosevic on the trail to the field of blackbirds, and thereby, with considerable mass support, ushered in a regime of systematic violence against those identified as enemies of the nation. 51. The exceptionality had, as Paxton notes, not the classical form of an end to electoral multi-party politics inside the Serbian entities. Instead it concentrated all its forces on the racialist others. In this respect too, the Bosnian genocide foreshadowed the trajectory of the European far right. The genocide for which, mainly, Palin genetic anti-Semitism was responsible is common knowledge, but few remember that Palin defensive Islamophobia has its own skeletons to account for. Among the many differences, the former was 1 or 2 orders of magnitude larger and widely relegated Palin genetic anti-Semitism to the rooms of a few boys and elderly men with dreams everyone else found sickening, at least for some time. Since Srebrenica, the politics of Palin defensive Islamophobia has gained steadily greater traction in Europe. The memory of the Bosnian genocide has been preserved by some people. On his long way to the social democratic camp at Utoya, Anders Breivik stopped to sit at the feet of Serbian nationalist war criminals. 52 When Brenton Tarrant drove his car to the Al-Noor Mosque in Christchurch, he listened to an anthem from the war called Remove Kebab. Lauding the hero Radovan Karadzic, the song was composed to heighten the morale of the Serbian nationalist forces. The original music video has paramilitaries singing in the hills and pictures of Muslim interns in concentration camps. In his manifesto, Tarrant called himself a kebab removalist, a term he also had inscribed on one of his guns. On another, he had written Charles Martel. Indeed, the propaganda material he posted was covered in Palin defensive references to the Crusades, Vienna 1683, and the rest of the interminable story. 53 scholars of genocide have not forgotten either. One of them, Alex Alvarez, who engages in his own modeling of worst-case scenarios in a hotter world, believes that Bosnia provides a prototype for the organized racist violence to come. 54. An amendment to the definition of fascism seems in order. As a set of ideas, fascism is Palin-genetic or Palin-defensive ultranationalism, or a combination thereof. As a real force, it is such politics coming to the fore in a conjuncture of deep crisis, and so on. It follows that if we can speak of fascist tendencies in the present, these very much include movements in the realm of ideas. It also follows that if we regard fossil fascism as a set of ideas, it must be an ultranationalism that somehow connects fossil fuels to Palin-genetic or Palin-defensive purposes. But why would it ever do that? We might ask why fossil fuels would be mobilized as a nationalist energy in the first place. The mythical body of the stock. Fossil fuels make up a stock of energy. 55 A cache of power buried under the ground. It is inherited from past photosynthesis, past climes, and plants and slopes that have sunk into the subterranean bowels of a territory. Renewables, on the other hand, sun, wind, water, wave, belong to the flow of energy, a power that comes and goes, visits one spot and continues to another, shines and fades, blows and slackens, rushes and rests without petrifying in any particular precincts. So far in history, the stock has proven infinitely more congenial to the imaginaries of nationalism. It can be apprehended as our coal, our oil, our gas with no existing equivalent on the renewable spectrum. Our sun is, of course, an oxymoron. The sun is the common property of the solar system. It cannot be appropriated by company or country. The light it emits seems to slip out of the hands of nations as soon as it strikes the surface, whether in the form of direct radiation or as moving wind and water, qua fuel. It cannot be part of a national corpus. Only its relics can. Nations blessed with fossil fuels have felt the stock within them, as an ultra-deep material inheritance to which the mystique of nationalism easily sticks. The stock will always be found under the land within our borders. The flow may be for a passing moment but not the next one. The flow has a weak bond to the homeland. It is at home both nowhere and everywhere. It does not anywhere reside under any particular soil. Solar and wind are the Jew and the Muslim of energy. 56. Fugitive flow, autochthonous stock. This explains why none of the parties we have investigated, those that take nationalism towards its logical endpoints, promote the former as a source of pride. It explains why they at most show perfunctory acceptance of the flow and more often hate it, above all wind, a major segment of any decarbonist economy. In technical, physical principle, a nationalist program for renewables would be possible in many countries. The US could rely on domestic renewable energy for 100% of its needs and export associated manufactures, panels, turbines, troughs, storage systems, to the rest of the world, but no agenda for energy dominance has been outlined on such a basis. Poland could have continued to rise to the top of wind power capacity. Germany has made strides in renewable energy generation and might well do more, and the AfD wants to shut down all of it. No far-right government, coalition, or president has consecrated a wind farm or solar power plant as the pedestal of the national character the way Norway has named its oil and gas fields after native heroes. None has walked out into a field of turbines or arrays and proclaimed that this source of energy will last for 1,000 years, it could last forever, of course, but it would have none of the rich corporeality nationalists smell in the stock. The only part of the flow that has been subjected to similar framing is water power, more particularly the megadams built across the world in the post-war decades, for rivers, fixtures of the land, have had a place in national mythology. The Nile, the Indus, the Yangtze were harnessed in projects of nationalist engineering and patriotic monumentality, in the very different context of post-colonial independence, but rivers have little left to contribute to the flow, particularly in Europe. Water power is a small piece of the fossil-free puzzle. 57. Outside of continent-size countries such as the US or Brazil, 100% renewable energy will work best in internationally integrated grids. On a day when thick clouds cover Germany, the wind blows in Spain and the waves lap Norwegian shores. With cross-border grids pooling together flow resources from across borders, baseload and stable supplies can be guaranteed. For fairly small countries, a flow-based economy presupposes a modicum of cosmopolitanism. Nationalist fervor throws a spanner in any work to connect the material base of one country with that of another, particularly if that other country is Muslim, with all the sun one could dream of but no self-evident white reliability. 58. Europe could by now have replaced a massive chunk of its fossil fuels with solar power imported from North Africa. Technologically feasible, such schemes have so far stumbled on, among other obstacles, the fear that the Muslim partners would use their deserts to blackmail Europe or let the infrastructure be blown up by terrorists. 59. The likes of Santiago Abascal and Alexander Galland will not hasten implementation. On the other hand, the far right in Western countries has cultivated a special veneration of one category of workers, namely those white men who extract black fuel, coal in particular, as in the US, Poland and Germany. In the eyes of Donald Trump, the PiS, and the AfD, their work is imbued with an authenticity few other categories of workers can approximate. They haul up the inner body of the nation. 60. In both the US and Germany, the renewable energy sector employs several times more people than coal, but none of the grim glamour attaches to the former, too ethereal to count. Regenerative forces come from the ground. In the US and Poland, the Trump and PiS administrations have sutured Palin genetic and Palin defensive figures of thought to the stock, and we can expect more of this, particularly of the defensive kind. Some people will want to preserve their fossil status. 61. Some ultranationalists will try to defend or revive a way of life that really was, no fantasy here, built on the foundation of the stock. It remains to be seen if nationalist imaginaries can become invested in the manufacturing of technology for the capture of sun and wind and wave or in the landscapes most suitable for it, straits, deserts. Until now, it would seem that among the many hurdles the transition faces is precisely the mythical investment in the stock as the body of the nation, upheld and amplified by the ascendant far right. Had nationalists found reason to love renewables, or had internationalists been more capable of setting the agenda, our world might not have been warming quite so rapidly. Can the far right change its mind? The alloy appears to have entered language itself, at least English. The Oxford Dictionary gives two definitions of the term extraction: the action of extracting something, especially using effort or force, and the ethnic origin of someone's family, as in being of German extraction. Stock can mean several things, among them a supply or quantity of something accumulated or available for future use and a person's ancestry or line of descent. Migration, on the other hand, is movement of people to a new area or country in order to find work or better living conditions, or just movement from one part of something to another. Either way, it flows. And no element is as quintessentially migratory as the wind. One is here reminded of Klaus Thuelit's museum-sized psychoanalytic readings of the writings and images of the Freikorps and their proto-fascist pals in the early Weimar Republic. Fresh from the trenches, they dreaded the Bolshevik Revolution as an incoming flood or an ocean moving past German borders. From the west, meanwhile, came the horrifying spectacle of non-white soldiers, the Moroccan, Senegalese, Indo-Chinese troops stationed by the French victors, on national soil. Both represented a nauseating flow. Men of the far right feared losing themselves in these undulating surroundings, drowning in the flood, and grasped for a rock amid the raging sea. Nothing is to be permitted to flow, Thuolite diagnoses their craving for rigidity. Death to all that flows. 62. This explains, lastly, the structural proximity between primitive fossil capital and the far right. It does not, however, explain why nationalists in countries with no extraction can cherish fossil fuels as much as their producing brethren. Nor does it solve one remaining riddle: such fuels have oiled the wheels of globalization. They and they alone have enabled the abstract space and time of borderless capital. With its integration in weather cycles and landscape forms, the flow could scarcely have fueled the transcendence of natural boundaries in late capitalism and the release of industrial production from national states. One kind of cosmopolitanism is loaded with fossil fuels, namely elite cosmopolitanism, the plague someone like Galland purported to combat. The rootless vagabonds move between their flats and restaurants on aeroplanes. When the popular Spanish singer Rosalía tweeted "Fuck Vox" in November 2019, the party responded from its official Twitter account with a picture of her in an aeroplane and clarified, "Only millionaires with private planes like you can afford not to have a homeland," a paraphrasing of fascist philosopher Ramiro Ledesma Ramos, whom Santiago Abascal liked to quote. 63. Now if the far right hates this globalism, why does it not confront its energy, or at least associate it with evil rather than good? Or will it soon? Myths of plots and hoaxes. The anti-climate politics of the far right draws additional force from a battery with a special capacity to light up people and keep them going for a long time: conspiracy theories. Such theories have been present since climate science first became contested. We are not here referring to primitive fossil capital pulling some strings to mangle the science and sabotage mitigation. That it has done so is not a theory, but a well-documented fact. 64. As we have seen, the initial attempts were undisguised, Exxon and the rest operating not behind the scenes but smack in the middle of them. The turn towards secrecy, as in anonymous funding, was a tactical reaction to the public outcry against the transparently self-interested denialism, which in turn triggered new rounds of embarrassing revelations. The history of the denialist ISA is one of perennial disclosures and readjustments. To the extent that it strove for seclusion, it was largely a failure. As such, it was no more of a conspiracy than the messaging of a Baptist church or a BBC show. That oil corporations lied for decades about climate change is no more mysterious than the Bush regime lying about weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. Deception does exist in human history, as do, of course, plots to stab the Roman Caesar and fly aeroplanes into skyscrapers, not to speak of the more humdrum machinations of police informants, marketing strategists, political front groups, companies withholding knowledge of their latest products and any number of other agents that must pursue their goals at least partly in the dark. 65. Primitive fossil capital has also acted in the shadows, as an all-too-human entity, fallible and opposable, pushing its pedestrian class interests. But if someone would claim that ExxonMobil has operated a fleet of UFOs abducting critical climate scientists and returning them to Earth as muted conservatives, or that the Heartland Institute has distributed a pizza ingredient that induces paralysis, either idea would indeed count as a conspiracy theory, but these are stories not yet written and sold, unlike those working in the opposite direction. What sets a conspiracy theory apart, then, is the belief in the existence of a vast, insidious, preternaturally effective international conspiratorial network designed to perpetrate acts of the most fiendish character. 66. The network wills the destruction of all that is held dear. The power it wields is demonic, boundless in malevolence and limitless in efficacy. The conspiracy has infiltrated every nook and cranny of social life and works single-mindedly, without pausing, erring or splitting, to bring on perdition. It appears behind events that might seem random to the untrained eye, but which form a tight pattern woven by the hidden hand. 67. The truth is out there, by definition concealed, the epistemic passion of every conspiracy theory, which makes for an odd relation to evidence. To take one recent example, when a fire erupted in the Notre Dame Cathedral on April 15, 2019, conspiracy theorists rushed like moths to the flames, among them Glenn Beck, star of the American conservative airwaves, who instantly knew that this was a World Trade Center moment. But if, he added, this was started by Islamists, I don't think you will find out about it. They, meaning the French government, will keep it quiet. 68 So the absence of observable evidence for an Islamist conspiracy behind the Notre Dame fire would, for Beck, serve as so much confirmation of it. The conspiracy will erase all traces and leave invisibility as proof of its success. If anyone provides countervailing evidence, it is short-circuited into its opposite. If the French police were to present a reconstruction of the accidental fire, that would merely be a predicted part of the plot. All that gainsays the conspiracy can be attributed to it, if only the circles of complicity are widened to include media and academia and other channels of information. The theories seal themselves off and become immune to falsification or even buoyed by it, in a logic without equivalent in the realm of thought. These are the only theories for which evidence against them is actually construed as evidence in favor of them. 69 Believers will hold on, no matter how large amounts of data are thrown against them year after year. We can now begin to see why climate denial and the capitalist class fractions propagating it had to end up in this camp. In a first phase of innocence, climate denial does not depend on a conspiracy theory. Consider M.O. Brooks, a Republican congressman from Alabama, who in May 2018 asserted that sea level rise is caused not by any warming trend, but rather by the rocks that tumble into the oceans from the California coastline and the White Cliffs of Dover. Together with soil from the mouth of rivers, these rocks force the sea level to rise, because now you have less space in the oceans, because the bottom is moving up. 70 This American lawmaker could simply have been a little lost and lacking in education, his belief formed independently, without any elaborate tale of a wicked conspiracy. But a problem arises when such a belief is confronted with counter-proof. If there is an overwhelming scientific consensus about global warming, and if it cannot be accepted as the result of tens of thousands of researchers pouring their findings into a common pool of knowledge, how on earth can it be accounted for? The only way out for the orthodox denier not prepared to give up his view is to postulate a conspiracy. These scientists must be colluding in the fabrication of their data, and for this they must have an ulterior motive and very great resourcefulness. Denial may not have needed conspiracy theory in, say, the mid-1980s, but the more time has passed, depositing ever-rising mountains of evidence, the harder it has become for it to maintain credibility without attaching itself to some conspiracy theory. 71. Hence deniers have put forth whole libraries worth of stories about climate scientists suppressing discussion, monopolizing grants, perverting the peer review process and brainwashing students all over the world. The IPCC, Fred Singer explained in a 2008 report from the Heartland Institute, gathers at exotic locations to advance its activist enterprise at a safe remove from peering eyes. 72 Around this time, the tropes of the hoax or the scam or the cover-up had become central in the denialist rhetoric. Inhofe's The Greatest Hoax was a run-of-the-mill title. The idea resonated with a considerable segment of the American public, the share subscribing to statements such as global warming is a hoax or a myth concocted by scientists standing at around 40% or 73. It obviously required a leap of faith to think that the women and men behind the satellites, observatories, laboratories, university administrations, editorial boards, research institutes, UN agencies and other units involved in the production of climate science could have been the silent, loyal members of a cabal. It would indeed have been the greatest hoax ever perpetrated. Out of all these uncounted thousands, should not someone have spilled the beans? 74. And then, in November 2009, just weeks before 15 Colombian pesos in Copenhagen, a dossier of 1,000 emails hacked from climate scientists at the University of East Anglia was dumped on the internet and immediately hailed by denialists as the definitive proof that these scientists were indeed jiggering their data. Investors Business Daily claimed that the emails showed attempts to conspire and judged the scientists guilty of fraud, while in the Telegraph, James Dealingpole declared that the conspiracy behind the anthropogenic global warming myth had been quite deliciously exposed. 75 He coined the term ClimateGate for the event. So what dark secrets exactly did those emails divulge? No fewer than 9 independent investigations in the US and the UK subsequently presented their inquiries, all exonerated the scientists of any wrongdoing. 76 But, for the believers, these investigations were, of course, a part of the plot. Don't believe the independent reviews, counseled a Wall Street Journal column. 77 Long after the scientists had been cleared of any suspicion, denialists continued to dwell on ClimateGate as their very best case, kept alive the rumor of crooked scientists and extracted maximum fortunes from the pseudo-event. I think the scandal has made the opponents of energy rationing legislation stronger and more confident, said Myron Ebel of the Competitive Enterprise Institute. 78 A fable spun around an unsubstantiated core, a conspiracy theory can build up with anything that comes its way, as its adherents have taken leave of reality, perhaps the only way explicit denial can survive in a steadily warming world. Along this way, the denialist ISA also moved further and further to the right. If a general need for conspiratorial thinking pushed denial towards the far right, there was also a more specific content that sped up that movement, the theory that the conspiracy was perpetrated by the left. Climate politics carries several birthmarks from the historical moment around 1989, when actually existing socialism collapsed and, an epic coincidence, the science of anthropogenic global warming matured. Conspiracy theories, of course, accept no coincidences. This one asserts that once the Soviet Union and its allies were gone, the communists, also referred to as the socialists, the Marxists, or simply the left, abandoned the dead horse and invented climate change as their next bet to dominate the world. Just as Marxism is giving way to markets, the political Greens seem determined to put the world economy back into the red, using the greenhouse effect to stop unfettered market-based economic expansion, explained Forbes in 1989-79. The Rio summit fit the pattern perfectly. The International Socialist Party, which is intent upon continuing to press countries into socialism, is now headed up by people within the United Nations, reported one early denialist from the negotiations. The radicals are in charge. 80. This is the left climate conspiracy theory, or the left climate theory for short. It is originally a child of 1989, a product of the conjuncture when the forces of the left crumbled worldwide. Magically converting historical weakness into near-demonic power, it suggests that the left pulled off the hoax of climate change in particular and environmentalism in general to make up for its losses. In their classic account of the origins of denial, Merchants of Doubt, how a handful of scientists obscured the truth on issues from tobacco smoke to global warming, Naomi Orskes and Eric M. Conway show how Fred Singer and other pioneers graduated from the most aggressively anti-communist circles of the late Cold War. With the left climate theory, they could extend their assignment into the post-communist era, keeping up the fight against an enemy with eternal life and, appearances to the contrary, undiminished ability to jeopardize capitalism. 81 That fight became a defining mission of the denialist ISA. Delusionary as this theory is, it has two features common to conspiracy theories: it turns the weak into the strong, and it contains a grain of truth. After the wall had fallen, some Marxists did look to the environment as their next best thing. One of them was Perry Anderson, who, in his typically Olympian survey of the post-1989 political landscape, The Ends of History, published in the year of Rio, acknowledged defeat. The Third International in ruins, the Second sterile, the national liberation movements exhausted, none of the political currents that set out to challenge capitalism in this century has morale or compass today. 82 After this rigor mortis, could there be a second life for socialism? Anderson had glimpsed one chance, the ecological crisis, to which market forces contain no solution. The imperative of profit can only accelerate planetary spoliation, making the deduction from green to red hard to contest. At this higher level, where the fate of the earth itself will be decided, do not the classical arguments of socialism for intentional democratic control of the material conditions of life stage their comeback? If there is to be, as the most prescient analysts insist, an environmental revolution comparable in significance only to the industrial and agricultural revolutions before it, how could it be other than consciously realized, that is, planned? What else are the targets already feebly set by various national governments and international agencies? 83. Not only planning but equality too would be a prerequisite for bringing the crisis under control. On what principle should the emission of carbon be distributed among the peoples of the world, if not on equal entitlement? The malignant appropriation of the world's riches by a privileged minority, with which the destruction of its resources is now fatally interwoven, threatens any common solutions to the massive dangers now gathering momentum. As revolting as this logic was to the aficionados of the market, distracted from celebrating what should have been their final victory, it had greater weight than all the rubble from the Berlin Wall, and it has only gained weight since Anderson laid it down. Every postponement of the day of reckoning has intensified the contradiction between capital accumulation and the life support systems of the Earth. 84. Every additional gigaton of carbon sent into the atmosphere has made half measures less viable. Every moment of stalling mitigation has ensured that if it ever commences, it will have to exercise the highest degree of control over the material conditions of life, first of all, over the privileged minority wasting the resources on which all others depend, notably the carbon sink of the atmosphere. If the left climate theory seemed plausible to certain segments around 1989, then, it might well become more convincing in more intense stages of the crisis. The development of climate politics seems to obey a law of polarization. The higher the temperatures, the more acute the antagonism between a left that alone stands ready to pick up the instruments for alleviating the crisis and a right that, for that very reason, refuses to contemplate it. A recursive cycle has been rolling for some time. Every year of inaction necessitates more revolutionary action the next. Every threat of such action, if only of a hypothetical, tautological character, strengthens the conviction that this is a plot by the left. Every strengthening of that conviction drives the right farther to the right and indurates its heart, and so on. 85. But the cycle was set in motion just as the left experienced the most epical sapping of its forces. The ecological crisis might, Anderson noted, elevate the interest in an alternative mode of production to the biosphere itself, but it is accompanied by a reduction in the social capacities to fight for 186. This peculiarity of the post-1989 predicament predisposes the right to fence ever more wildly, for it fights not a strong left, but the ghost of one. Conspiracy theories can then go into a spin. One that made the rounds in the 2010s focused on the circumstance that Earth Day, celebrated worldwide every year on April 22, in 2016 with the ratification of the Paris Agreement in 175 countries, happens to fall on Lenin's birthday. Moreover, the very first Earth Day, April 22, 1970, was also the centenary of Lenin's birth. Is Earth Day on Lenin's birthday a coincidence? Asked a missive from the Competitive Enterprise Institute on the occasion in 2015. No was the natural answer. 87. It had a very deep meaning indeed. Another architect of the ClimateGate narrative, Brian Sussman, a meteorologist turned conservative radio host in California, explained in 2019 why the left had smuggled its project of world domination into this particular date in the calendar. Environmentalists have always admired Lenin. He was the first disciple of Karl Marx to capture control of a country, and the opening act of his 7-year reign commenced with the abolition of all private property, a Marxist priority. Despite overseeing a bloody civil war, a devastated economy and a citizenry without hope, Lenin made it a priority to implement his signature decree, on land. In it he declared all forests, waters, and minerals to be the exclusive property of the state, and he demanded these resources be protected. 88. Worries about climate change had the same terminus, hence the choice of April 22. Sussman presented an expanded version of the theory in his book Eco-Tyranny, How the Left's Green Agenda Will Dismantle America, published in 2012, at a time when Obama inspired a flurry of fresh theorizing. The date of April 22 was selected back in 1970 because environmentalists acted on the mandate of Lenin and, further behind the curtain, Marx. Today they cannot stop talking about global warming. It's all a lie. There is no such planetary crisis. It's a concocted calamity churned out initially by Marx himself, and furthered by his modern devotees, among whom Sussman identified Rachel Carson, Paul Ehrlich, Indira Gandhi, the Rockefeller family, Al Gore. His father was friends with a Jewish Russian businessman who ran 8 drugstores from which he transferred the profits straight to the Bolshevik Party, James Hansen, and many others in an axis of evil that culminated, of course, in Barack Hussein Obama 89. Sussman's most original contribution, his denial of trend and attribution and carbon vitalism seriously shop-worn by now, lay in deriving the conspiracy from Marx himself. The founding father of communism pored over the latest reports of environmental crises and then passed on a red-green plot against mankind to generations of co-conspirators, trained to bewilder and lie for the cause. 90. The more common version of the theory said that climate was a surrogate for original Marxism. Karl Marx is dead, they needed something else. Cotu has taken the place of Marx, as the climate spokesman for the FRP said in 2012, but Sussman rather construed it as the quiddity of the whole Marxian oeuvre, transmitted by direct line of descent. 91. This achievement rendered him a column in Forbes, the billionaire magazine, much besotted with his work. There he vituperated Gore and Obama for forcing their communist agenda onto Americans and purposefully keeping the bulk of our resources, oil, natural gas, minerals, timber, water, out of our reach. The way to fight eco-tyranny was to demand what is rightfully ours and drill it, dam it, log it. 92. Out of such sentiments arose the 45th and first white president. Very similar sentiments invigorated another white president's quest to tear down the legacy of Lula and Dilma. We must here recognize the exceptional status of climate conspiracy theories in the early 21st century. That period has so far been rather well endowed with such theories, about 9/11, vaccines, Pete Saget, flat earth, disappearing aeroplanes, extraterrestrial reptilians hijacking the earth and controlling it from underground catacombs, to mention a few, but none has come anywhere near the standing of those pertaining to climate. 93. Forbes and the Wall Street Journal have never cozied up to the idea that Mossad organized the attacks on World Trade Center. No president, American or otherwise, has made the murder of Princess Diana or the suspicion of genetically modified foods a plank of his program. Climate conspiracy theories are unique in being ubiquitous and popular and refuted by an ever-growing body of science and anchored in dominant class fractions. 94. They present established scholarly models for understanding the phenomenon with an anomaly. Conspiracy theorists are usually portrayed as outsiders and underdogs. Higher levels of conspiracy thinking correlate with lower levels of education and lower levels of income, making these theories especially prevalent among members of low-status groups attempting to explain their status. In short, conspiracy theories are for losers. 95. Vulnerable groups wish to accuse the mighty of evil and descry their handiwork. There is an influential Marxist version of this model, based on a quip from Frederick Jameson. Conspiracy, one is tempted to say, is the poor man's cognitive mapping. 96. The man who preaches or believes in it is poor, in the sense of being economically disadvantaged and perhaps also pitiable, a little tragic and nutty, with no access to a more realistic map of the world. Jameson developed his theory of cognitive mapping in the very same conjuncture of 1989, when the prospects for a socialist world had receded and capitalism ruled triumphant. In the resulting cultural condition, the poor man is bombarded with images from afar and signals from distant markets, his life overwhelmed by the power of transnational corporations inscrutable to him. He is like the first-time visitor to a megacity, who cannot find his way around. But just as navigating a city requires some cognitive map, to feel properly at home, one needs a mental picture of how the neighborhoods and streets are interlinked, so this life demands some representation of the ungraspable, overbearing totality. Socialism no longer supplies one. After its demise, the poor man is thus drawn to conspiracy theories, which center not on capital, the city no longer represented, but on secret government laboratories, the British Queen, a family of bankers, aliens, or some other stand-ins. Conspiracy is a degraded figure of the total logic of late capital. It is the poor substitute for what used to be called class consciousness. 97. This model has its undeniable strengths, to which we shall return later, but it does not work in the case of the left climate theory. When Forbes informed its readers as a matter of routine in 2013 that climate science was the bogus product of billions from government grants and neo-Marxist environmentalist largesse reserved for those in favor of the politically correct theory, this was not a poor man speaking loudly to himself on the sidewalk. 98. This was the rich man's cognitive mapping. After 1989, the sharpest indictment ever put forth against the capitalist mode of production, it destroys the conditions for life as such, coincided with the sudden disappearance of the enemy that had always promoted an alternative mode, and some very rich men could only make sense of this terrain by updating their dog-eared map from a century or two of class struggle. It was, more precisely, the rich white man's cognitive mapping. This conspiracy theory had scant appeal in the global south, unlike some theories starring CIA and Mossad, HIV, and vaccines, until Bolsonaro came along. More precisely still, it was the cognitive mapping of the rich white man who did not dare trust in capitalist climate governance, for fear that if it were to make good on its promise to address the crisis, it would turn into something else. Naomi Klein has suggested that the men of the denialist ISA correctly understood what any mitigation would imply. 99. Their great folly, of course, was to throw themselves into a fallacy similar to post hoc ergo propter hoc. Mitigation might well take an anti-capitalist form, hence the need for it must be dreamed up by the left, much in the same way some believed that because the State of Israel reaped geopolitical advantages from 9/11, it must also have masterminded the attacks. One might say that once the science had matured, climate change became a revolutionary problem without a revolutionary subject. In the years around 1989, the environmental movement did indeed, as we have seen, turn towards justice and the left, another grain of truth in the conspiracy theory. But it was not able to challenge capitalism with anything like the power once evinced by the Third International or the national liberation movements, or even the social democratic parties of the Second International, a lame successor. It won no Vietnam War and built no equivalent of the welfare state. The brakes it managed to put on the destructive forces of capital were decidedly weaker and more marginal, which is why the tasks it set itself have only grown ever more urgent. It remains to be seen if the climate movement surging up in the late 2010s can develop into the revolutionary subject the situation cries out for. In its absence, the anti-revolutionary thrust of fearful rich white men must target the problem as such, leading, some of them to bid farewell to science and reality. The left climate theory is a heavily degraded figure of the total logic of this conjuncture, as seen from high above. It is otherwise with chemtrails. The theory that the white stripes from aeroplanes contain chemicals sprayed by mighty elites to poison or desensitize those below, or wreak havoc with their weather or simply govern them, can be read as an extremely degraded form of subaltern ecological class consciousness. Someone up there makes us suffer by polluting the sky. 100. Look up is the motto of the chemtrailers. I never saw clouds like that as a kid. My gut and heart still tell me something's going on, one believer explained to The Guardian in 2017. 101. Relatively popular as it has recently become, particularly in the US, where some 5% of the public had been swayed by the late 2010s, the chemtrails theory has yet to receive support from Forbes or the equivalent and make it into the corridors of power. Continued deadlock over the climate, not to speak of actual stratospheric aerosol injection, might widen its support base. For now, we must conclude that the most politically significant conspiracy theories of our time have been seeded from the top, which calls for a rethinking of the social function of such theories, and indeed, recent research, outside of Marxism, has begun to question the model of the accusatory loser. Far from expressing some ill-defined discomfort with the status quo, conspiracy theories may actually bolster it, as they demonize, almost literally, those who want to do things differently. Mighty evil is at work, but it comes from outside and stands opposed to the system. These theories defend the social system when its legitimacy is under threat. In this respect, they join the ranks of other system-justifying processes, such as the belief that the poor get what they deserve or that women are by nature inferior. 102. Now there is one Marxist who fathomed this logic long ago, namely Theodor Adorno, writing about the attitudes and opinions of all those who, for reasons of vested interests or psychological conditions, identify themselves with the existing setup. In order not to undermine their own pattern of identification, they unconsciously do not want to know too much and are ready to accept superficial or distorted information as long as it confirms the world in which they want to go on living. 103. Winners may be afraid of learning about the sources of their wins, and they have never had greater reason to fear. Knowing too much has assumed a subversive touch on the brink of climate catastrophe. 104. This is cognition for the man on top. I cannot believe that the prevailing order, which has given me all I own, is capable of producing this terror. It must be slander from those who wish me and others like me harm. Whether or not it comes with a yarn about Lenin's birthday, climate denial has this base effective logic. A plenitude of data suggests that humankind in a warming world divides itself into left and right. Poll after poll, questionnaire after questionnaire, one psychological experiment after another has showed that people ideologically affiliated with the right, happy with free markets and private property, tend to dispute the existence of the problem, or if not, downplay its severity, whereas those on the left fret about it. 105. This polarity is not reduced at higher levels of education. To the contrary, it is accentuated, right-wing people showing less concern about global warming the better equipped they are to absorb the science. A highly educated man of the right excels in screening out information that would license restrictions on commerce and industry, which seems to suggest that teach-ins for the rich would be actively counterproductive. 106. They don't want to know and they know how to avoid it. If commitment to the prevailing order trumps everything else, however, it has more foundations than class. In a seminal article from 2011, two leading experts on the denialist ISA noticed that most of its figureheads, Singer, Inhofe, Beck, were not only conservative but white men. Did the same pattern apply to the US public at large? Indeed, 59% of conservative white men denied attribution, compared to 31% of all other adults. 65% of the former believed that the media exaggerates global warming as against 30% of the latter, and so on. Rich more than poor, men more than women, whites more than non-whites rallied to the denialist poll, which could only be explained by their loyalty to a status quo that had been serving them well. 107. These findings have likewise been replicated, including on a global scale, in the early 21st century. Again, before Bolsonaro, climate denial was a rarity in Latin America and sub-Saharan Africa, which registered high and rising levels of concern. 108. Such levels correlated negatively with GDP. If it were up to the average woman in Mozambique rather than reader of Forbes, truth recognition would come easily. All that psychic investment in the capitalist mode of production did not have to express itself in conspiracy theories. It could stick with the tumbling rocks of Dover or just sheer dismissive indifference, but they represented its sharpest edge or most sensitive antenna. For those who stood to lose most from a break with business as usual and were aware of it, if only subliminally, conspiracy theories about climate were attractive. The law of polarization redoubled it. So did the mountains of evidence, pushing those who had chosen this path further and further along until they entered the far right, the natural habitat for conspiracy theories, the destination marked out by the rich man's cognitive mapping, after some crossing point, the only island where the facts of a rapidly warming world could be rigidly ignored. The fourth phase of denial was a kind of homecoming. It coincided with the rise of what has been called post-truth. In the most creditable scholarly analysis to date, Lee McIntyre defines this as a condition where truth has been eclipsed and rendered politically irrelevant. Appeals to effect override respect for facts. 109 Anyone, including aspirants to the highest offices, can flourish patent untruths without paying a price for it. Whence this wantonness? Recapitulating the history of what we have called the denialist ISA, McIntyre argues that it was organized climate denial that sowed the seeds of post-truth and made it de rigueur to subordinate the outer world to one's own private gut. Cognitive bias, confirmation bias, motivated reasoning, and the other psychological mechanisms that rule this condition were pioneered by oil interests, from their first encounter with the naked truth about fossil fuels. Decades of efforts to wave that truth away corroded political culture so thoroughly that it ended up at risk of being estranged from reality itself. 110 Denial of this one problem could have such a far-reaching effect because it concerned the material base of capital accumulation, unlike, for instance, Darwinian evolution, which some on the American right also denied. Only resistance against this particular truth could radiate into the daily tweets of Trump and his copycats. If you can lie about climate, you can lie about anything, the signature procedure of the far right. 111 Hence the AfD combined its climate freak shows in the Bundestag with tirades against the systematic discrimination of men and the Islamicist federal state of Germany. 112 If there is merit to this analysis, it implies that by reacting to climate science with denial, fossil capital not only smothered mitigation but also midwifed the contemporary far right, or at least assisted in its intellectual legitimation. The fourth phase of denial would be a logical extension of the first. In this phase, however, the genre of conspiracy theory underwent a metastasis. Classical practitioners were hung up on their own punctiliously assembled facts. Light in their eyes, they would produce documents proving that the World Trade Center must have come down through controlled demolition, or point to visual anomalies in the images from the moon demonstrating that NASA staged the landings in studios, or write treatises striking down on every glitch in the official account of some murder. Detectives who would never stop sniffing, they based their cases on data, if only errant data. But in the 2010s, fewer of them seem to care to. In a lot of people are saying, the new conspiracism and the assault on democracy, a piercing inquiry into the epistemology of the contemporary far right. Russell Muirhead and Nancy L. Rosenblum argue that conspiracy is now rather alleged by bare assertion. The birtherists, for instance, composed nothing like the filmography and literature on September 11 made by the truthers. They were content with asserting that Obama was born in Kenya, or even just alluding to the possibility. When Trump claimed that Obama had tapped his phones, or that the media concealed Islamist terrorist attacks, he didn't bother to adduce anything that looked like evidence. The new conspiracism proceeds by blurting out the plot and the hoax and nothing more. It satisfies itself with a free-floating allegation disconnected from anything observable in the world, to which it pays no fealty. Instead of converting counterproof into proof, it dispenses with the question of proof altogether. 113 It is even more untethered from reality than classical conspiracy theory, of which it is a degraded figure. How, then, does the new conspiracism establish credibility? Not by pseudoscientific validation, but by repetition, and more precisely virtual repetition. The veracity of a statement is measured in the number of likes, retweets, threads and views it generates. Trump was wont to back up his accusations with the high number of sympathizers who agreed with them. A lot of people are saying X or Y, hence it is true. This epistemology is obviously the making of social media. With its inbuilt character limit, Twitter is a machine for bare assertion or, if you will, for the most stripped down, contentless interpellation, hey, you there, and very little else. But not every Twitter user interpellates her followers with talk of fake news and treasons. Muirhead and Rosenblum observe that new conspiracism, unlike, or so they claim, classical conspiracy theory, is a monopoly of the right, circulated as a cheap identity card for the insiders of a threatened nation. It is performed by winners, presidents included. 114. It is also the most recent mode of climate fabulation. Inhofe managed to write a whole book on the greatest hoax and Sussman added to the library, but in the fourth phase, hoax could be sufficient attestation in itself. 115. Far-right denial mostly took the form of the barest assertion, theory as meme, but it wasn't any less potent for that. It enhanced the replicability. Global heating exerts selective pressure on denialists. Finding refuge in conspiracy theory was a first adaptation to the mountains of evidence, but as the space for denial became further circumscribed, taking flight in new conspiracism offered another, possibly safer way to survival. Some of this progressing degradation was put on display by the conspiracist-in-chief when he returned to the topic of wind power. He took aim at those proposing that we have an economy based on wind. I never understood wind. I know windmills very much. I've studied it better than anybody and it's very expensive. They manufacture tremendous, if you're into this, tremendous fumes, gases, are spewing into the atmosphere. We have a world, right? So the world is tiny compared to the universe. So tremendous amounts of fumes and everything, you talk about the carbon footprint, fumes are spewing into the air. And if you own a house within visions of some of these monsters, your house is worth 50% of the price. They're noisy, they kill the birds. You want to see a bird graveyard, you go take a look, go under a windmill someday, you'll see more birds than you've ever seen ever in your life. Laughter and applause from the audience of young conservatives in Florida. You know what they don't tell you about windmills? After 10 years, they look like hell. They start to get tired, old. And so on. 116. Trump must have here broken some sort of sound barrier. He so completely inverted the matter at hand that his discourse became devoid of substantive content and approximated guttural noise, although listeners could make out that it maintained a thematic relation to climate and paraded absolute contempt for the problem. In a sense, denial had here completed the circle, through conspiracy theory and new conspiracism into pure burbling. Rising temperatures could not extinguish it, apparently, only drive it into new rounds of speciation. But none of the old genera died out. As Muirhead and Rosenbaum suggest, the denialist ISA has rather been confirmed by the new climate conspiracism, as when the reader of a story receives a nod of recognition from a bypasser, together, they have kept the narrative alive. 117. A similar dialectic could be discerned at another point where the far right like to convene, the theory of cultural Marxism. The myth of cultural Marxism. A specter is haunting the far right, something it calls cultural Marxism. What is this ghoulish figure? What dark, malevolent forces does it channel into the world, and through what mediums? According to the theory, once the Russian Revolution had failed to spread to Western Europe, Lukács and Gramsci understood that some ramparts had to be removed, things like Western culture and the Christian religion. 118. The proletariat was too deeply identified with these to rise up. In the 1920s, a coterie of Marxist academics, who happened to be, a not incidental detail, of Jewish origin, headed by Adorno, Horkheimer and Herbert Marcuse, formed the Frankfurt School to begin the work of breaking the ramparts down. They mixed in a bit of Freudian theory to also dissolve the traditional family and normal sexuality. They sought to uplift women, blacks, gays, and assorted other minorities. Instead of open class conflict, they pursued identity politics and political correctness. When the Frankfurt School relocated to the US after Hitler's seizure of power, it found itself in just the right place, next to Hollywood and the campuses, to implode the sleeping giant from within. America would be made communist through the spread of homosexuality, feminism, sexual liberation, atheism, the mixing of races and the hedonistic counterculture of the 1960s. John Lennon was privy to the plot. Indeed, according to one strand of the theory, Adorno himself wrote all of the Beatles' lyrics. 119 But the central contention is that Marxism initiated a long march through the institutions, worming its way through schools, universities, government bureaucracies, media, film studios, the fine arts, slowly but surely, to the point where the West would come undone. Just as in the left climate theory, an epical defeat of the left, not in 1989, but in the years after 1917, is here transformed into a devious project of world domination. Replete with pseudo-factual paraphernalia and laboriously connected dots, this is a most classical conspiracy theory. It issues from the oldest one, the world suffers under secretive Jewish power, and more directly from Judeo-Bolshevism and its subheading Kulturbolschewismus, idée fixe of fascists in interwar Europe. 120 The chief popularizer of the later iteration was William S. Lind, a paleoconservative white man and military strategist, who brought the details up to date with the early millennium. On the right of the established American right, with his own weekly TV show, articles in the Marine Corps Gazette and encounters with Donald Trump, he could send cultural Marxism into wider channels of circulation. At a conference for Holocaust deniers in 2002, he felt sufficiently at home to raise the curtain on the true identity of the Frankfurt School conspirators. These guys were all Jewish. 121 Then the theory took on a life of its own. In the 2010s, cultural Marxism approached the status of a meta-theory of the far right, popping up high and low, as all-inclusive scoop or the barest tribalist assertion. Over at Breitbart, it was the revealed truth. Before his death, the founder of the site, Andrew Breitbart, described his discovery of it as my one great epiphany, my one aha moment where I said, I got it, I see what exactly happened in this country. 122 A top aide of Trump wrote a long memo on how the Frankfurt School had created a deep state beholden to no one, a cruel God best riding the earth, now busy handing over the West not to communism but to Islam. 123 The largest party in the Netherlands, as of the 2019 elections, had the theory as an intellectual fundament. Thierry Baudet tweeted about it, no doubts or qualms, the whole cock and bull story about the Frankfurt School drawing up its master plans, with the regularity of a muscle twitch. The European Union and mass immigration ranked highest among the Marxist achievements. 124 Baudet here learned from Paul Kleiter, supervisor of his PhD thesis, law professor at Leiden, signatory to Clintel and top party intellectual, who in 2018 published an anthology with a white man forced to drink a chalice of poison on the cover and a title translating as Cultural Marxism, A Spectre is Haunting Europe. 125 A spectre indeed. It had perverted European culture with an overdose of compassion for oppressed groups. Intersectionality was its latest invention, with worries about ecology bundled into it. 126. The most revered internet guru of the right, psychology professor and self-help bestseller Jordan Peterson, bought into the idea too. In November 2016, he posted on his Facebook site an article headlined Cultural Marxism is Destroying America, the first sentence of which ran, yet again an American city is being torn apart by black rioters. The events in question were taking place in Charlotte, North Carolina, after the killing of a black man by a police officer, which could only be explained by all the usual suspects from Gramsci onwards having established a fifth column to foment sedition. 127 A go-to theory for explaining any malaise, it worked well without evidentiary elaboration. But the far-right corners of the web overflowed with material for those who wished to learn more. Here one could find some 200,000 YouTube videos on the topic of cultural Marxism. 128 At the grandiloquent pole, again, was Breivik, who began his manifesto with an excerpt from Lind, plagiarized him repeatedly and used the term cultural Marxism and its derivatives more than 600 times, Frankfurt School 88 times, Adorno 26, Marcuse 25, 129 If Breivik targeted a Marxist gathering, others could choose a Jewish one. the perpetrator of the Pittsburgh synagogue shootings in October 2018, in which 11 people were killed during Shabbat prayers, the worst attack on the Jewish community in U.S. history, spent his ample screen time on Gab, a free speech network where cultural Marxism was a favorite talking point. There he posted pictures of Jews trying to press the African continent into the EU and organizing the caravans of Central American migrants to the US. When he stormed into the synagogue, he screamed, "All Jews must die." 130. More genteel in their manners, the leaders of the Sweden Democrats had to deal with yet another storm of criticism after they had, for the second time, declared that Swedish Jews would always prioritize their religion over their country. Matthias Carlsson thought the storm was whipped up by cosmopolitans and cultural Marxists, and in the spring of 2019, he announced that he would step down from his post as the parliamentary leader of the SD to build a new think tank with the mission to poke a stick into the cultural Marxist hornet's nest. 131 Immonen and Halla-aho of the PS and the SS were fervent believers. 132 But these parties could still only dream of the influence exerted by their brothers in Brazil. The theory of cultural Marxism became a pillar of the Bolsonaro government. Jair, his sons, and Foreign Minister Araújo had their own internet guru in Olavo de Carvalho, another disgruntled white man, who, from his desk in Virginia, spoke to the nation through 1,000 screens. A pipe dangling from his mouth, with an air of enviable erudition, he looked deep into the eyes of his followers and revealed to them the secrets of the cultural Marxist plot to control Brazil. The theory was here adapted to the vitriolic demonization of Lula's and Dilma's Workers' Party. During its years in power, de Carvalho beamed his profound explanations of communist depravity into the hearts of true white and Christian men and women. He had a background as an astrologist. He would not accept evidence of heliocentrism. At the center of cultural Marxism was the artifice of climate change, and Adorno wrote all the Beatles' lyrics. 133. In the fourth most populous nation on earth, Olavo de Carvalho attained an oracular, Rasputin-like status few intellectuals in the world came close to. Bolsonaro gave his victory speech on the election night with a book by the man in front of him. Araújo and other ministers appear to have been picked directly by de Carvalho. 134 The former credited him with having single-handedly broken the psychopolitical control system of cultural Marxism, as maintained by Lula and Dilma, nothing short of a miracle. 135 Here the anti-communism of the military dictatorship was revived but, unlike in the 1960s and 70s, without anything like communism on the horizon, giving it a strangely psychedelic quality. It was anti-communism on mushrooms, a degraded figure of the class struggles of the 20th century after they had fizzled out into the crisis of the biosphere. Protean in the extreme, cultural Marxism can swim back and forth between classical theory and new conspiracism. It does not have to come with the full package of fantasies. Not everyone who uses the term will also retell the Frankfurt story or know about William S. Lind, just as belief in Islamization does not require knowledge of Batya and her elucubrations. Evasiveness can be a protective layer. 136 Baudet and Peterson maintained an air of smartness potentially vitiated by the claim that Adorno wrote all the lyrics to the Beatles songs. Men like them could vacate the theory of narrative content and turn it into a series of formal equivalences. Cultural Marxism is political correctness, is multiculturalism, is feminism, is communism, all promoted by the same left which, the irreducibly conspiratorial core, controls cultural life. With its capacious accommodation of everything the far right dislikes, the theory is permeable, open to cross-fertilization with George Soros and Eurabia and the Great Replacement. Eclecticism can ensure reproduction. But cultural Marxism also works as a tightly packed prism, through which negative developments are rendered as epiphenomena of a single force pulling the levers of history in the wrong direction. 137 It has been called an instrument of intersectional hate, turned against Black Lives Matter, abortion laws, Pope Francis, Hollywood films with a trace of an anti-capitalist message, Elysium, or multiracial casts, Star Wars, The Force Awakens. All of this and much more, at one point or another, pressed through the prism 138. And pressed was also, of course, the climate. The left climate theory was a product of 1989, but conjointly with cultural Marxism, it was relaunched in a more pungent form in the 2010s. The natural step for someone like James Dealey-Pole, the man who gave the world ClimateGate, was to transition from the Telegraph and Forbes to Breitbart, where he became an anti-climate correspondent, telling his readers that the scare had been invented to destroy Western liberal civilization as part of a war started by the cultural Marxists of the 1930s. Frankfurt School 139. The take of the Green nationalists would be that cultural Marxism has arrogated ecology to itself and must be kicked out of it. 140. Much more common was a monoblock fury against both, so that someone who believed in the theory would typically also deny climate change, Jordan Peterson being another case, and denialist parties feel confirmed in their desire to revive forgotten languages. 141. The AfD denounced the Greens as crypto-communist decomposers of the fatherland. 142. Into the halls of 25 Colombian pesos in Madrid in late 2019, Vox sent a small delegation to keep a close eye on the extreme left, which supposedly ran the summit as a religious service, issuing new edicts for how we should live, what we can eat and which industries can prosper. 143. But the truly novel element in the late 2010s was the emergence of a climate movement as a real political force, if not yet quite a revolutionary subject. It prodded conspiracy theorists to exercise their cells again. From early 2019, they focused on the person of Greta Thunberg. If Thunberg's homeland came late to the school strikes, only joining in big numbers in the autumn of 2019, it was quicker to produce food for the thought of her enemies. After she had returned from the Extinction Rebellion actions that shut down parts of London in the spring, Jimmy Åkesson told Swedish media that she doesn't do this on her own. This, referring to the strikes, is not a campaign she has initiated spontaneously. It is obvious if you follow social media that this is not something that has spread out of sheer coincidence, it is staged. 144. If you follow social media, supporters of the SD had a good idea about whom precisely to suspect. A few weeks later, a report spread through the middle ranks of the party that Greta Thunberg was on the payroll of George Soros and chaperoned by an agent with a suitably Jewish-sounding surname. From south to north, party chapters disseminated the theory, rather, on Twitter and Facebook. 145. Their leaders refrained from making the Jewish connection in public statements, but stepped up the attacks on Thunberg and felt emboldened in their denial. You will see that this is all a great climate hoax, Björn Soder commented on the world's most famous Swede, by now speaking for the party consistently polling as the country's largest. 146. It readied for government rule, in alliance with the two main conservative parties. Soon after the election in 2018, Antonia Ax's son Johnson of Axis broke the cordon sanitaire by arguing that normal bourgeois parties should accept the SD as a partner in power that would do no harm to Swedish business. The Business Daily agreed. 147. 1 year later, this was indeed the new political bloc poised to take over, Sweden moving with the plates of the continent. Wherever the name of Greta Thunberg traveled, the right had to make sense of her and the movement she represented, and it worked with two versions of one theory, that she was a puppet on the string of Soros or of the Marxists. The Spectator considered her a proxy for those on the left who seek to use climate alarmism to further their war on global capitalism. 148. A Fox News pundit called her a mentally ill child used as a stooge by the international left. When she tweeted that the climate crisis is not just about the environment, since colonial, racist, and patriarchal systems of oppression have created and fueled it, a sprightly James Dealey-Pole had all his suspicions confirmed. The teenage climate puppet has gone full Marxist. 149. One could peruse articles with headlines such as Marxists hope to take over the world by terrifying children about climate change. 150. On the other note, one AfD branch in Bavaria, of all provinces, created a montage with the face of Thunberg next to that of Soros and two devilish yellow eyes in the dark, under the headline "The Power Behind It 151 More Widespread" became a picture purporting to show a smiling Soros putting his arms around her. It was a doctored photo from her meeting with Al Gore. As she took the world stage, photoshopped pictures of Thunberg became a free-floating conspiracist subgenre of its own, Thunberg as the tip of an iceberg made up of Soros, Thunberg crying in the arms of an ISIS soldier, Thunberg eating lunch on a train passing by starving children, this one shared by Eduardo Bolsonaro. 152. There was also a picture of Thunberg dressed in a t-shirt with the text "Anti-Fascist All-Stars," proof that she was an Antifa terrorist. That photo was authentic. Participating in rallies against Nazi marches in Sweden, Thunberg was a committed anti-fascist, although not a member of Anti-Fascist Action. The country where this theorizing flied highest, however, was, true to form, Hungary. The government of Viktor Orban had not said much about the climate before spring 2019. But as the school strikes took off, it developed a keen interest in the issue. Behold, Soros and the left have found a new stake on which to impale the Hungarian nation and leave it for refugees to consume. 153. From Fides Media, there came a downpour of analysis of this climacommunismus. The strikers had been paid by Soros. When they marched in Budapest, their ranks were made up of foreigners, duped by the fecal ideology of Bolshevism. These kids would have been better off had they gone straight for the Kabbalah or the prayer to Mecca. The climate hysteria itself had no scientific foundations. 154. But the novelty of 2019 was the shift in focus from science to movement, and the latter could also, in turn, be implicated in the impacts of climate breakdown. If this is a hoax perpetrated by enemies of the people, might they not be organizing all these extreme weather events? In 2019, one SD representative in Umeå, the largest city in Sweden's north, submitted a series of theories about the wildfires that struck the country, not in the summer, but in the exceptionally hot and dry month of April. Linking them to Notre Dame, he tried out the theory that Islamists had lit the fires, or perhaps Antifa terrorists. Eventually he settled on a group of climate activists doing this to fan the flames of climate hysteria, the climate movement being a religious fanatical doomsday cult. 155. Earlier, the grapevines of Swedish democratic social media had also spread the theory that the water shortages on Åland were in fact caused by asylum seekers and, more specifically, Muslims who overconsumed water because they washed themselves 5 times per day before praying. 156. Trump claimed that the figure of 3,000 Puerto Rican casualties from Hurricane Maria was confected by Democrats to make him look bad. The real number was in the range of 6 to 18. 157. After the inferno in the Amazon, Jair Bolsonaro informed the world that it was Leonardo DiCaprio who had ignited it. The theory was that the American actor had paid NGOs to set the rainforest on fire and then take pictures to blacken the image of Brazil. Asked for evidence, the president said that there could be no written plan, as that's not how it's done. 158. In a rather fascinating imaginative leap, Bolsonaro and Salles were also in the habit of referring to Brazilian environmentalism as Shiite ecologist activism or eco-Shiites, as though it was Shia Islam that had descended on the nation to deny it the riches of the Amazon. 159. Insofar as the climate movement mobilizes greater strength in the years ahead, we should expect more of this to come. With or without it, the impacts will continue to feed the far-right imagination. One of the ironies here, more eerie than amusing, is that few thinkers have analyzed the profile of the sludge with greater precision than the Jewish Marxist the contemporary far-right loves to hate the most, namely Adorno. The more communism is emptied of any specific content, the more it is being transformed into a receptacle for all kinds of hostile projections, many of them on an infantile level somehow reminiscent of evil forces in comic strips, he wrote in The Authoritarian Personality. 160. But the receptacle is arguably emptier today than in the 1940s. The less it is able to exercise a Marxist dominance over the situation, the more the dominance of Marxism is made responsible for every misfortune, noticed anti-fascist Richard Lowenthal. but that was in 1935-161 as the radioactive decay from the Russian Revolution proceeds, perhaps already past half-time. The fantasy of Marxist deviltry rather appears to radiate brighter again. That paradox can be explained by the depth of revolutionary problems, for which the status quo cannot take responsibility and which do not yet have a matching subject. Marxism must be recruited as a revenant to fill the gap. 162. A break with reality is forced by this situation. Fascist propaganda, Adorno wrote in 1946, drawing from empirical studies of far-right demagogues on the U.S. West Coast, attacks bogies rather than real opponents, that is to say, it builds up an imagery of the Jew, or of the communist, and tears it to pieces, without caring much how this imagery is related to reality. He observed an amazing stereotypy among the agitators he listened to. In their radio talks, sidewalk speeches, and pamphlets, they repeated a small number of clichés and worked up a monotonous innuendo. For example, the agitator says, "Those dark forces, you know whom I mean," and the audience at once understands that his remarks are directed against the Jews. The listeners are getting the inside dope, taken into confidence, treated as of the elite who deserve to know the lurid mysteries hidden from outsiders. 163. It can be a gratifying experience. Addictive, it locks the insiders into a closed system of delusions that tend to run wild, that is to say, make themselves completely independent from interaction with reality. 164. The ticket into this loop is unconditional fidelity to an unsustainable status quo. Because the chaos cannot be comprehended as the product of the system itself, it must be projected onto an external enemy, whose elimination would restore order. The anti-Semite is fueled by a spiteful adherence to the existent. 165. He subs initiatives to change under the general heading of foreignness. In reality, the hated outgroups are objectively weaker than the groups whom they supposedly threaten, but so it must be. Had they been stronger, the haters would have the status quo in sight. From this point, there is little to rein them in. As soon as prejudice in any amount is allowed to enter a person's manifest ways of thinking, the scales weigh heavily in favor of an ever-increasing expansion of his prejudice. 166. Of this expansion, if it continues unopposed, there will eventually be victims. Two factors make the edges of the present conform closer to this profile than that of Adorno's own post-war years: the enormity of the crisis and the completeness of the capitalist victory over any socialist challenges. At a closer look, one and the same thing. Under their pressure, there develops that complex of psychotic thinking which appears to be a crucial characteristic of the fascist character. 167. The orators Adorno studied in California were in the wrong place at the wrong time. The moment when they could approach real power had yet to come. He would have recognized a Baudet, an Akison, a de Carvalho. On the other hand, this might mean that we have less to do with post-truth or new conspiracism or any other neologism meant to keep up with the degradation than with that old potential for fascism that so worried Adorno. 168. And this is not, as we shall see, the last facet of our problems anticipated and illuminated with inimitable clarity by Adorno. These, then, are some of the ideas with which the far right enters the rapidly warming world of the 2020s and beyond: Palin defense and sometimes palingenesis, veneration of the stock and deprecation of the flow, the theories of the left climate conspiracy and cultural Marxism. We have dwelt on these ideas at some length because they provide mythical energies to the far right, with which it, so to speak, crashes into this warming world. The danger of fossil fascism is the danger that such ideas become much more dominant. In this salmagundi, intellectual coherence is not the highest ideal, but nor are the component parts mutually exclusive. It is evidently possible to believe in all those things simultaneously, and they may well reinforce one another. We have to defend ourselves again. We must take what is ours out of the ground. The enemy is Marxist and Muslim and Jewish, and here comes his next attack, and so on. 169. But it would be far too simplistic to say that such estrangement from reality serves only the interests of primitive fossil capital. The scandalous truth of climate breakdown throws much wider sets of privileges into question. notably those pertaining to whiteness. 9. Skin and fuel. Underscore 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 underscore. On September 6, 2016, 9 activists from Black Lives Matter approached London City Airport in wetsuits. They boarded inflatable rafts, crossed the marina separating the airport from the suburb of Newham, stormed the runway, erected a tripod, locked themselves to it and to one another and unfolded a banner that read, "The climate crisis is a racist crisis." 9,000 passengers had their travel plans disrupted. The airport complained of losses in revenue and damages to its reputation. When the activists were taken to court, the judge recognized their peacefulness and sincerity and spared them jail sentences, but she scolded them for being so confused and baffling. "I find it rather hard to see," she demurred, "the link between the movement which started in America and goes by name of Black Lives Matter, which as I understand protests against the treatment of the black population by the police in America. I don't see how they link to London City Airport or climate change. 1. What had violence against black people to do with flights taking off from London?" The activists pointed to a typical local environmental injustice, an airport for the wealthy located in Newham, a racially diverse suburb, and to its magnification on a global scale. 7 out of 10 of the countries most affected by climate change are in sub-Saharan Africa. 2. Whites fly, blacks die, something a white judge in London might have a hard time seeing, but for which there is some pretty solid evidence. We have already come across the fundamental divergence between gains and losses from the fossil economy in the case of Mozambique. It is documented in a voluminous literature. To pick just one paper, half a year before the action in London, James Hansen and his longtime collaborator Makiko Sato mapped the landscape of 1 degree Celsius average global warming and found that, so far, the impacts, temperatures that test human tolerance limits, heat unbearable for workers outdoors or in poorly ventilated workplaces, intensified droughts, vector-borne diseases, clustered around lower latitudes, meaning sub-Saharan Africa, the Middle East, India, Southeast Asia. But the map of causation was exactly the reverse. In Hansen's and Sato's calculation, the UK and the US were each responsible for more than 1/4 of cumulative emissions since 1751. 3. The concentration would be even more extreme if the gains were counted for corporations rather than nations, or if the effects of globalization were taken into account. In the early 21st century, much of the emissions attributed to China stemmed from the manufacturing of goods savored in places like the US and the UK. 4. Hansen and Sato then restated a conclusion heard innumerable times before: those experiencing the largest change of prior normal climate bear negligible responsibility for it. 5. What the two scientists did not note, or say out loud, however, was a facet of the pattern of which few could be entirely unaware: it mapped onto a global color line. 6. Did that have any significance? Frantz Fanon, in A Dying Colonialism, writes that the colonist person perceives life not as a flowering or a development of an essential productiveness, but as a permanent struggle against an omnipresent death. This ever-menacing death is experienced as endemic famine, unemployment, a high death rate, an inferiority complex and the absence of any hope for the future. 7. Anti-racist students of political ecology have found in this statement a kind of prophecy. The pattern Fanon described in the 1950s has re-emerged with a vengeance precisely in those parts of the globe that experienced it during the colonial era. In the words of Romy Opperman, the phrase omnipresent death now suggests a cumulative weight and exhaustion in which the impoverished conditions of life, such as water, air, food, and labor, reduce life to a struggle for survival. 8. Ever-menacing death now arrives via the atmosphere, and the circumstance that it descends first on those places that suffered from it during colonialism is neither accidental nor conspiratorial, it is structural. Enhanced vulnerability is the legacy of centuries of bleeding. 9. But the significance of the color line is greater still, because it might well inspire indifference to the problem in and of itself. Racism is all about putting a lower value on some lives, dividing those worthy of living the good life from those unworthy, and if we stay with Africa, there is, counting from the beginning of the slave trade, a 5 centuries-long tradition of considering black lives as the latter kind. This tradition does not necessarily live on in the desire to whip black bodies to death. It can be entirely unconscious, with no malicious intent required. 10. It can be expressed in ostensibly neutral economic rationality, such as when it is simply cheaper to locate a toxic landfill in a black neighborhood or ship off electronic waste to Ghana, where some of the most hazardous chemicals on Earth are streaming in from European phones, laptops, tablets, fridges and other devices and entering the food chains on which black people, whom the consumers will never meet, depend. 11. With or without open animus, there is, anti-racist scholars have argued, a very long tradition of treating Africa as the disposable trash container of the world and black people as waste, clogging up the streets and the planet like so much human rubbish, deserving of having waste products dumped upon them. 12. Is racism an environmental threat? Ghassan Hage contends that a similar perception of Muslims as waste has sunk in over the past decades. 13. Now if the early impacts of climate change are primarily an affliction for black and non-white people, one could imagine some people beholden to this long tradition thinking, oh, that's just another piece of bad news for the wretched of the earth. Why bother? Jesse Channon examined the results from an extensive survey of public attitudes in the US and found that, indeed, individuals who questioned the full humanity of people of color were also unbothered by the state of the environment. 14. Using another method to measure the indifference, CARE International studied the 10 humanitarian crises that received the least media attention in 2018 and found that climate change was implicated in most of them: frequent droughts ravaging farmland and pastures in Sudan, yet another typhoon displacing 1 million people in the Philippines, chronic malnutrition exacerbated in Chad as the eponymous lake shrunk to a pond, the cornfields of Madagascar pummeled by drought and cyclones, people in Haiti having to skip meals to survive, all off the radar north of the color line. 15. And if European states are untroubled by the thousands drowning in the Mediterranean every year, why should they care about the millions of lives disappearing beneath the waves and desiccating in the arid heat much farther afield? 16. In 2014, Andrew Lilico, a bourgeois economist, contributor to The Telegraph, yes, The Telegraph of ClimateGate, and later Brexiteer, advocated adaptation as the best approach to the problem, not mitigation. When asked how the tropics would possibly adapt to 4 degrees of heating, he responded, I imagine tropics adapt to 4C by being wastelands with few folk living in them. Why is that not an option? 17. Somewhere in there is one link the judge could not see. Global heating extends the disregard for black lives to unprecedented levels, to quote Leon Seeley Huggins. Furthermore, such disregard might be a sine qua non of business as usual itself. 18. Laura Pulido has suggested that if the gains were coterminous with the losses, they would not justify keeping the fires alive. Only because the multitudes first sentenced to die are non-white and out of the way can combustion be allowed to continue. 19. Representatives of the Global South have repeatedly sought to awaken the advanced capitalist countries to this callousness, for instance at 15 Colombian pesos, where Lumumba Diaping, the eloquent and irate negotiator from Sudan, denounced the proposal from the US and its allies to let go of binding commitments and settle for voluntary pledges. It was, he charged, like asking Africa to sign a suicide pact, an incineration pact in order to maintain the economic dependence of a few countries on fossil fuels. It's a solution based on values that funneled 6 million people in Europe into furnaces. Western diplomats thought the latter analogy was beyond the pale. Ed Miliband of the UK called it a disgusting comparison, the Swedes absolutely despicable 20 and, of course, 6 years later the pact was signed. The logic appears robust. In a world where black and brown lives matter little, and where global warming first destroys such lives, then it will not be a matter of great concern. But if there is indeed a real effect of this kind, it's a problem for non-white trash, so let's keep burning. We should expect it to be most powerful in the early stages of warming, up to, say, 2 degrees Celsius, whereas at very late stages, at 6 degrees Celsius and 8 degrees Celsius and beyond, it would presumably wane with the differentials in vulnerability. At 10 degrees Celsius, the blondest Swedes will be reduced to cinders too. In other words, the effect would be most politically efficacious precisely in the window in time when mitigation could make the largest difference. Everyone will be inside the same furnace and see their shared destiny only when it's far too late to do anything about it. A curve of rising disparity across the color line and indifference among those with the power to curb the warming and diminishing opportunities for doing so must, sooner or later, pass an inflection point, beyond which there is the rest of the breakdown. This also implies that something more than indifference is at work in the early stages, namely a failure to see universal humanity in black and brown people, as if what befalls them could not eventually also sweep up the whitest of the white, as if the catastrophes could be forever contained in the lower decks of the ship where they have always played out. 21 De te fabula narrator, of you the tale is told. Marx prefaced Das Kapital for the German workers. He described the conditions for the English, but told his countrymen to expect the same. Every flood in Mozambique, every drought on the Horn of Africa in recent decades has had a similar predictive tale to tell whoever would care to listen. If some of this is in the nature of speculation, we can be positive about the far right acting out this effect to the best of its ability. When the Sweden Democrats explained, just before the wildfire explosion of 2018, that it will be developing countries that suffer, if any, and therefore the climate crisis was not an issue for the party, they lifted the disregard out of the unconscious. From the Finns cartoon to Trump's tearing up of the nigger climate accords, most of the forces we have inspected have associated the struggle against climate change with black and other non-white people. It's for them, not us. Let them drown is here not a faint, undefined propensity, it is the policy. The choice of apocalypse, the real threat to the world is their presence among us, aggravates it further. But the far right would scarcely be able to advance this message if it did not have a wider indifference to work on and, as it were, mobilize. We can reformulate this as a general hypothesis. The anti-climate politics of the far right is now a phenomenon of such rank that it must stand on the shoulders of a much wider and broader set of relations of the kind that we normally refer to as racism. Before teasing out this hypothesis, it is worth noting that racism is one of the least investigated dimensions of the climate crisis, the studies we have cited so far constituting a subfield of little more than a dozen papers. 22 The attitude of the London judge is customary. This is an oversight in the study not only of climate, but of racism as well. In White Identity Politics, Jardina argues that white Americans use their whiteness as a compass when setting their policy preferences on everything from welfare and trade to crime and presidents. But she sees one exception. It seems hard to imagine that white identity predicts opinion on an issue like climate change, which has not been markedly framed as harming or benefiting whites as a group. 23 That a prominent scholar of race could so miss the plot is one indication of the research gap, and of an implicit belief in mystery. If race is a master category of the modern world in general and the American social formation in particular, as scholars of race have demonstrated, and if global heating is the most gigantic crisis the former has ever faced, as any well-informed observer should know by now, it would indeed be mysterious if the one had no bearing on the other. Towards an excavation of fossilist whiteness. Forestalling emissions cuts is in the objective interest of fossil capital. It is not in the objective interest of everyone with pale skin or all members of the white nation or white race. The far right might act as if the latter were the case, but nothing could be further from the truth. Firstly, because humans with pale skin already suffer from consequences of climate breakdown and more will do so in the years ahead. Secondly, because whiteness itself, in an important sense, is a fiction. The anti-climate politics of the far right does not represent the true consciousness of white people the way it arguably does so for primitive fossil capital in particular. But it has a power to speak in the name of white people that must be explained, and we might begin by returning to the original scene of interpellation. A police officer hails a man in the street. "Hey, You there? Recognizing that the call is directed to him, the man turns around and faces the officer. This is Althusser's most famous example. The next, Moses at the burning bush, from which God shouts out, "Moses! Moses!" And Moses said, "Here I am." 24. In both cases, the interpellation is successful because the individuals recognize themselves as the ones being hailed. But such recognition cannot be taken for granted. If the man on the street has been parachuted in from his hunter-gatherer camp, where he has spent his whole life, isolated from the arm of the law, he might not understand what the police officer expects of him and fail to show him deference. If Moses had remained loyal to the palace where he grew up and kept his faith in the deities of ancient Egypt, he would not have presented himself to the burning bush. Such abortive interpellations happen all the time. When a missionary screams "Jesus loves you," in a town square in Northern Europe, the vast majority will pass him by, even look down, because they do not recognize themselves in the call and do not feel touched in their souls. So what determines if an interpellation falls on deaf ears or not? In a scintillating essay, Rebecca Kukla points out that interpellation only works if subjects feel that the hail recognizes who they really, already are. 25. The man on the street already considers himself a subject of the law and reacts to the summons by understanding, reflexively and instantly, that the officer has seen him as such. Moses already identifies himself as Moses and therefore responds when God calls him by that name. But if a communist enters the floor of the New York Stock Exchange and starts crying out, "Workers of the world, unite, you have nothing to lose but your chains," the traders will shake their heads, perhaps ask the guards to throw her out, because they do not recognize themselves as workers and will, rightly, think that the communist has misidentified them. The interpellation hits the mark only when it sees the addressee as she sees herself. Now, and this is a crucial proviso, there does not have to be an absolute identity between the images, no exact mirror effect, but an interpellation must stir at least some self-recognition. Moses did not become Moses the prophet and deliverer of Israel before his first encounter with God in the burning bush, but he was on his way there, sufficiently self-identified as a subject of Yahweh to accept the assignment. The one hailed, writes Kukla, must in fact come to be, at least incrementally more, the self she is already recognized as being. She must feel a visceral pull to step into the shoes tailored specifically for her. 26. Interpellation, in other words, is a cumulative, sequential process that has to tie in with previous rounds of interpellations. How far back does that process go? No human life exists prior to it. Ideology has always already interpellated individuals as subjects, asserts Althusser. 27. This might sound strange, but it is rather uncontroversial. Consider a couple who has just learned from an ultrasound scan that they will have a baby girl. From that moment on, consciously or not, they prepare to welcome the child as a girl and not a boy, and for most parents, that reception comes with a whole culture's worth of expectations and models and norms, so that the child is interpellated as a particular kind of subject already before being born. The process of the little girl recognizing herself as such, standing before the mirror in a princess's dress, then comes naturally, or so it seems. The category of race often works in a similar way. A child born in Stockholm to parents born in Mogadishu will be hailed as an invandrare, literally someone who has walked in, even though she has done no such thing and is no immigrant in the proper sense of the term, but surrounding society will recruit her into that position, until the moment when she recognizes that a group of young white men calling her invandrar hora or immigrant slut might in fact be aiming their vitriol at her. 28. In all walks of life, a universe of ideology stands ready to greet new humans. The law of culture, as Althusser sometimes calls it, has been lying in wait for each infant born since before his birth, and seizes him before his first cry, assigning to him his place and role, and hence his fixed destination. 29. Now, this immediately raises a problem. If people are ensnared in pre-existing ideologies from the moment they are born, how do they ever break out of them? People evidently retain the capacity to shut their ears to some interpellations, dispute others, renounce beliefs, change gender, convert, join an underground cell, escape from an ideology they have been trapped in. 30. But how is that possible? If successful interpellations are by definition cumulative, how can there be anything else than inertia in the sphere of ideology? Moreover, there is obviously a difference between volunteering as a far-right activist in response to recruitment efforts and succumbing to the unwanted designation invandrare, between rising to a call with some degree of freedom and falling under the unfreedom of classification. We shall return to both of these problems, but let us, for the moment, stay with the view of interpellation as a summons expanding on a previous summons. Interpellation is essentially reproductive. 31. Kukla gives the example of school students. It is one thing for a child to be officially enrolled in a school, but quite another to have a deeply felt student identity. How does the child move from one to the other? The first day starts with the teacher reading names off a list, and when her name comes, the student raises her hand and calls back here. By doing so, she recognizes herself as a student and the teacher as someone with normative claims on her. When I say your name, you shall respond. As the school day unfolds, a repeated process of call and response constitutes the students as having this identity. It builds it into their bodies. Day after day, they are inducted not just into how to respond to teachers, but into how to talk, how to dress, how to socialize, and how to spend their time. And in time they come to reproduce the student role automatically and without need for conscious reflection. 32. The reproductive interpellations here extend over a few weeks or months, during which a child learns to be a student. At the level of the social formation, however, such processes require far longer time. The school system as such has been erected and reproduced over centuries. General subject positions into which people can be inducted, girl, invandrare, do not pop up over the course of a person's early life. It is in their nature to be transmitted from earlier generations. The equivalent of my life in school for the social formation as a whole is rather all the history that has flowed into it, giving the dominant ideology its present content and depositing a base for sorting people into their positions. An interpellative movement must reckon with this past and reproduce some aspect of it. No ideological trend materializes ex nihilo. Someone who flies in from the outside and starts calling on people to do this or that, without paying heed to how they have seen themselves until now, will not be listened to. Conversely, if people do flock around such a person, one can be certain that they recognize something in themselves, something about who they really, already are, in her sermons. Now consider the interpellation of the contemporary far right, which we can, a tad crudely, sum up like this: hey you, people of our great white nation. Keep burning fossil fuels. If you have them in the ground, they are yours to dig up. That talk of climate change is a hoax people like you have seen through. The real problem is all the immigrants swarming around here. This is not the sole message the far right can muster, as we have seen, nor will it be repeated forever, but it has exerted so much visceral pull in recent years as to merit an inquiry into the history of this ideological nexus. Enough people have responded by saying yes, that's us. You're right, to compel us to ask what has led them here, to this conjuncture where a fire is burning and a voice from within it booming, asking them to line up as white people who will be staying white and, or even by, adding more fuel to the flames. What in history has taught them to step forward like this? There must be some linkage that can explain why so many people in Europe and the Americas happily appear as white burners, and it cannot be their racial character. There are, of course, no races. No discrete genetic pools separate people into such categories. Every human being shares some 99% of her genetic material with every other member of that species, and out of the tiny remainder of variation, the bulk appears within populations from the same continents rather than between them. Human descent groups do possess distinctive sets of genes, but these map poorly onto skin color and facial features and other popular attributes of races. Under similarly dark or light skin, the greatest diversity can bloom. 33 As biological units, races have no more existence than phlogiston or abominable snowmen, and as even the most cursory glance at history will show, a generic white category of people is just as mythical. People inhabiting ancient Greece and its neighbors did not think of themselves as white. 34 Early European travelers found Arabs and Indians and Chinese fully as white as themselves, whereas in China, those travelers were seen as peculiarly ashen or pale blue rather than white, a color associated with privileged life indoors. 35 One could imagine that Swedes would go through history as the nonpareil of whiteness, but Benjamin Franklin placed them outside of that circle, as bearers of what we call a swarthy complexion. In a letter from 1901, a Minnesota lumberjack described how there were 15 white men here to 60 Swedes, trying his best to avoid them. This poor man had to mingle with the beasts when night fell. It made him depressed, particularly as the Swedes had an insufferable odor, which stemmed from generations of unwashed ancestors and could never be acquired without the aid of heredity. 36 Swedish experts in their turn regarded Finns as non-white members of a Mongol race. 37 The term Caucasian is an established synonym for white in the US and elsewhere, invented by a pseudoscientist who thought Georgian women were the most beautiful on earth. The category has often included North Africans, whereas the inhabitants of the actual Caucasus region have been deemed black by their Russian masters. Black in the southern slave states was any person with 1/4 or 1/8 African ancestry, until the one-drop rule decreed that one African ancestor somewhere in the family tree was enough to make a person black. White in the US long meant Anglo-Saxon, barely covering the French. But people of Mexican descent were considered white in the 1930s. The hovering of the Irish and Italians and Jews on the fringes of American whiteness and their later inclusion is a familiar story. 38. In this historical snafu, no natural kinds can be spied. The classification of races has been whimsical, changing from one state or century to the next, the taxes swelling and shrinking, the criteria sometimes fanciful. 39 One and the same individual might be sorted into one box in one setting and a different one in another. Stuart Hall has described how during 30 years in England, I have been hailed or interpellated as colored, West Indian, Negro, black, immigrant, while in Jamaica, where I spent my youth and adolescence, I was constantly hailed as colored, which, in the Jamaican spectrum of gradations, meant anything but black. 40 And on the interpellations have swirled. For all of this instability and fluidity, however, race also has a way of freezing. After centuries of colonial domination, white eventually came to mean people of European stock. The Chinese and Arab elites learned to forget that they had once perceived themselves as white by virtue of their freedom from manual labor, and the English that they had once branded native workers in the London slums as foreign and all but black. After all that had happened, from the dawn of the slave trade to the consummation of the British Empire, white had turned into an exclusively European designation, a talisman even the most malodorous Swede could claim to bear, unlike, say, the most light-skinned North African. 41 The chief medium for accomplishing this separation was violence. As James Baldwin observes in his short essay on Being White, and Other Lies, Norwegians did not sit outside their cabins in Norway congratulating themselves on their wonderful whiteness, but once they came as settlers to the US, they were inducted into that category through certain rites of passage. They became white by slaughtering the cattle, poisoning the wells, torching the houses, massacring Native Americans, raping black women. 42 Whiteness was constituted and acquired through some very practical acts. Then it could be passed on to subsequent generations, as a property etched into a white or rather pinkish hue of the skin. 43. Inside the Old World, a similar process took place through vicarious initiation. Agents of the European empires were baptized into whiteness by engaging in violence on the colonial frontiers, which reflected back upon civilians in the metropolis, who could then imagine themselves as united in whiteness and superior to those ruled overseas. When population movements changed direction in the 20th century, as people from the peripheries found ways into the European core, the encounter with non-whites gained more immediacy for metropolitan populations. For the first time, the bodies constructed as the negation of whiteness could be seen on the streets, in the factories, in the shops and schools. The Auslander, the Invanderer, the immigrants had arrived, and these were heavily racial appellations. The hundreds of thousands of white Americans living in Britain were not called immigrants, nor were Germans who had moved to Norway or Canadians to France. 44 On the other hand, a person perceived as black might live her whole life in Denmark as an Invandrare in the eyes of others. Immigrant and its equivalents in European languages functioned as the name for someone frozen in the position of non-whiteness. Much as in the United States, the racial identities coursing and flowing through history attained a terrible solidity. 45. When race petrifies in this manner, it does not have to sit in the skin. There is, for example, no one-to-one relationship between pigmentation and immigrant status. Among the Syrians who made it to Sweden during the so-called refugee crisis, a fair number had very pale skin, but as soon as they introduced themselves to an employer or landlord as Khadija or Ahmed, they would be placed in the category of Invandrare, meaning not Swedish, whereas Swedes of unbroken Swedish descent with chestnut skin would never have their Swedishness questioned. More particularly, Khadija and Ahmed would frequently find themselves identified as Muslims merely by saying their names, and that could be damning. Just like Jews, Muslims had slid from a religious into a racial genus, presumed to have their most defining characteristics conferred to them from their source of origin. Such traits were held to be inherently different from the white norm and dangerous, inferior, defective, harmful, or otherwise negatively charged. 46 Hence especially bad treatment could be reserved for them. The people in question had been racialized, although not so much on the basis of somatic features, the absence of which might elicit nervousness about the hidden, invisible Muslim or Jew. In Nazi Germany, Jewish bodies had to be marked out with yellow stars of David. But racialization can also seize upon the quantity of eumelanin in the basal layer of the epidermis. Then essence is supposed to inhere in darkness of skin. 47. Whatever characteristics a process of racialization pounds on, the end result is the same: race matters in people's lives. It can have lethal consequences. For a black infant at a slave plantation, a Jewish girl in a Polish ghetto, or a Muslim boy in a Bosnian enclave, it branded the body with death. Race is arguably the most violent fiction in human history, as noted by Ruth Frankenberg, but even in less blood-soaked settings, such as the Swedish labor market or the Italian ports, it might well have all-pervasive effects. 48 Inscribed in cities, seaways, restaurants, landfills, and a million other sites where humans dwell, it has taken on a material reality of its own. 49 But it is always at its root a fiction, something humans have made up, and so is capital, another very tangible presence in people's lives. Neither race nor capital exists in nature. They are not natural phenomena, like comets or quarks, but social artifacts, a distinction presupposed by every critical theory of race. 50 Racists refuse to distinguish between the natural and the social. They believe that Jews or Aryans or Africans are this way or that by dint of their nature, while anti-racists see all racial classifications as mere concoctions, which can, however, become real in their own way. To say that race has no ontological reality because it is no part of nature would be to arbitrarily restrict the realm of the real. Social reality, though distinct from natural reality, is nevertheless real. Race derives its ontological status from social reality, and the circumstance that artifacts such as capital and race attach to physical entities does not alter that status. 51 The value in a piece of gold or green paper is not an intrinsic property of the object, but a result of conventions, resting, in the last instance, on a shared fiction. A child quickly learns that there is something special about that paper bill. We can then say that race is fully entrenched when individuals are always already interpellated as racial subjects. Like capital, this is a relation that has developed over time and must be seen as a fundamentally historical construction. We are all immersed in the waters of history, and those waters are pretty murky, notes Frankenberg, murky because hard to see through and filled with blood and mire. 52 It follows, furthermore, as Stephen C. Ferguson too reminds us, that race in abstraction from racism does not have any causal powers. 53. It is racism that gives rise to race, never the other way around. Racism begins when some people enslave others and make them, as Fanon puts it, inferior through and through. To crack the whip over these others and drive them into abjection, they must be rendered inferior, and racism is the emotional, affective, sometimes intellectual explanation of the inferiorization. 54. Or, in the words of one classic account, when a historical collectivity dominates, excludes, or seeks to eliminate another on the basis of differences that it believes are hereditary and unalterable, there is racism happening, and it is this that creates racial subjects. 55. What then is this thing called whiteness? Frankenberg, building on Hall, offers the most persuasive one-sentence definition: whiteness is a location of structural advantage in societies structured in racial dominance. It is not a shortage of eumelinin in the basal layer of the epidermis, but a standpoint and site of privilege. 56. Not everyone with scant pigmentation enjoys or draws advantage from it, but it exists as such, just as any other location in this kind of society. Indeed, every subordinate racial subject, the black on the plantation, the Muslim on the labor market, exists only in relation to it as to the glowing center. Whiteness is a sun that always scorches. We can then reformulate our hypothesis as a question. What is it in the historical production of whiteness that has primed people at that location to respond to anti-climate interpellations from the far right? Or, when and how did being white come to mean burning fossil fuels? No identity between energy and race can be expected, only an articulation of one to the other. We are looking for moments in history when fossil fuels have been inserted into whiteness and vice versa. 57. The premise here is that ISAs need raw material to work on. They process, refine, systematize ideology already present in crude form at a more primary level. 58. Ideology, on this view, is profoundly material. It exists not so much inside people's heads as in what they do. Religions provide plenty of examples, as when a Catholic kneels and receives Mass, or when a Muslim performs the Salat and by that very ritual becomes one of the faithful. Or consider money. That phenomenon is, as Kukla remarks, ideological on account of how we use it. Someone who walks into a store with money in her pocket enters the sphere of commodity circulation, where everything can be exchanged for everything else via the universal equivalent known as money. Whether she has this in mind or not, through the transactions at the counter the customer participates in an ideology that posits money as the measure of all things, a most contingent and questionable proposition, but one that is built into the exchanges that take place every second in a commodified society. The consumer enacts the ideology and reproduces it through a practice so quotidian as to escape notice. 59. Lodged in the most primary level of capitalist property relations, this raw material can then be picked up by all sorts of what we might call second-order interpellations. Hey you, buy this new skin lotion, or protect your freedom on the market, or vote for tax cuts that will leave more money in your pocket. We are looking for something similar in the first-order deployment of energy. It might not, however, be repeated on a daily basis like the use of money, but could rather have happened in the relatively distant past and then been sedimented in the unconscious. Ideology is not only material, but also unconscious. When the man on the street turns to the officer and the costumer approaches the counter, the ideas folded into the act are rarely deliberated upon. Racist ideology has a special knack for inhabiting the unconscious, and most particularly when it is bequeathed from the past. 60. In one of his reflections on racism in Britain, incomprehensible without close attention to the history of empire, Hall cites Marx's adage about the tradition of dead generations weighing like a nightmare on the brains of the living. Ideas from the past, he goes on, leave traces of their connections, long after the social relations to which they referred have disappeared. These traces can be reactivated at a later stage, even when the discourses have fragmented as coherent or organic ideologies. 61. Such a later stage might well be a crisis. It has often been observed that whiteness does not, in ordinary times, speak its name, rather it appears, to whites, that is, as normality itself. No one is supposed to hear or see white privilege. It works best when the beneficiaries do not need to give it a thought, but can cash in on it while going about their daily business. 62. Something similar applies to fossil fuels, that they are good for people could long be taken as read, a doctrine so neutral and naturaliste that it rarely needed to be stated in words. But in a crisis, silence will no longer do. As a conjuncture in which an ensemble of contradictions is condensed, a crisis can cause dislocations in the dominant ideology. 63. If it activates the contradictions of an entire mode of production and its relation to extra-human nature, the disturbances might be extraordinarily jolting. Nothing throws open the prisons of interpellation like a real crisis. When elements of the dominant ideology fall apart, subjects can slip through and run towards counter-apparatuses. The Russian soldiers deserting en masse in 1917 and joining the Bolsheviks form one of many unforgettable cases. Analogously, missionaries know that individuals and communities in crisis are most susceptible to proselytizing. Crisis is the wellspring of ideological novelty, but it is therefore also the moment when the dominant ideology goes into overdrive to stay in place. It develops, in Adorno's words, a cult of the existent on the furthest right. 64. There is nothing sedated about it anymore, it takes on urgency, equating the existent with existence as such and juxtaposing victory to apocalypse. Questioned and challenged, things like white privilege and fossil fuels are defended with a vehemence never seen before. The ISIS are on a war footing. 65. Some ideas kept in the collective unconscious can then be put into position and triggered. Railways across the bush. By posing the question this way, we have already indicated that indifference to non-white suffering is not the whole story. It is part of it, but it appears at the end of the pipe, after the distribution of the consequences of fossil fuel combustion. The paradigm of environmental justice has attuned us to inequities in the sink, but we should also be looking for articulation in the source. 66. If race is a social relation with a material reality of its own, it must be because it channels resources to some groups and away from others, in the last instance, because it is a relation between humans as they relate to the rest of nature. Race is not in or of nature, but neither is it some mental picture or numinous thing. It is material, which means bound up with nature, much like capital, it comes about by humans working their strange ways through a world of matter. If every critical theory of race presupposes a distinction between the natural and the social, a theory of the ecology of race also posits their interpenetration. When modern racism began in the enslavement of African people, certain bodies were forced to produce commodities for others' enjoyment and enrichment, an arrangement not of concepts, but of soil and fiber and carbohydrates and blood. White masters and black slaves were two positions in a relation for working up matter, and race must ultimately be founded on such stoffwechsel, in the past or present. Like the master's house on the plantation, the location of whiteness is built on the processing of biophysical resources at the expense of others. 67. If race is a triangle, whiteness is the apex and non-whiteness and nature the base on which it stands. One of the first to see this was Fanon. Race prejudice, he writes in one of the essays in Toward the African Revolution, obeys a flawless logic. A country lives, draws its substance from the exploitation of other peoples, makes those peoples inferior. Race prejudice applied to those peoples is normal. 68. In Black Skin, White Masks, he notes that black bodies are associated with animals, as though they belong to the biological world, to be subdued and procured. The white man sets himself up as the owner of these things. The white man wants the world, he wants it for himself alone. He finds himself predestined master of this world. He enslaves it. An acquisitive relation is established between the world and him. 69. What he abhors most are nature and natives that run wild. Hostile nature, obstinate and fundamentally rebellious, is in fact represented in the colonies by the bush, by mosquitoes, natives, and fever, and colonization is a success when all this indocile nature has finally been tamed. Railways across the bush, the draining of swamps and a native population which is non-existent politically and economically are in fact one and the same thing. We read in The Wretched of the Earth. 70 Race, on this account, is a way of ordering non-white people and nature at the bottom, dominating them, extracting what has value, discarding the rest and according the white summit some well-deserved opulence. Still under-researched, this link between the subsumption of nature and the oppression of non-whites was forged in the earliest days of the European colonial enterprise and might well persist into this day. 71. It might not even be a link, as Fanon suggests, but rather one and the same thing. That is the gist of the argument of Ghassan Hage, who thinks that Muslims have now fallen victim to the master's impulse to tame and control and manage everything in nature. A ferocious wildness is imputed to Muslim populations. They are likened to wolves sneaking across borders and cockroaches multiplying uncontrollably. They mark a failure of the West to domesticate the planet and are therefore so very annoying. Fences and walls must be built around them, as around animals on a farm. 72 Hage follows this homology to the letter. Racism and environmental degradation has the exact same origins in the desire to domesticate non-human life forms. Rejecting talk of intersection or articulation, he considers these mounting problems of the 21st century an age-old identity, one coin minted when humans first began to tame other species. Since then, there has developed a generalized domestication, defined as a mode of inhabiting the world through dominating it for the purpose of making it yield value, whether in the form of convenience or beauty or fortune. Having a picnic is one way of engaging in generalist domestication. So is sitting down in a lounge chair, adjusting it for maximum comfort, propping up the back with cushions and inadvertently killing an ant or mosquito that was in the way. 73 Here the theory appears to go astray. It lets colonialism off the hook, derives present ills straight from the Neolithic Revolution and indicts the most transhistorical, innocuous acts of daily life as the mechanisms that maintain persecution of Muslims and destruction of the biosphere alike. It leaves little room for change. One cannot reasonably ask people to stop having picnics and make themselves comfortable in chairs, let alone grow plants. Muslims do this too. A much-needed attempt to theorize the relation between racist and ecological crises, Hage's is ultimately unsatisfactory, because it is too general. One could argue that fossil fuels represent the apogee of domination of nature and ipso facto, given the history of the past centuries, of non-white people. But that would still be too abstract. More concretely, Naomi Klein and others have argued that the extraction of fossil fuels requires sacrifice zones that tend to be inhabited by Native Americans, the Oghani people in the Niger Delta, Arabs in Iraq and other non-white populations that must be pushed aside and deprived of their sustenance, and this cannot work unless their human worth is diminished. If they counted as full humans, seizing and poisoning their land would be inadmissible. 74 The very act of drilling sustains racism, call this frontier racism. It can be broadly defined as follows. When there is a commodity to be appropriated on the other side of some line in space, the lives of the population present there might have to be seriously disrupted, which demands and calls forth their inferiorization, to use Fanon's term. As such, frontier racism obviously concerns more than fossil fuels. There could hardly be a more emblematic case than the Brazilian Amazon. Shortly after Portuguese colonization in the 16th century, the Amazon basin was plundered of spices and animal oils shipped back to Europe. In the 17th, the coveted goods included turtles and manatee meat. In the 19th, rubber for tires. Each commodity boom required incursions into the rainforest. Here the indigenous populations had utilized a gamut of plants and animals to satisfy their needs, at rates, because those needs were limited, permitting them to regenerate. When colonial agents entered, however, they sought to extract as much of the commodities as possible to feed foreign markets and their own pockets. Predation was their modus operandi. Indigenous peoples were decimated, flora and fauna killed off in cycle after cycle that emptied the basin of forms of life in the service of European capital, until the process was modified in the 1950s. Now the Brazilian state took it upon itself to mediate between the interior and the world economy. It continued in the grooves of 3 centuries-old frontier racism, inflected by a new nationalist ethos. Under the military dictatorship, the state conceived of the commodity frontiers in the Amazon as the advanced positions of the nation. It would brook no internal voids. 75. A green desert, the Amazon was considered underdeveloped, no real part of Brazil, inhabited by primitive nature and some elusive humanoid creatures. Until 1988, every text of the Constitution spoke of indigenous peoples as savages. 76. The resources had to be wrested from them, and the forest for the nation to fill up its territory. Leaving the Amazon to its own would be to forego fortunes, risk them being gobbled up by other nations, invite security threats, notably communist insurgencies, and let nature rule over what should be a modern state. The Yanomami terrain, for instance, was seen as a no-man's land that risked departing from Brazil unless physically subsumed. The indigenous presence counted only as a vestige and nuisance. With this brand of nationalist frontier racism, the military dictatorship let loose miners, gold diggers, rubber barons, cattle ranchers, and other agents of nation and capital to cut down and dig up the Amazon. The result was an avalanche of death, by disease, displacement, torture, bombings, human hunting with machine guns, tearing through indigenous peoples, realizing Fanon's logic of railways across the bush. 77. The grandest project was the Trans-Amazonian Highway, which, by drawing a path of asphalt through the rainforest, would open lands with no man for the men with no land. 78. These were the decades when deforestation leapt to the scale of a global concern. The highway was never finished, but other roads intersected the basin, more thoroughly opened for capital, still very much including foreign capital, for which the state paved the way. It was to this legacy Bolsonaro harked back with no remorse. He demanded that non-white minorities inside the rainforest be fully integrated. He considered the setting aside of a reserve for the Yanomami in 1992 an act of national treason. As for indigenous populations, they do not speak our language, they do not have money, they do not have culture. They are native peoples. How did they manage to get 13% of the national territory? 79. Reservations and quilumbulas were hollows in the national frame that must be penetrated, by an organ as strong as the military had once been. For the president and the broader far right, international complaints about the treatment of indigenous peoples and worries about deforestation were so many attempts to deny Brazil its sovereignty. Even the most minimal climate mitigation would undercut it more. Just as during the military dictatorship, however, the riches of the Amazon were also uncorked for foreign capital and markets to consume, although the main commodity was now inserted into rather than plucked from the basin, cattle. In the 1990s, cattle ranching became the chief driver of deforestation in the Amazon, the dense forests razed to make way for pasture. By the early millennium, this activity alone accounted for 3/4 of all forest clearing, and once again, the boom was driven by export, an intricate web of supply chains stretching from the ranches to all corners of capitalism. Hide from cows would turn up in baseball gloves on American baseball fields or dog collars in Swedish parks. Their tallow would find its way into shaving cream, their intestines into tennis racket strings, hooves and horns into piano keys and lipsticks. The beef itself, of which Brazil became the world's largest exporter, might show up on Italian or Russian tables. 80. It was this eruption of cattle capitalism the state of Lula made some attempts to hold back. 81. Bolsonaro sought to knock down every door still closed. The trees fell on his watch to clear the way for companies like JBS and its suppliers. 82. In the summer of 2019, fires were 3 times more common in zones from which meat giants sourced their beef. 83. As with Trump, then, there was nothing fluky about Bolsonaro. He rose on the crest of a very long durée indeed. 84. His nationalist frontier racism was a vulgar replica of the military dictatorship, but just like that model of his, it worked as an intermediary between inner peripheries and outer cores. For all its patriotic rhetoric, the state of Bolsonaro grabbed hold of the Amazon and threw it into global circuits, connecting the frontiers to faraway stores and shelves and high streets, an infinite multiplication of the pattern from the days of colonization. Only now it happened on the threshold of runaway climate change. Frontier racism, then, was not a Brazilian affair, not even in its nationalist edition. It was materially integrated in the most globalist form of capitalism. At the same time, it cannot be understood outside of the particularities of this social formation, rather different from, say, Spain or Hungary. The articulation of race to energy and nature does not look everywhere the same, and frontier racism is still only part of the story, tied as it is to specific places. Coal first came from the heartlands of whiteness. When large-scale combustion of fossil fuels became a fact of modern life in the 19th century, they were extracted from places like Yorkshire and Lancashire, where no populations needed to be inferiorized as savages. If that was, as we have reason to suspect, the century when racism and fossil fuels were originally conjoined, it must have happened through some other process than frontier racism sensu stricto, as the share of such fuels appropriated from bushes and swamps with native populations was for a long time inconsiderable. Moreover, extraction can never have the largest ideological radius. Oil and coal and gas are hauled up from specific points in the landscape, but then they can be consumed virtually anywhere and fill up the space of propertied agents, rather like money. They become currencies in circulation when they are driven around, above all, as fuels for vehicles. It is here, in acts of mobile combustion, that we shall look for a history of that primary level on which interpolations in the core can build. It is a history tied up with frontier racism, but it has spread broader and sunk deeper than acts of drilling. Focus will have to be shifted away from primitive fossil capital. An exhaustive investigation is obviously outside the scope of this work. What we shall offer are rather two vignettes. One concerns a primary vehicle in the 19th century, the steamboat, as deployed by the leading fossil economy of that period, the British Empire, the other, the automobile in the mid-20th century US. Their complicated histories will be radically compressed to bring out some central themes. Our hope is that they can serve as signposts for further investigations. What, then, has coal to do with the white race? Before 1840, steamboats had never been tested on the battlefield of a major war. But in the summer of that year, the British Empire dispatched a squadron to the coasts of Lebanon and Palestine. Tensions between the empire and Muhammad Ali were coming to a head. Nominally a pasha under the Ottomans, Muhammad Ali had used his power base in Egypt to carve out his own Arab empire, stretching all the way from Cairo to the doorsteps of Istanbul. Perhaps an even greater offense, in the eyes of Britain, was his campaign for building a modern manufacturing industry centered on cotton. 85 The diplomatic machinery could not stand him. For my own part, I hate Muhammad Ali, whom I consider as nothing but an arrogant barbarian, wrote Lord Palmerston, the mighty Foreign Secretary, in 1839. I look upon his boasted civilization of Egypt as the arrantest humbug. 86 London grew more belligerent by the month. No, the Consul General in Alexandria warned the Pasha, it is in the power of England to pulverize you. 87 We must strike at once rapidly and well. The ambassador in Istanbul sent home his advice, and then the whole tottering fabric of what is ridiculously called the Arab nationality will tumble to pieces. 88 With such words ringing through the corridors of Whitehall, the Royal Navy sent 4 shining new steamboats towards Beirut. Their commander, Charles Napier, stood on board the Gorgon, a vessel propelled by a 350 horsepower engine, with room for 380 tons of coal, 1,600 soldiers, and 6 guns, the first true fighting steamship. 89 It was the coal that gave it propulsive force. Short on the fuel while reconnoitring the Levantine coast, Napier sent a call to several officers, you must send me coal vessels here at all costs, because steamers without coal are useless. 90 The coal arrived, and on September 9, 1840, the bombardment of Beirut commenced. Much of the city was destroyed. Then Napier steered south and chased the Egyptian forces from one coastal fortress to another. Steam, he reported back to London, gives us a great superiority, and we shall keep them moving. 91 Latakia, Triplis, Sada, Sur, and Haifa fell like dominoes, the enemy retreating under the relentless, unpredictable attacks. Then Napier proceeded to the decisive battle at the Palestinian port town of Akka. 92. The old Crusader capital of Akka had been garrisoned by the Egyptians with thousands of soldiers. The sturdiest fortress and main depot on the coast, it was also filled with ammunition. In early November, the 4 steamboats reached Akka, followed some days later by sailing ships that had been detained by weak winds. The fleet was arrayed in front of the town, with the steamers in the center so as to make maximum use of their mobility. Massive shelling commenced, the Arabs returned the fire, but the steamboats constantly shifted their positions and easily evaded the shells. Suddenly a deafening detonation ripped through the battlefield. Like a volcano eruption, a column of smoke and debris rose from within Akka. The smoke rested for a few moments like an immense black dome, obscuring everything. 93 One of the steamboats had hit the great powder magazine. Correspondence between the British commanders suggests that they were aware of its position and had planned to target it. 94 The explosion concluded the battle. 2 entire regiments were annihilated, and every living creature within the area of 60,000 square yards ceased to exist, the loss of life being variously computed from 1,200 to 2,000 persons, said one dispatch to Lord Palmerston. 95 When the British soldiers entered Akka, they were greeted by utter devastation. Corpses of men, women, and children, blackened by the explosion of the magazine, and mutilated, in the most horrid manner, by the cannon shot, lay everywhere about, half buried among the ruins of the homes and fortifications. Women were searching for the bodies of their husbands, children for their fathers. 96. An officer from one of the steamers described seeing hands, arms, and toes sticking out of the rubble. In a letter to his wife, Napier himself expressed unease. I went on shore at Acre Akka to see the havoc we had occasioned, and witnessed a sight that never can be effaced from my memory, and makes me at this time even almost shudder to think of it. 97 Not a single man on the 4 steamboats was killed or wounded. Another resource, however, was exhausted in the action, coal. When silence fell over the body-strewn beaches, none of the steamers had more than 1 day's supply on board, nearly all of their coal having been burnt in the pulverization of Akka. 98. The battle ended the war in one fell stroke. Muhammad Ali surrendered completely, his empire and cotton industry collapsed. In 1841, the success was repeated in the more famous First Opium War, in which another squadron of steamboats prized open China for trade. After these tours de force, the Observer printed an homage to steam. In the Chinese waters, as well as on the coast of Syria, its employment has produced results which astonished mankind. In the extreme west of Asia as well as in the extreme east, in China and in Palestine, it has finished wars which, under former circumstances, might have been protracted to infinity. But even these achievements, great and important as they are, do not seem to bear any proportion to those which are still possible to that wondrous power. Steam, even now, almost realizes the idea of military omnipotence and military omnipresence. It is everywhere, and there is no withstanding it. 99. The Mechanics magazine was even more excited. Let war come to a conflict of steam engines, and all the barbarian rabble of the world, Turks and Tartars, Arabs, Indians, Africans and Chinese, must obviously be out of question at once. 100. Up until the second quarter of the 19th century, the British Empire was built with wind. Colonies, bases, naval battles, and blockades were won by means of sailing ships. Yet for all its supremacy on the seas, the metropolis encountered limits on precisely this count. The reliance on wind restricted the latitude of power. Sailing upstream on rivers was a slow and arduous task, if possible at all. Imperial stations were generally located on shorelines or islands, in the nature of toeholds, on the subcontinent. In China, the Levant, West Africa, and Latin America, the wind-dependent empire mostly had to stay on the margins, unable to penetrate interiors. Steamboats promised to take it straight into the hearts of those dark continents. 101 Wind belonged to the flow of energy, coursing through the landscape and shifting in time, from one moment of gale to another of calm, often too feeble to carry a ship against the current. The stock would set the waterborne empire free from such restrictions. Taken out of the repositories of energy from the very distant past, belonging neither to the landscape nor the weather in which the boats operated, coal allowed captains to go against the wind and the tide. This fuel was entirely in the hands of its masters. But the rotative steam engine that could propel vehicles such as boats required more than coal from the mines of Britain. A steam engine was built of various metal parts rubbing against each other. This produced friction, and so the owner had to apply oil. Unless regularly lubricated, the engine would break down. 102 From where, then, did the British owners of steam engines get their oil? They got it from the Niger Delta. By far the most important lubricant in early 19th century British industry was palm oil, almost exclusively imported from West Africa, predominantly the banks of the river Niger, where nuts from palm trees were turned into oil through a burdensome process performed by women. Animal fats were neither sufficient nor suitable, whereas palm oil was perfect for lubricating not only steam engines, but also railway carriages, spinning mules and other machines. Were it not for all that oil, those machines would have literally come to a standstill. 103. As the adoption of steam power and the mechanization of British industry advanced in leaps and bounds in the second quarter of the 19th century, the importation of palm oil exploded. From 1807, the year when the empire officially prohibited the slave trade, to the 1840s, the annual quantity ferried to Britain increased by a factor of more than 200. 104 Like all seagoing commerce up to that point, this trade was conducted by wind. British merchants had to dock at trading posts on the mouth of the Niger and wait for native partners to come down with the goods. The local kingdoms resisted foreign penetration, and as long as they had to trust to the wind, the British had no physical or mechanical weapon to overcome them. Instead they were forced to deal with middlemen and brokers, backed up by autonomous chiefs and kings, who delivered the palm oil as and when they saw fit. When demand increased, this system turned into a source of deep frustration. British traders complained ever louder about the natives obstructing the trade, slowing it down, sometimes suspending it entirely. 105 But the solution to this embarrassing predicament came, fortuitously, in the shape of the steam engine itself. With its power the merchants could pierce through the delta, bypass the coastal states, reach the producers directly and pour the palm oil freely into their vessels. The brothers Richard and John Lander, the first British explorers to map the course of the Niger in 1830, laid out the vision. The first effect of a trade being opened will be to do away with the monopoly near the mouth of the river, which has hitherto been held by the chiefs of the lower countries. Steamboats will penetrate up the river, and will defy the efforts of these monopolists to arrest their progress. The steam engine, the grandest invention of the human mind, will be a fit means of conveying civilization among these uninformed Africans, who, incapable of comprehending such a thing, will view its arrival among them with astonishment and terror. 106. The first steam-powered expedition set out in 1832 under the leadership of the shipper MacGregor Laird. 2 boats drove up the river. Naturally, the denizens of the delta were not happy about it. In a casual tone, Laird narrated how they took shots at his boat. In one rebellious area, we agreed to land and burn the town as an example to the rest. 107 Such scenes were repeated throughout the expedition. During one ambush, massive casualties were inflicted on the sailors. One of those killed was a Swede. The expedition ended in disaster, with most of the crewmen perishing in engagements or disease, but Laird had demonstrated that the Niger and its riches were indeed accessible by steamboats. He ended his 2-volume account of the events with a manifesto for what might be called steam or stock imperialism. "We have a power," he wrote, "bequeathed to us by the immortal What. By his invention every river is laid open to us, time and distance are shortened. This power, which has only been in existence for a quarter of a century, has rendered rivers truly the highway of nations, and made easy what it would have been difficult, if not impossible, to accomplish without it. We are the chief repository of it. Our mineral wealth, i.e. the coal reserves of Britain and the mechanical habits of our people, give us a superiority over all others in the application of it." 108. It is the privilege of bourgeois visionaries to be able to see their visions come true only by swimming with the tide of history. In the early 1850s, Layard's company established the first regular steamship service between Britain and the Niger Delta. Soon his boats were plying up and down the Niger and back and forth between the West African coast and the metropolis. The result was a second, even more marvelous explosion in the palm oil trade. 109 similar outflows were set off from Egypt, whose lands were converted to the production of raw cotton for British mills, the once prospering Egyptian mills derelict after Akka, accounting for more than half of supplies imported by the metropolis from 1848 onwards. 110. The trade route between Egypt and Britain was among the first to shift to steam. Driving up and down the Nile, steamboats picked up bales of raw cotton and carried them to Alexandria, whence they were shipped home. Meanwhile, Egypt underwent the most extreme deindustrialization anywhere in the 19th century. 111. But the fates of the peoples of the Nile and the Niger were all too representative. Across the 7 seas, the peripheries of the capitalist economy were bound in the position of suppliers of raw materials to the core. That division of labor had been under construction for some time, as we have seen, but the 19th century was a period of exceptionally rapid divergence between core and periphery, and that divergence was most dramatic over the half-century 1820 to 1870, observes Jeffrey G. Williamson in Trade and Poverty, when the Third World fell behind. In passing, he also notices that peoples in these southern parts of the planet were not thrilled about submitting to imperial trade, but the naval muscle of the industrial leaders made them comply. 112. Those muscles were nourished by fossil fuel. It had prodigious effects on the location known as whiteness. Before the 19th century, white people who lay claim to superiority tended to invoke religion. Early enslavement of Africans was justified with the curse of Ham, a creative interpretation of a passage in Genesis where Ham happens upon his father Noah without clothes and is punished with a curse. Black people, the assumed descendants of Ham, would have to pay for his crime, seeing the father naked, by forever being slaves. 113. But over the course of the 19th century, whiteness was placed on an apparently firmer footing. In Machines as the Measure of Men, Science, Technology, and Ideologies of Western Dominance, Michael Adas has documented the shift to another gauge of human worth. People who mastered nature stood above those who did not. It would never occur to Africans to push aside large stones that blocked a path. Indians venerated cows. On the dark continents, people lived in thatched huts, surrounded by wild animals, at the mercy of unmanaged, untapped nature. Europeans alone had cracked her secret codes and yoked her power to machines. Their material achievements set them off from all others, who were now perceived as residues from earlier stages of evolution. Essentially inhabiting another time, primitive peoples were the stunted children of mankind, so immature that they bowed down to the forces of nature and let them go to waste. They deserved to be ruled. Europeans had a higher mandate to govern them, not given by God so much as by technology, which supplanted other criteria and solidified into the insignia of superiority, and only then, after centuries of fluctuations, Adas contends, did the category of race come to a kind of rest. Now it was the industrious whites above all others. The inferiors included the Middle East and China, previously held in some esteem for their arts and monuments of civilization. After the wars of the early 1840s, they seemed to prostrate themselves before the machine as deeply as the Africans. At the turn of the century, a near-total intellectual consensus, trickling down to lower classes through travel accounts, adventure novels, the penny press, interpreted the near-total European dominance of the world as the manifestation of a racial character unrivaled in excellence. 114 This broad chronology is, of course, found not only in Andreas's work. Racial antagonism attained full maturity during the latter half of the 19th century, when the sun no longer set on British soil. Oliver Cox stated in 1948 115 whiteness and its surrounding negations were fixed in place during this particular century of violence from the core. Modern racism, in other words, is unthinkable without techno-racism. And no technological complex was as pivotal as this one: the steamboats, the railroad cars and all the other steam-powered machines of white Europe. Travelers boarded them on triumphal processions through the colonies and sent home word of the shock and awe. Reports streamed in from all corners of the British Empire. From Vancouver Island on the Pacific coast of Canada, energetic entrepreneur Gilbert Malcolm Sproat described, in Scenes and Studies of Savage Life, how he and his crew first encountered Indians in 1860. A pathetic dialogue ensued. "We do not wish to sell our land nor our water, let your friends stay in their own country," the nameless spokesman of the savages implored Sproat. He responded that since you do not work your land, it is of no use to you. The king in London had ordered that it must be sold, and anyway the white men are your superiors. The Indian would not be persuaded. "We do not want the white man. He steals what we have. We wish to live as we are," and these were his last words as recorded in Scenes. Immediately afterwards, a civilized settlement was built in the midst of the savages, who could not stop staring at the steam engine. 116 One of the first thing the occupiers of Vancouver Island did was to uncover seams of coal. 117. Sproat claimed to have spent happy years in the settlement. He crisscrossed the island and observed the habits and characters of the savages, who, he could not fail to notice, were swiftly going extinct. Why? No violence or molestation had, he claimed, been meted upon them, nor had diseases or alcoholic beverages anything to do with the matter. The savages had received wages from the settlement and on the whole had their station improved. So then why did they die in such numbers? Sproat ventured the following explanation: the mind of the savage was confused and his faculties surprised and stunned by the presence of machinery, steam vessels, and the active labor of civilized men. He distrusted himself, his old habits and traditions, and shrank away despondent and discouraged. He abandoned his bows and canoes. He sank into a torpor, regressed to the stage of an animal and gave up on life, a natural outcome of the presence of a superior race. 118 In this account, steam induced genocide by working out its mechanical wonders, before which the savages could only lay down and die. And that was, on the whole, a good thing, as when the sun rises in the morning. From India, Whig intellectual Harriet Martineau shared her impressions of natives quivering before the British engines. She toured the country on a train. Under the Western Ghats, a mountain range on the Western Peninsula, the villagers come out at the sound of the steam whistle, and the babies gasp and cry as the train rushes by, and nobody denies that the railway is a wonderful thing. The Hindus saw their world shatter, their inborn ideals, immutability, patience, indolence, stagnation, crushed by the onrush of steam. Once these slow Hindus had hated the Mussulmans for invading with their superior energy, and now what is Mussulman energy in comparison with ours, judged by our methods of steaming by sea and land? 119 The whistle said it all. In the metropolis, scholars generalized such observations from the frontiers into systematic theories of races. Two papers read before the Ethnological Society of London in 1866 offer a sample. In Aptitudes of Races, Frederick Farrar, a reverend, polymath, and friend of Charles Darwin, distinguished between three types: the irreclaimably savage, the semi-civilist and the civilized races. The first included the majority of humankind, which had never made a single discovery or hit upon even one minor invention. Chattering like the monkeys in their woods, scarcely cleverer than the dogs around their huts, these races were doomed to pass out of history and leave behind no other trace than their actual organic remains. Then there were the Chinese, the semi-civilist race which had once invented a few things, only to stagnate, decay and live out its tendency to physical obesity and mental apathy. On top stood the Aryans. To them belong the steam engine, the printing press, the ship, the lighthouse, the electric telegraph, every invention of any value, the steam engine first and foremost. To them also belong the destinies of the future 120. All other races, black and red, brown and yellow, were giving way. In his paper, John Crawford, a learned man with an eminent career as an imperial agent coursing through Asia on board steamships, compared the European and Asiatic races. The natural attitude of the European is to stand, of the Asian to sit, the former enjoys walking, the latter detests it, the former is white, the latter swarthy. Beauty and symmetry of person decrease the farther east one travels. Women are treated as nearly equal to men in Europe and looked upon as but handmaids in Asia. The European has an immeasurably rich literature. The Asian has the Quran. But the pith of superiority in Crawford's scheme was, of course, the machines powered by steam. While the European race was busy inventing them, the Asiatic races sat like immovable stones. Nothing could explain this divergence other than a broad innate difference, physical, intellectual, and moral, present since the first creation of man 121. In most of these writings, the actual fuel of the steam engine was left unmarked and unsaid. It was common knowledge that steam derived from coal, that Britain had reserves in abundance, that its mines had been open for centuries while other people sat ignorantly on top of theirs, and that wherever they went, British colonizers searched for extra coal to dig up. Sometimes the substratum of dominance was brought to the surface, as when MacGregor Laird stated that we are the chief repository of it, our mineral wealth, source of the superiority. Sometimes it was obliquely alluded to, at other points hidden under the belief that racial character in and of itself fueled victory. And on occasion, an agent of the empire would draw a straight line from subterranean base to racial summit. John Turnbull Thomson was an average engineer, explorer, and superintendent employed by various branches of imperial administration in Asia, acceding to the post of Surveyor General of New Zealand in 1856. In a lecture 2 decades later, he recalled how the South Island had been in a state of wilderness when he arrived. Since then, the railway system had made rapid strides, along with foundries producing steam engines and machinery for coal mines. Progress had a sign in the sky. The tall chimneys everywhere rising indicate that, in this part of the world, all the skilled trades have found a suitable and ever-increasing location. Painting on a broader canvas, Thomson then retraced the advances of steam across America and Asia, from the Mississippi to the Yangtze, before returning home to retell an anecdote about a Maori girl killed, cooked, and eaten by her own race. Was this not the shadow of coming events, an allegory of the certain fate of so inhuman a race? Likewise, the red-colored man has been swept off the face of the northern continent of America, Bibles translated into his languages already gathered dust, as every potential reader was dead. After surveying this global theater of violence, Thomson reached his punchline. Then, what has made the white man, or more conspicuously the Anglo-Saxon, of the Teutonic race so ubiquitously progressive and aggressive, this more especially of so recent a date? It is his humanity and science, combined with steam. And what makes steam for him? It is coal. What then has coal to do with our race? As far as we know yet, everything. 122. Other Europeans wanted a share in the spoils. In Les lois psychologiques de l'évolution des peuples, or the psychology of peoples, its influence on their evolution, appearing in 1894, Gustave Le Bon decided that there were 4 types of races: the primitive, the inferior, the average and the superior, the latter synonymous with the Europeans, so preeminent because they have discovered steam and electricity. Among the inferior were the Ethiopians, who had only managed to degrade arts and instruments borrowed from others, the race being endowed with insufficient brain capacity. Mechanical genius was the index of racial quality. Alone among the races, Europeans had an elite of superior men, who shouldered the task of synthesizing all the efforts of the race, and that was how the steam engine had come about, not as the flash of individual prodigy, but as the collective outpouring of racial intelligence. Le Bon, however, ended his work on a somber note. The achievements of the Europeans were in jeopardy, for the rise of socialism threatened to facilitate the destructive invasions from Asia 123. More important for subsequent developments, this steamy techno-racism was taken up by some of the most prestigious men of the U.S. intelligentsia. In the history of white people, Nell Irvin Painter chronicles the ever unfinished work of constructing whiteness, from early modern Europe to the age of Obama, focusing on the U.S., her account of the 19th century has Ralph Waldo Emerson as the central character. She dubs him the philosopher king of American white race theory. 124 No one did more to codify the perception of white people as the truest face of that country. Emerson adulated the Saxon, also known as the English, from whom all that was good in America descended. He offered a full portrait of this figure in English Traits from 1856, an account of travels in the fatherland and extended argument for the determinative power of race. It is in the deep traits of race that the fortunes of nations are written, for better or for worse. Race in the Negro is of appalling importance. It is an equally controlling influence in the Jew, who, for 2 millenniums, under every climate, has preserved the same character and employments. Peerless in all respects are the English. Here is the best stock in the world, broad-fronted, broad-bottomed, best for depth, range, and equability, gorgeous and vibrant, with a manly energy inherited from Nordic ancestors. But the core of English traits is a paean to the most modern prime mover. Steam is almost an Englishman, Emerson opens the argument. The qualification soon discarded 125 as he could see on his journeys. England was awash with capital like no other nation, and it had steam to thank for it. Since the English acquired this goblin of steam, with his myriad arms, never tired, working night and day everlastingly, the amassing of property has run out of all figures. Steam-powered machinery is wise, versatile, all-giving, consequently so many traits of the English, like all of their advantages, steam breaks out in their race. The virility of the Vikings has returned. The old energy of the Norse race arms itself with these magnificent powers, the descent from Odin and the true Saxon blood on display in furnaces and steamships 126. Emerson also had a keen appreciation of the substratum. The English are so rich, and seem to have established a taproot in the bowels of the planet, because they are constitutionally fertile and creative. 127 racist theories have rarely distinguished themselves for intellectual clarity, and here, as in Thomson, a paradox could be discerned. Were white people so great because they used coal? Or was coal so great because it was used by white people? 128. Eliding the fine points, Emerson posited an organic unity between the fuel in the bowels of the planet, the immensity of the capital accumulated, and the brilliance of the English race, the last rooted in the first and thereby indebted to it. But, conversely, the English had learned to use coal because they were the best stock in the world. He did notice that it stained the visage of the fatherland. Add the coal smoke. In the manufacturing towns, the fine soot or blacks darken the day, give white sheep the color of black sheep, discolor the human saliva, contaminate the air, poison many buildings, and corrode the monuments and buildings. Fly in the ointment, air pollution was accompanied by another momentous change, which, however, Emerson judged to be positive. The enormous consumption of coal in the island is also felt in modifying the general climate. Furthermore, the climate too, which was already believed to have become milder and drier by the enormous consumption of coal, is so far reached by this new action, that fogs and storms are said to disappear. 129 similar hopes were expressed in another Emersonian paean to coal. We may well call it black diamonds. Every basket is power and civilization. For coal is a portable climate. It carries the heat of the tropics to Labrador and the polar circle, and is the means of transporting itself whithersoever it is wanted. Watt and Stephenson, inventor of railways, whispered in the ear of mankind their secret, that a half-ounce of coal will draw 2 tons a mile, and coal carries coal, by rail and by boat, to make Canada as warm as Calcutta. 130. All praise to the English race. In Painter's assessment, Emerson could hardly have been more successful in his efforts to whiten the U.S. He spoke for an increasingly rich and powerful American ruling class. No matter how obtuse his ideas, they circulated as American orthodoxy, and this very much included his techno-racism. 131 laymen could sip on it from periodicals such as the Popular Science Monthly, which, in 1876, carried a piece on the apotheosis of steam, that godlike mechanical power that had suddenly handed over the whole earth to the Eurasian race. 132. If Emerson was the king of white race theory, one of the princes was Edward A. Ross. In a paper called The Causes of Race Superiority, presented to the American Academy of Political and Social Science in 1901, he offered the umpteenth rating and explanation of the innermost nature of the races. This being a time in history when white racists delighted in migration, Ross argued that one race surpasses the other in energy when it sends its children to foreign lands. Whites had superior migrancy, plus the ability to subjugate wild nature. All the barbarian rabble of the world was out of the question.